replenishment. Let's give it the official title here in IMSA. Topping off that energy and releasing him down the pit lane.
Right, you were talking about how one of the Corvettes had seemingly quite a close scrape when it came into the pits. Don't think know if there was contact, but was under investigation incident involving car 3, the aforementioned Corvette, and number 48, which is the Winward Racing GTD Pro entry. Who's at that at the moment? But it did get close. You saw it out of the corner of your eye. Scott Noble is listed, but we have just had the pit stops. It might have been, I think it was on the way in rather than the way out. And I can't remember if Scott was driving the car beforehand. But again, you look down across the pit lane, across the grass in front of the pit lane to the pit lane. It's enormously wide. Only a pit wall on one side, of course. The crews are protected by that. So in your mind, you think there is plenty of space, but in that scramble under the full course yellow, when finally the GTD Pro cars were allowed to come in, suddenly it got hot. Luckily, don't think any damage was done, but it's still under investigation. Car 3 and 48, but I didn't see it. I was looking at the screen. If you were the judge and the jury, who do you point the finger at?
Ah, boy, you're making me recall what
All right,
I saw.
we'll talk about something else then.
You know what? No, you're talking about the same thing I saw, but my memory's not great. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let race control sort that out. While they do so, a chance to pop back down to the pits in Duncan.
Yeah, we catch up with the 18-era motorsport car, and we've got Logan Sargent. And first of all, a little bit of almost housekeeping on your body there, because this is your first 24-hour race. This is a baptism of fire. Bossman tells me, no matter what's happening, you're doing really well.
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, no matter what, you have to stay on top of the treatment just to make sure your body can last, the course of the race. Petit Le Mans was a long one for me, and it lasted 2 hours, 40 minutes there, so I'm used to it. But no, I mean, the car's performing great. I think the changes that we made coming from the last session yesterday have been super positive. A bit of a shame we're a few laps down, so this caution's helping, and we're just going to be hoping for a few more.
How'd you fit in here? I mean, it's a lovely atmosphere in the ERA team. What's it like? Does it feel like home to you now?
Yeah, it's been great. I feel like it's a super nice atmosphere to work in. I feel like we've been, grinding away through the roar and into this weekend to try and find the balance. And I think, we finally found the right direction coming into the race today, and the car's performing great.
You're doing a great job, really a great job. And a little bit of maintenance, so that just on the shoulders feeling a bit tight there?
Yeah, things just tighten up a little bit here and there. You almost can do a lot to help, adjust the belt slightly, move them around a little bit, but important to stay loose in between stints.
Again, thank you very much. Kyle, the boss man himself. I mean, it's not been the greatest, we know that. You've had a lot of things going on, but sum up basically how Logan's doing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word of that with the green flag going on, but yeah, eventful race for us so far. As Logan said, unfortunately we're about 8 laps down right now after contact at the start, but long way to go, and we've come back from more before, so we'll see. Car's fast, so that's the main thing.
Never give up. Thank you very much.
Restart, as you heard in the background there, and we're back underway with Lawrence Vanthoor leading Julian Andlauer. The position changing in the pit lane. Porsche Penske orchestrating their pit stops as they have really since the first pit stop of the day. Louis Delatraz chasing the leading Porsches. Then it's the 2 Acuras led by Alex Palou, Colin Brown in 5th. Coming up onto the banking here for the first time at speed since the restart.
Yeah, it was tidy. What we've had in previous restarts has been the car in the lead has actually galloped away quite quickly, but it hasn't always been the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars at the front. But just remember, before the pit stops, Julian Andlauer in car number 7 was able to, he's the one, his car, the one with the black dorsal fin, was able to pull away from the sister car with the white dorsal fin with Lawrence Vanthoor. But now, Lawrence Vanthoor in front. Oh dear, car number 10 had just been clattered with a pit lane speed violation. Drive through penalty for them. So all the work that's done to gain a second here, or a fraction of a second there, undone, and a pit visit will be coming very soon indeed. And number 10, lest you forget, is the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing entry, sitting at the moment, Ricky Taylor on board in 6th place overall. That's going to be a big hit for them.
It's unfortunate, drops them once they take that penalty to the back of the GTP class, but still 15 hours, 19 minutes to try and overcome that miscue. Those, though, are the kinds of penalties, the kinds of miscues that can totally scupper your race if they happen in the final couple of hours.
Definitely so. see how that shakes out, but that's a big setback. Remember, 6th at the moment for Ricky Taylor in that number 10 Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing entry. That V-Series are great looking cars, and actually been showing decent pace because they have been fighting effectively with the Acuras to see who can be best of the rest behind those 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport entries that are leading the field, and even now stretching a little bit clear. Lawrence Vantoor's got 0.6 of a second advantage in the lead. Another just under a second back from second place Julian Andlauer to Louis Delatraz, who's trying his utmost in the number 40 Cadillac to hang on, stay in the battle. But as we've seen on so many restarts, the Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport are good. No, they're better than that. They're brilliant. They're able to just pull away a little bit more.
Bigger concern for Louis Delatraz might be the car that's starting to loom large behind him. IndyCar champ, Indy 500 winner Alex Palou back aboard the 93 for Meyer Shank Racing. Got a great run through the Le Mans chicane that time. Up onto the tri-oval now, and the fight is on for 3rd and 4th. Palou dipping to the outside, pulls alongside in the run down to turn number 1. Tries to make the long way around work. Couldn't get fully alongside that time and has to tuck it back inside. Gets a nice run, puts the power back down. He's not done yet, continuing to heap the pressure on the Swiss, Louis Delatraz. It's the Cadillac holding the position for now, but the Acura driver all over him. Big wiggle there as he tries to put the power down out of the International Horseshoe and further back a spin. This is an LMP2 car that is spun off wide in turn number 1. Everyone else continuing on. Misha Goikhberg, the driver behind the wheel, former class winner here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Able to continue on though, but he's going to have to wait for all the GT traffic to come through first.
It turns to day, so it feels every nanosecond feels like a minute, and so it multiplies. He was fighting Misha Goikhberg, had Daniel Goldberg right under his tail. He was in 4th. There was 0.02 of a second between them, and I guess just maybe braking a tiny bit too late and round it looped it. But in talking P2, Christian Rasmussen leading the way, car number 99, leading that pack of cars. Of course, they were all bunched up for the restart, but at the moment it's AO Racing. It's the car that in the early stage of the race, in the hands of PJ Hyatt, was in supreme form, comfortably at the head of the field. And PJ's done a lot of his running for this race. In fact, there were 2 cars off, and but the thing was, when the dust eventually settled in that P2 scrap, Misha Goikhberg was the person who lost out.
Had been running in the top 5 in class at the time, now gathers it back up, but might have flat spotted those tires right after a pit stop. That means it's going to be an awfully long stint here for Misha. About 40 minutes if it's all green. That's 40-45 minutes is what you typically see for an LMP2 stint. By design, the different classes are staggered somewhat in terms of their fuel capacity, how far they can go on a fuel tank or an energy tank in the case of the GTP cars, and that's because IMSA really doesn't want everybody pitting all at once. Pretty clever actually from that standpoint. The P2s have the shortest range, GTP slightly longer, and then the GT cars can run even longer still, close to an hour at times, especially with a little bit of fuel save.
We were talking a short while ago about a problem with the 73 Orica, entered by Pratt Miller, going behind the wall. That's out of the pit lane, further back into the garages to go and get repairs. It's still being repaired. So the crew with the 2 Fittipaldi brothers, Manuel Espirito Santo and Chris Cumming, is really having a problem now. We heard from Enzo Fittipaldi, the main problem they had was the fact their car returned to the pits with not the full selection of wheels, only 3 on the wagon. Eventually the 4th one picked up and put in another wagon to be brought back. Hopefully the damage to the car isn't too great, but right now it's tumbled down to 50th position overall. Give it another lap and a couple more cars would have gone past, some that have been delayed, like Sandy Mitchell's FAF Motorsport Lamborghini that was going really well and challenging for class position about 3 hours ago, but that's down in 51st position and only a few cars back behind them.
We know Sandy's got one more stint left in this particular time behind the wheel. We heard from his co-driver James Hinchcliffe a little while ago, and James will be getting in for a couple of stints momentarily. Let's go down to the pits once again. It's been a great fight in LMP2. One of the front runners is the 22 from United Autosports, and one of its drivers is with Duncan.
Well, something I've never done is have an interview with the driver in their actual pit perch. Paul Dresser, thank you very much for the comfortable seat. you're about to get in the car, what's going through your head and what you're getting told from the engineers just now?
Well, there's always quite a long time to go, 15 hours and 14 minutes. Just trying to get some drive time before you go into the night, get a bit of rest. Everything seems to be going quite well. Dan's kind of on his final stint, so that's our bronze-rated driver out of the way. He's got his bit done. Trying to keep it clean. The last 3 hours, what makes a difference in P2 especially. It will turn into a bit of a fight, and about that, just trying to keep everything straightforward until then. It can be tricky. The fog's not making it easy either, and I'm sure that's probably going to get worse as the night goes on.
And you're going in for a triple stint, so you're set for a long haul.
Well, we'll find out how long I do. We'll find out how long that goes on. The yellows can make a difference, but ultimately it's just about being out there, trying to go with it. But it's going to be quite hot tomorrow afternoon, so I think the biggest thing what we're trying to do is just find out what downforce level we want to be with and where it's all going to be.
Good to be in the top 3 right now, though.
No, it is, and I think, you know, we're definitely in there. The car seems to have been in a very good place. I think we've developed it through the roar, certainly through the testing, to get ourselves there. Whether it's quick enough, I don't know. There's some good driver lineups there. It's about how you partner up with whoever that's going to be at the end between Rasmus and Saucy.
All thanks for your time.
Cheers.
One of their rivals with some misfortune, George Kurtz with a spin down in the International Horseshoe, compounding the issue. He had a hard time getting the car turned around, ended up in the grass, couldn't quite get the pull away he needed. The car stalled, and just now, 30, 45 seconds later, that car has pulled away, driving under its own power, but it's dropped to the back of the lead lap in LMP2. It had been running inside the top 5. In fact, restarted up at the very front, if I'm not mistaken, in the class. Dropped a couple of positions because several of the teams now putting some of their hot shoes in, while others are burning the bronze time in the LMP2 class. It's Christian Rasmussen now who is the quickest and the leader in the LMP2 ranks. That's AO Racing's number 99, also known as Spike the Dragon, and he's starting to pull away a little bit with Bijoy Garg trying to keep pace, running in second.
Looking to GTD Pro, a short while ago, we were talking about Chevrolet Corvettes, Corvette Racing, first and second in class. They have been split, and every time there's a chase in the last couple of hours, basically since Nightfall, it's been that number 1 BMW M4 GT3 Evo that's on the attack. That's Paul Miller Racing entry at the wheel at the moment, and absolutely making it fly is Max Hesse. Super impressive young German who, along with Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen, for years now have been part of the BMW junior team, and that really is something that's tried and tested.
So I'm down at Wayne Taylor, Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, and I've just managed to capture Philippe Albuquerque, of course, multiple winner here. How was your stint? And is it frustrating when you come out of the car and then there's a drive-through? Talk us through the whole process.
Yeah, it's completely on me. I'm an idiot. I pitted in on a full course yellow, and I had the page there, and totally I forgot to put the pit limiter. I overspeed by 1.5 kilometers on average. It's the rules. It's fair. It's what it is. It's on me again. And I worked so hard for 2.5 stints, especially because we were off sync with everybody. So we were with old tires, so everybody passed me. Then I was on news. I was coming back, and I held it there with used tires now. So I was like, we are on the game now because we were like P4. And then I got a drive-through. Oh my God, like all the work to nothing. But anyway, we're on the lead lap, so it's more important, and the car feels good.
And Ricky's in the car now. You were talking about tires. What's the situation with choosing the soft and the hard and the new tires? What's it going to be like through the night?
Yeah, so basically we're waiting for the coolest time of the night to use some soft compound tires, because that's to go on the window. And we're still working with new regulation, with having a little bit less tires. You need to double stint more the tires. We don't like to double stint the tires because it's just sliding. We are slower, but we are going through the work, which is normal. And just let's see how it goes. Now Ricky's in on new tires and double stint tires, and hopefully for the early morning when the sun starts racing up, it's going to be over.
And for you personally and for the team, what are you aiming for? What is your, obviously everyone wants to win, but what would be success this weekend, tomorrow?
I think one thing I think for us, especially for Wayne Taylor Racing, it's to make an improvement on pace and to be there, and I think we have achieved that. We have a good pace, and obviously then I think there is, 6 cars that literally can win the race. I believe the Porsche are very fast, and in the Acura's and the Cadillac seems like in a narrow window between them two, but we need to wait to see when the sun is rising. It's going to be hotter, and on single stints, what is the fastest car? Because it's a different thing analyzing a car that is fast on a double stint or on a single stint. That's completely different things. So we need to wait for that.
Well, we can't wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You could just sense the frustration Felipe with himself. He's such a pro in a car, and you wonder why people, once they've got him on their books, don't let him go. But as he said, all that work undone in the blink of an eye. And as he said, it wasn't for a lot. It was just for under a mile over the mile per hour over the speed limit in the pit lane. But rules are rules. He understands that. But you can sense he'll take himself away and have a few quiet words with himself for that one.
Remarkably candid interview, first with the self-deprecation, but then also, I think, gave us a really good idea of what the pecking order is in GTP.
Yeah, no, totally. But I think the point that really stood out for me was the fact he said you can learn far more about the behaviour of your rivals when they do a double stint than when you're doing a single stint, of which they will do more when we get to daylight. Can you imagine getting to daylight? 13 hours of darkness will come out the other end, and then the race will have a very, very different complexion.
In a sense, it almost starts then. As silly as it sounds, we'll have been racing for over half a day at that point, but all of a sudden, we'll be able to sense it up here. Drivers will be able to sense it in the car. Fans around the track, the intensity starts to rise. Some of those moments where maybe earlier in the race a driver won't take the risk. Maybe now it's time to start increasing your risk tolerance. And that really starts with sunup.
Absolutely so, but you know, obviously with the sun, particularly if we still have mist hanging around, it didn't clear till 9 o'clock this morning, Saturday morning. If it's the same tomorrow, that only leaves them 4 hours 40 minutes for that full daylit run through to the end of the race. But we're not counting on mist, but the fact it's here right now indicates it could well be with us in the morning. And that's a really short time, and that's when the clock seems to spin super, super fast, unless your car is one that's being nursed to the finish. For most people, their options of making up ground get diminished with sort of effectively every 10 minutes they put under their belts.
Should be noted, the fog does appear to be lifting somewhat. It's not obstructing our view of the Ferris wheel, for instance, in the way that it was 30, 45 minutes ago. So perhaps that is a promising sign of things to come. Conditions right now, it is cooling off, just 63 degrees in the air, 66 degrees on the track. Very similar conditions actually to what we saw during the Roar Before the 24, it should be noted. Last week, all the testing that led to this. So the team should have some data on what to expect, but track conditions are different. They certainly weren't this rubbered in as it is now, approaching halfway, a few hours from now, into this 24-hour race with 60 cars circulating now for the better part of 9 hours.
Of course, the field bunch, you might have wondered why I suddenly just started smiling. I tell you what, I was just so enjoying the lead battle as Lawrence Van Toren, the number 6 Porsche 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, leads the way, but he's worked the traffic really, really well as they were going through the international horseshoe. He was 1.25 seconds clear of teammate Julian Andauer on the start-finish line, but I think he's not only gained a few tenths, he's also put a few cars between him and his chasing French arrival.
I'm with Manny Franco from Conquest Racing here, and Manny, you were sitting quite comfortably at the top of your pit box here when I managed to get a word with you. But how's it going so far? You have had a fairly successful stint and things look well.
Yeah, everything's looking pretty good for us right now. I have an hour and a half of my drive time, so that's going to be great to finish up. The boys are doing a fantastic job. We're sitting P3 right now, but the car seems very strong, so we're quite happy with it right now.
And when will we see you back in the car?
So about 40 minutes from now, I'm going to do my second to last stint. We'll see how it goes. I might do the double to finish my stint off, but you'll see me in a car shortly here.
And what's the plan? If you could finish it off now, do you then come back and be a bit of a cheerleader for the team, or maybe the shorter stint and save some time for tomorrow?
For sure, just a cheerleader. I'll bring out my pom-poms, you know, and give out my biggest cheer I can. But the boys are doing great, and I'll be here to support them, you know, throughout the night, of course.
I'll be watching the pom-poms. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
There you go, that's Conquest Racing number 34, GTD. That's Manny Franco, and he's got a big smile on his face.
As well he should. Lorenzo Patrese, second-generation driver, currently driving that car, sits fourth in a very competitive GTD class. Manny from West Allis, a suburb of Milwaukee, most famous because that's the home of the Milwaukee Mile.
Exactly so. I love these great legendary American races. It's so easy for sponsorship and other deals to fall away, and suddenly the race doesn't have a reason to exist. But you just take your hats off to something that's so established. The marketing people have made a name, made an event, and those are some of the ones you really, really need to keep. It's heritage.
A few pieces of business we need to clean up, all out of the LMP2 class. Most recently, good news for Pratt & Miller Motorsports. The 73 has returned to the track from behind the wall. That's the car that contributed to the most recent full course yellow when it lost a wheel coming out of the pits.
Yeah, it's still in the pits, but just getting down towards turn one. It'll turn sharply to the left while the GTD Pro lead battle goes past on the outside. They're on the track as the number 73 Orica is still going around to rejoin, but that is really tight. Tommy Milner leads the class, number 4 Chevrolet Corvette. 0.3 of a second behind though is Max Hesse. He got in between those two works, the Chevrolet Corvettes, and is making a real push for BMW Glory.
Did want to finish off the LMP2 news. There were a couple of incidents that were reviewed. No action taken in either case. One was the spin for Misha Goikberg down in turn 1. That was reviewed, no action taken. Another one was involving George Kurtz, and then also the number 11. That's David Heinemeier Hansen. So evidently George Kurtz, we thought maybe he lost it on his own down into the International Horseshoe. There was contact, we are told, but it was ruled incidental by race control, so no further action there either. But nevertheless, it's been a big setback for the CrowdStrike by APR car 04, which now has dropped back to 7th in LMP2, had been running well inside the top 5 prior to that. Just a couple of minutes away from 15 hours to go. Battles all over the racetrack, but a chance now to do our VP Racing in race update. And in the GTP class right now, it is Lawrence Vanthoor showing the way in car number 6 for Porsche Penske, leading the sister car by 1.7 seconds. Julian Andlauer, who had prevailed in a duel with Vanthoor in the previous stint before they swapped places during the most recent pit stop, sits in second. Then another 5.2 seconds back is reigning IndyCar champ Alex Palou. Chasing him is his teammate Colin Brown, about 2.8 seconds in arrears. Rounding out the top 5 in GTP, Louis Delatraz in the best placed of the Cadillacs. It's the number 40 from Wayne Taylor Racing. To LMP2 we go. Christian Rasmussen, IndyCar race winner at the Milwaukee Mile last year, to bring things full circle. He's the race leader for AO Racing and Spike the Dragon. Currently it's a 4.2 second advantage over Bijoy Garg. Then it's the teammate to Garg in Inter Europol. Car 343 with team boss Kuba Schmikowski currently driving. Daniel Goldberg sits 4th in car 22 for United Autosports, and John Ferrano in car number 8, Tower Motorsports, is 5th. GTD Pro right now led once again by Corvette Racing's Tommy Milner, although it's very close. Less than a second separates him from Max Hesse for Paul Miller Racing, car 1. That's a BMW. Then it's the sister Corvette of Antonio Garcia in 3rd, 1.3 seconds adrift. Ricardo Feller is 4th. This is the highest up the order I can remember the Manthey entered Corello Porsche. Currently shown in 4th in class, and he's towing along Nick Tandy, only a second back. That is in Rexy for AO Racing, completing the top 5 in GTD Pro. GTD, it's Antonio Fuoco leading Zachary Robichon, Ferrari over Aston by 4.5 seconds, then 1.3 seconds further back to the Turner BMW, driven by Patrick Gallagher. then it's an IndyCar driver. Scott McLaughlin, 0.6 of a second back. He holds 4th place for DXDT Racing. Good recovery from them. And just behind him, recently a change of position. Lynn Hodanius taking 5th place from Lorenzo Petresi. That's Mercedes now ahead of Ferrari, 5th and 6th in GTD. That's your VP Racing in race updates. We have ticked past 15 hours to go. Good fights all throughout this 4-class field as the race settles into a rhythm once again. Let's check back into the pits. Duncan Vincent has found Harry Tignall.
Yeah, great to catch up with Harry Tignall. A bit of a laugh there just before it. But Harry, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, not a bad way to spend a Saturday night.
It's a good fun time to be somewhere nice in January as well. But give us an overview of how the team's doing, how the car's performing.
Yeah, we're doing great. You know, it's the first iteration of this Brian MOTORSPORT with PR1 Maston Racing partnership, and you know, we've just been going through our program through the Raw, and Ben did a great job in qualifying. You know, for P4, we've been sort of up there in the race, and you know how it is. You know, you sort of cycle to the front, cycle to the back slightly, but right now the car's in one piece, and we're on a lead lap, and that's the main thing.
How important is it just to get through the night and survive it?
Oh, it's so important. I mean, you see from the very first corner in LMP2, you know, some carnage, some key cars, you know, with damage and out the race. So really, it's no different really in any of the cars. But for us, you know, the last 3 or 4 hours, getting to that point with a clean car, something you can go racing with at the end. That's what we're trying to achieve. But it's not easy out there with so many cars on track, and you know, big gaggles of GT cars everywhere, and the LMP2 car is not so quick in the straight, so you have to really work for the overtake in the corner.
What do you have to do about the temperature when it drops through the night? Does the car handle differently? Does it react different to your inputs?
Yeah, I mean, it's unusually warm, and the minimum temperature isn't actually massively different to the maximum. It's obviously cooler in the night, and you have to be a little bit more careful on the outlap, but compared to what I'm used to in hypercar, these tyres warm up a little bit quicker, so yeah, not too bad.
Well, Alan McNish told me I had to come and speak to you, or I was going to get banned from Scotland, so that's that job ticked off the list.
Well, I hope he stayed up to listen to it, but you know, it's pretty late back in Monaco there now, but exciting times for him, obviously, with the Audi project, and yeah, he's been with me pretty much since the start, and wouldn't be here without him.
Thanks, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Great to hear from Harry Tignall there, and hello to Alan McNish if he is indeed watching and listening along. Pleasure now to welcome a guest up into the booth here. Joining us is Raymond Cotton, Director of Motorsports North America for Michelin. Your timing is great, Raymond, because if you had come, I don't know, an hour or so ago, you really wouldn't have seen a whole lot with all the fog that we had up here in the booth. But thankfully, the fog has moved on, and it's a pretty good view out this window, is it not?
It's got the best view in the house.
I'd say so, and we're going to jealously guard it and try and keep it that way for the foreseeable future. Exciting times for Michelin in the WeatherTech Championship. A new tire that debuts here in Daytona. We know that tire is scheduled to be used all the way from 26-27 through the 2028 season in the WeatherTech Championship and further afield for that matter. Tell the race fans what went into the design of the tire that debuted here in this race here this weekend.
Yeah, so for sure we've got actually 2 new tires, and we can talk about the GTD also, but in the GTP class, yeah, a new tire for the year. If we look at from a performance standpoint, what we really tried to achieve is we really listened to the drivers, really wanted to focus on something that warmed up quicker, so quicker outlaps, tire comes up to temperature quicker, less degradation over the stint, and then longer duration, right? So something that lasts longer, warms up quicker. And we really tried to achieve ISO peak performance, so no degradation in performance, but really bringing a package that's more well-rounded for a driver, and really trying to align with what our company is about, long-lasting performance and sustainability, and matching those two with 50% renewable, recyclable content in the tire.
We will come back to the sustainability side of that because there was a recent announcement that's tied into that with IMSA and with Michelin. But when you're describing what the new prototype tire does, all of those things, faster warm-up, no drop-off, durability. Those are all things that are going to make race car drivers happy. What has the messaging been to you when you talk to the drivers sampling the new products?
Yeah, so I would say it's been overwhelmingly positive. Generally, anytime you make a change, it benefits some and not others. And so no matter if it's good or not, really, it's generally sort of a 50-50 mix. Overwhelmingly, everyone's been very positive. I mean, we're seeing 3 to 5 second gain in the outlap on a GTP car now. Huge, right? And so they're really much more confident on the product, able to trust it much quicker and get up to full speed much faster.
As you alluded to, it's a full suite of new products. The prototypes on one side of things, and you've got multiple compounds as well for GTP that has to be factored in. But then you have to provide tires in the GT classes with a wide variety of makes and models. Yes, there are some disparities with the prototypes, but when you consider front engine, mid-engine, rear engine, different shapes and sizes, it has to be a real technical challenge to find a tire that is suitable for all the cars in the GTD and GTD Pro field.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at the engines aren't in the same place, the weight distributions are different. I mean, everything about those cars is different. That's what makes the class great, right? I think that is, you know, really tied to the street cars, and you get all the different flavors the OEMs bring to that, right? It does make it a challenge, you know, when we release this I would say evolution of tire for those cars this year. We really focused on increasing durability because there were some makes that were a little harder on the tires than others, and we wanted everyone to have really great performance. So we really focused on increasing the durability, but also to that fact, some of the manufacturers' wheels were really hard to mount, and there was actually a safety issue around that. So we looked at how do we make it easier to mount across all the manufacturers' wheels, and then how do we make it more durable, because there were some cars that maybe had a little bit of a disadvantage for wear compared to another car because of how they used the tire. So really made that more robust and made it more even across the field.
I saw that note about the mounting, and I wanted to ask about that. Is this you then responding to information you get from the paddock when you're thinking about developing the next generation of products?
Yeah, and when we look at mountability, of course, here in IMSA, we do all that as a company through our partner, Jackson. And so it's a lot of feedback from those guys, but it's also feedback from the guys at the, you know, our team mounts them all the time and they can mount them really well, but when you get them back to the race shop and you don't mount tires all the time, boy, they can really be a challenge, right? So the feedback was from them, but also from our team.
Raymond Cotton from Michelin joining us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center, high above Daytona International Speedway. Normally when you roll out a tire, for the fan at home or at the racetrack for that matter, it's kind of difficult to tell that it's any different from the previous generation, but not so this year. It's got a very unique look when it goes on, a new sticker tire. You certainly know it's a new sticker tire. Can you describe, what is the official terminology that Michelin uses to describe the pattern that is on the outer edge of the tire when it goes on a car?
Yeah, so if you look at the pattern that's on the outer edge, so a few years ago we released our Vision concept tire. It's a biosourced 3D printed tire that's 100% sustainable, and that's kind of the vision of where the company wants to go. It is the same pattern onto that tire. The idea behind it was, and hats off to the team that thought of this, because I wouldn't have thought of it. I'm, you know, not a marketing guy, I'm an engineer by training, and I tell you from their standpoint, they wanted something that would communicate the changes inside the tire, and boy, it does that. Everyone asks, people want to touch it, people want to interact with it, and you know, if we hadn't, it would look the same as last generation, right? But this, people really want to interact with it and find out why it's different. So it's communicating the biosourced and recyclable materials inside the tire.
Which is a great segue into the new IMSA Michelin Sustainability in Racing Award. I could read through the bullet points I was sent, but you're probably better placed to talk about it. Why this new award? What does it come down to? And then again, what makes this make sense for Michelin to be involved?
Yeah, so I think Michelin, we're about proving that performance and sustainability aren't at odds with each other. They actually complement each other, you know? So, you know, that was kind of the focus behind it, is how do you highlight the teams that are using their resources most efficiently. So if you look at the award, it's finishing position, it's tires, and it's energy usage, and they're all weighted equally, right? So it really gives the teams something to look at how they're doing efficiently. And it's interesting, I was talking with a manufacturer the other night, and they were saying their one of their CEOs had asked, well, what is racing doing for sustainability? And they instantly could point to this and say, hey, this is something we're measuring, tracking, and tracing. So, you know, I think it's good for us to be focused on it, but also, you know, the OEMs who are competing, their suite level is asking for it also.
Makes plenty of sense to me. And it isn't immediately clear that motorsport is a hotbed of sustainability, but quite frankly, there is no better place to learn about everything from performance to sustainability than this high-speed laboratory that is the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? If I look at our product, our vision for our company is to have 40% recycled renewable content in our tire by 2030. We have 50 in the pinnacle of racing now, right? So we are leading the way. But I mean, if you look at the fuel partner with the fuel they're using, you look at the lubricant partners, you look at the hybrid drivetrains, everyone is actually focused in pushing and leading in those areas of development.
When you can point to your race tire and say, look at this, racing at the highest level of motorsports, you have 50% sustainable materials in this tire. Is that proof positive to either the consumer going to their local tire retailer or to your OEM partners to say, you don't have to have any concerns about giving up performance by also thinking about sustainability? Here's proof positive. The best drivers in the world, the biggest manufacturers in the world trust this to perform as well as to hit their sustainability goals.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can say that it's not a compromise.
Right.
You know, you're not going to give up your wet traction to gain this. You're not going to give up your braking performance. So yeah, it's about showing and demonstrating that you know, not only can you not give up performance, in this case we actually gain, right? We gain drivability, we gain durability in doing it. One thing too, and I think a lot of people don't think about, is when you introduce these materials, sourcing them is hard, creating them is hard, and creating them at a scale to put them in all passenger car tires is very difficult. And racing gives you that nice medium of, hey, I need 10,000. Create that supply chain. Creating that and learning how to do that then allows you to create 1 million, which makes it to the mass market.
You can scale up.
You can scale up, right?
Interesting.
So it teaches you how there's a big difference between making a pound of something and then making enough to supply a series and then making enough to supply OEM. And so it's really those steps.
Yeah, really, really interesting. You mentioned the wet tires, and so we've talked about, you know, the new compounds for GTs, for prototypes with at least in GTB, with both softs and medium compounds to choose from in this race specifically. Is the wet tire new, or is this a carryover from the past?
The wet tire will be a carryover this year with a new one coming out next year. For our development cycles, we felt a little rushed on making the improvements we would want to make, so we held off to give us a little more time on development for the wet.
And will that incorporate some of the same sustainable materials?
For sure. I mean, it'll be a different mix because so much stuff is different in the wet tire, you know. But for sure, it's a focus, and it's a focus of us in what we're doing.
I've heard tires referred to as a black art. I mean, they are quite literally black, but also just trying to get to the bottom of what makes them switch on and switch off. I mean, for these teams that are doing this week in and week out at the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, are they about as dialed in to what makes a race tire tick, or just a tire in general tick, as anybody on the planet?
For sure, they are as dialed in how to make it work for their car. But I guarantee you, when we sit here next year, they will be going faster because they will be found more.
Yeah.
Right? And so with the amount of track time and then, you know, the amount of time on the tires, the teams have adjusted and are getting tremendous results. For sure, they will continue to develop and refine over the year, though, guaranteed.
And that's what you want. That's why you partner with these teams, for them to continue to push you forward as well.
Absolutely. We learn too, right? And so they learn, they optimize and perform, and our engineers are right now working with the teams doing exactly the same thing.
Finally, do you have a sense, given the relatively elevated temperatures we're experiencing this year compared to previous years, how much do you expect we'll see the teams go to the soft compound tires here overnight?
So it'll be interesting to see. I really think you need, and I'll use Fahrenheit since where we are, but we speak in Celsius more. But I really think you're going to need a track temp under 65. We're close.
We are. We're right on the precipice.
We're right up. We're close, right? And so it'll be interesting to see. What's interesting for the GTD cars, we'll start there, is most of those guys have already done all their double stinting. They did it extremely early, which really speaks to the robustness of the new product. I would have expected them to do it later in the night when it was colder. They're almost done.
Could that have been done on the previous generation tire?
I don't think they would have, right? Like, so it says about the confidence in the product, right? And so also really interesting is, historically, I would have thought they would have done a ton of just double stinting the lefts and not the rights. Teams double stinted them all and got it done quicker, right? And so it really speaks to that. The GTPs are working through it. Everyone's double stinted multiple sets. They're setting up to have a great end race, right? And so with the mediums, it'll be interesting to see. We're going to be close, so it'll be interesting to see what some teams choose to do when we dip to whatever the minimum's going to be. They're going to be watching, and it'll be interesting to see.
Fascinating conversation. Raymond Cotton, the Director of Motorsports North America for Michelin, joining us here in the booth. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for the support of motorsports globally. It seems like all across the world there are sports cars racing on Michelin tires, and we really appreciate everything that you do for this ecosystem, and quite literally it makes it all go around.
Well, thank you for having me, Ryan.
Pleasure is mine. We'll turn you loose. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll be watching that tire strategy unfold now, armed with a little more information than we had previously, Bruce.
Absolutely fascinating, and it's just knowing, as Raymond brought all that knowledge, that so many other elements within a racing car, the fuels, some of the construction processes are going to become more and more sustainable. There's pressure on them to do so, and you know what? The best brains in the automotive industry tend to be the ones that gravitate towards the fast-moving world of motorsport, and I think the solutions are coming thick and fast. And if every single element on a car can be made just that little bit more or a whole lot more sustainable, and it's for the greater good. But competition just drives it to that point, and what they're doing, other tire companies will be trying to do. It's a competition. That's why we go racing. We compete.
That's really what it's all about. There is no industry that will push an auto manufacturer or associated industry manufacturer forward more than the racetrack. The teams demand to be moving forward constantly, whether that's their cars, their drivers, their pit crews, and the tires certainly are no exception.
No, exactly so, but certainly if you're looking, I mean, various branches of racing started to think maybe their future was limited, but in the historic scene, already an awful lot of the series only go racing on sustainable fuel. And if you can do it for a 1930s Bentley, you're doing a great job.
14 hours, 41 minutes to go. Clock continues to tick inexorably down, down, down from 24 hours when we started at 1:40 in the afternoon. Suppose that was still earlier today. We're now an hour away from midnight here in Daytona Beach, Florida. It is a Porsche Penske 1-2 in GTP with Lawrence Vanthoor leading Julian Andlauer by 1.3 seconds. Alex Palou, Colin Brown running in formation, third and fourth. And then it's a couple of Cadillacs, fifth and sixth, with Louis Delatraz leading Jack Aitken. Ricky Taylor, excuse me, that's not right. Kubish Mikowski has driven his way to the front of LMP2. I think we're in the middle of LMP2 pit stops right now, because we see Harry Tinknell leaving the pits on an outlap. Heard from him a few moments ago. Starting to get some of that star power in LMP2 in these cars. The likes of Christian Rasmussen and Paul di Resta, Harry Tinknell, Malte Jakobsen, Jo van Altert, all climbing aboard. This is what we've been waiting for. I think we're almost at the point where the bronze drivers are just about done. And now we get into some of these top line drivers that make up the bulk of the LMP2 lineups.
When you approach the witching hour, who do you need? You need the big guns. And the good news for the drivers out there is that the mist that really was beginning to get lower above the giant grandstand, not necessarily down at pit level yet, but it has blown not fully through, but it's not wafting in bangs past our window, and we can see right the way across the track to the back stretch behind the Ferris wheel and Lake Lloyd, and to the Le Mans chicane on the back straight, the left, right, left combination. So things are good, and maybe, just maybe, we won't go through the night with mist, and maybe we won't start Sunday morning when people come in and start thinking about breakfast with the inability to see very far at all. So that is good news, and it's been a good day so far. And I'd say the early stages of the race, there were quite a lot of full course yellows, but we've had the last 3 hours have been very good indeed. We're finding a pattern, finding a form. For those that aren't racing for Porsche Penske Motorsport, it's not the best of news, but we've got those two cars separated by about a second. In fact, let's wait as 307 laps are completed. It's going to be 1 second on the nose, but Alex Palou, in the better placed of the Acuras, is not that far behind. He's 3 seconds further back in third overall, but we really do things like you're loading Noah's Ark. We've got 2 Porsches, 2 Acuras, 2 Cadillac. Come on, BMW, get your 2 cars together, but they are separated in 7th and 9th position, because 8th place is the JDC Miller privately entered Porsche that has led this race, but it's out of kilter in terms with the competition. It ran a different tactic early on, and so it's shown great speed, it's shown the ability to pick its way up the order, but the true picture for that in where it is it's not the same as anyone else. You can carry on being not the same as anyone else until right at the very end of the race, but of course you want to end the race with almost no fuel in your tank, almost no tyre left, and take your car right the way to conclusion. But we'll see what they can do. But JDC Miller done a very good job so far, but for now they're splitting the 2 Works BMWs in 7th and 9th position. They're in 8th. Kaylin Frederick, who's really shown a fantastic, not just turn of speed, but consistent ability to place the car in attack progressively and also to defend very well too. And it's not an easy job to do when you've got 60 cars trying to play on a 3.5 mile over.
And he was a late call-up to this lineup. He was not on the original entry list. It was Bryce Aaron who filled that slot initially before that shifted. It was during the Roar Before the 24 weekend, that last weekend, that the entry list was adjusted to include the Marylander, Kaylin Frederick, former champion in British Formula 3 back in 2020, won 9 races that year, 13 times on the podium. And a bit of a star-crossed trip up the rest of the single-seater ladder in Europe, but talent shone through in 2020 to win that British F3 championship, and it's doing so again, proving to be pretty quick to adjust to these Porsche 963s.
It's a big step up. It's a huge step up. Racing single-seat is effectively a one-make championship in various points around Europe and in the States. It is one thing. I mean, very few of those Formula 3 championships are anywhere near as strong as they used to be when you go up through the single-seater ranks. I'm thinking of the likes of Michael Schumacher, Mika Häkkinen, you could see then, but there were lots of people chipping away at their tail. However, there's the ability that Kaylin's showing moving across this year to try cars with roofs on, to try, last year he's racing Formula Super Lights, which is effectively Japanese Formula 3, in a field of cars that probably had 12, 15 cars. Here he is on a playing field with world-beating drivers, 60 cars. It's a huge step up, but he's really done a cracking job so far for JDC Miller Motorsport.
He has indeed. That car has been running extremely well over the course of this race so far. Just wanting to see if we have any notes about anything that's gone wrong for the 85. Don't see anything. The only notes that I have involve them challenging for the overall lead, which they took for a time with a couple hours gone by in the race. Spent a little bit of time at the front. They've been shuffled back somewhat, but still, how many times will the drivers tell you? It's a long race, stay on the lead lap, give yourself a chance when the sun comes up, and more importantly, in that final couple of hours, the sprint to the checkered flag.
I picked up my very analog notebook, and my entry for car 85 has nothing in it other than the car's name, and that is undoubtedly how they'd like that to stay.
GTP pit stops underway. These are on schedule, and it is Meyer Shank Racing, the first to bring its cars into the pits. Also in is JDC Miller with car 85, and it looks like Louis Delatraz for Wayne Taylor Racing taking this opportunity to come and pit. Lawrence Vanthor, the leader, with 2.3% energy still remaining in the virtual tank. Julian Andlauer a little bit more than that. Jack Aitken, interestingly enough, sits in third. That car with 6% energy still in the virtual tank, but if memory serves, they topped off at the tail end of the yellow last time, and that's helped them perhaps extend this stint a little bit, trying to play some strategy possibly, as that team is wont to do. Really clever operation headed up by Gary Nelson, longtime and legendary NASCAR crew chief. Some amazing stories about his time in stock car racing in the 80s and 90s, maybe even before, but has been heading up Action Express for some time. Now Porsche Penske, they don't have to do anything special this time, Bruce. The cars pit in the order that they would prefer, 6 ahead of 7.
But they do like to swap them round. After you, Claude. No, after you. But this time around, the car with the white dorsal fin came in first, which is good because that's in garage area 2 as opposed to garage area 1. At a standstill, brakes smoking away. You work them so hard here at Daytona.
Possible stupid question, but we're approaching midnight here, so you can get a little bit off-piste from time to time as we get into the overnight hours. I've heard after you, Claude, a few times. Who's Claude? What is this from?
I wish I could come up with a snappy and accurate answer. It used to be a phrase that was introduced to me when I think when I joined Autosport as a young journalist, and it was if someone wasn't too competitive. They said,
okay.
no, after you, Claude. It's suggesting someone perhaps competing at Le Mans when things were far less competitive.
Okay, well, we'll put it out to the peanut gallery if anybody knows the answer.
Any name you wish, but Claude seemed to fit quite well.
I like it. I will be stealing that for future use. Interesting, just got a replay. And Lawrence Vanthor coming into the pit lane. Maybe close to locking up. See, we got another look from on board here. He was possibly dealing with a little bit of traffic. Did he get it rode up in time? Kind of looked like he did.
I think he just did that classic pro driver thing. I'm going to eke every nanosecond I can. Slightly put off the line he probably would have wanted to take as he was kind of peel off into the very start of the pit lane as he came through Speedway 4, but he still did the job he had to do as far as I could see. It looks though he took it right up to the white line, which is the point at which you have to be under the pit lane and maximum speed coming in. He did that very nicely, came in the lead, the number 6 Porsche Penske entry, but Julian Andlauer in 7, the sister car, tucked in right behind him.
Jack Aitken now in the pits from the lead. Looks like Dries Vanthor might be able to eke out a little bit more. No, he'll be in here shortly, pitting from second. Side by side up onto the banking. Were these the two teammates? I think they were. For confirmation here on board with Matt Campbell now in car number 6. It's now Lauren Heinrich in the number 7. Here is the pit stop for Aitken. Looks like they did take tires, done with the energy replenishment. That car leaves the pits just as the Valkyrie comes into its pit box. That was awfully close to a collision between those two. That might be looked at by race control before it's all said and done. Vanthor also in the pit lane now. That car back on the lead lap after dropping off during the previous 3-hour green flag run.
Just remember, when talking about the Aston Martin Valkyrie, that is the one that's fallen back from the pack in GTP. It lost with sort of electrical problems, so it seemed. That car stopped a couple of times out on the circuit, got sort of fired up and went again, but came back, and the repairs cost it the best part of 16 laps. And since then, they're running at a very decent pace, still haven't overtaken all of the LMP2 runners. They will do that probably in the next hour or so, but right now in the pits, and for Aston Martin, they're just got to wait. But Ross Gunn, the driver who brought it in, but again, how close was he to having an incident that would lead to a penalty at some point?
Yeah, it was very, very close there on his way in, while the other car was on its way out. They have clawed back a few laps. You said they were 16 laps down at one point. They're now 12 laps down, so that's progress. Completed 299 laps. The leader has done 311.
The next line down, the 295 laps.
95 laps, sorry.
It's very difficult when you've got a lot of cars, you're looking across a large number of tables. In fact, we were having a discussion. We could pull up 3 different timing screens, and not one of them has everything, every bit of information you want, and you can very easily just be flicking from, you know, screen of choice A, B and C and just miss something. But unfortunately for Aston Martin Valkyrie fans, it is 16 to 17 laps in arrears of the race leading at the moment. The Cadillac of Earl Bamber, but he's just coming out of the pit, so he will fall back down the order. And do expect that Matt Campbell and Lauren Heinrich are respectively in 6 and 7. Those are their car numbers for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Did we just have a car kissing the wall? It got very, very close indeed. No, I think just running wide. It looks like it could be one of the Acuras, but that was, again, sometimes you just gut the bank and, oh, I'll tell you what's also happening. The mist is starting to descend back to sort of a bit more how it was. It billows past our windows, but we are in a very lofty perch, I'd say about 100 feet about the level of the pit lane that we're looking down over. But the mist was going away. It's coming back again.
Mist coming down, so too does the hand of fate, and it reaches out and grabs AJ Allmendinger in car 60, Meyer Shank Racing. Penalty, drive-through, working on the car outside of the pit box. This is one of those rules. We've been talking about it sporadically over the course of the race, and we're getting a replay of it here. There are marks in the pit box that you have to be within, front axle and rear axle, in order for you to be eligible to do work on the car. He came in at a jaunty angle, evidently slightly outside the box. I think it's the right front. That's the problem. And a penalty has been handed down, so expect an extra run through the pit lane for car 60 here shortly. New voice down in the pit lane. Let's check in now with Arjuna Kankapati.
Great to be back on the pit lane. There are some heads starting to drop. You can feel the energy as we reach the halfway point, starting to waver for some, but there is GTD pit stops. Inception are currently sitting in their box. Turner have already gone in and out, but driver change and fuel being put in. And I'm stood in front of the Triarte competition Ferrari. Kenton Cook will be getting out. Robert McGuinness going to be jumping in. And slightly earlier, Ryan, I was talking with Trent Hinman, and he was saying this is one of his favorite times to be racing around Daytona. There's something visceral about being in the nighttime, whether it's the slightly thicker air that we've got with the haze. It's a magical time for all these drivers as they get ready to lock themselves in for another double stint with some brand new Michelin tires as well.
Well, that'll make them feel nice. Just completed the double stints, now on to the fresh rubber. Heard from a couple of drivers out of cars talking about the fact that none of these cars feel particularly nice on a double stint. I think it was Sebastian Bourdais in particular who was talking about how pointy his LMP2 car got in the second stint on the Michelins. But everyone's going to have to take the punishment at one point or another. There just aren't enough tires in the allocation to do a 4-tire change at every stop.
No, exactly so. And just a little bit of news. Car 73, remember, it was delayed enormously with its various problems. Well, the main problem being it only had 3 wheels when it made it back to the pits. But Chris Cumming has just had a spin at turn 7. And in fact, a couple of cars have been involved. And again, with the spray of light from the headlights down at the Le Mans chicane, we've got one P2 car facing the wrong way. Another one had a spun. I don't think you do that. How do you try having a spin on the way in, pitch sideways? The chasing car was the one that's delayed because that spun off the circuit, whereas the other P2 car that spun just in front of it, was that car number 2?
Yes.
Couldn't quite tell. You think it was number 2?
I'm confident it was. That would have been Mikkel Jensen. That's the final car still running at the moment. Much delayed car.
Yeah, much delayed, and that happened all in practically the opening minutes of the race, didn't it?
Another new voice in the pits. Let's welcome back Peter Snowden. What do you got for us, Snowy?
Yeah, I've just caught up with Russell Ward, who's just jumped out of the Winwood Racing Mercedes, and he's just done a double stint on the same tyres, and it's I think you've got a view on that, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty tough. I did over 70 laps on that set of tires, and man, the last 20 laps were really, really tough, and had a restart there and just got kind of eaten up. So, but I mean, this is what we have to do. We have less than you know, the allocation we need to be able to run every stop as a new tire. So it's something everybody's dealing with. It's good to kind of get it out of the way. So the car feels great. I mean, it's really, really quick. And, you know, we have a lot of good top-end speed, and I think we can win it if we keep the car clean.
Well, that's positive. But from your perspective, driving the car around such a circuit as Daytona, because it's not like many other circuits, it offers unique opportunity, or unique challenges, shall we say. Double sending a set of tyres, how different is the car from beginning to end? Probably like a real layman's question, but from your point of view behind the wheel.
Yeah, you know, when you got a new set of tires on here, it really masks almost everything. It just feels great. And, you know, I knew I was going to go in there and double stinted, so, I mean, I was tried to be as careful as I could on the rears and just keep the car alive, you know, try to do some fuel saving as well. And so, I mean, you know, some of these stints are really tough, and then, you know, the last 10 stints, hopefully we've got new tires for everybody, and we can gain some of the spots we lost back and get back up there.
How do you go about fuel saving?
You know, really just lift and coast, do some short shifting, you know, try to use the draft as much as you can. I mean, you know, it's, you know, the Mercedes, thankfully, is a really, really good car at fuel saving, and sometimes you can even find some speed somewhere. You know, you keep the platform, you know, lifting and coasting into some of the heavy braking zones, so, yeah, that's really, really about it.
See, from the outside, we just thought you went round and round for a couple of hours and then had a glass of water.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We think from the outside you just go round and round for a bit, then have a bottle of water.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I need a bottle of water right now. But it's beautiful weather to be out here racing, and the fog's coming in, which is making it pretty interesting. It's a real cool race.
Russell, thank you for your time and your input. Much appreciated. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Well done, Snowy, for catching that. Again, it's great when you get a driver who actually just wants to go and sit down and have a bottle of water, or even two, but they take the time, and it really helps. It might just be one bit of information you get from them. Just you're sharing their experience, and it's difficult. But I think what Russell was saying about the end of a second stint, 70 laps on a set of tyres around here, that's 230 miles or so. That's a lot of effort.
He's the first one to bring up the fog unprompted.
He's good, isn't he?
I guess so. He knows his business. Two-time and defending IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship GTD class champion. He's also a two-time class winner of this event, first in 2021 and again in 2024.
What we really need to emphasise, it has been Porsche for a while. Alex Palou managed to separate them, but he's been attacked, and Matt Campbell has just moved through. But it's great, the challenge is coming to those Porsche Penske's. Track conditions is staying very, very stable. Air temperature is marginally cooler than track temp. We're talking by about 4 degrees, next to nothing, near parity.
And a couple of times we've now had the onboard shot from on board with Alex Palou. He had to drive right through the two spinning LMP2 cars down at the Le Mans chicane. The two cars in question, by the way, as we thought, it was Mikkel Jensen in the 2 for United Autosports, which has had a really tough day. The other one, another car that's had a tough day, quite frankly, 73, that's Pratt & Miller Motorsports.
Yeah, respectively, they're in 51st position, that's car 73, and car number 2 in 55th, the last of the runners. They're still pressing on, but they've just had that little moment, and it certainly hindered Alex Palou, helped Matt Campbell. That's why the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars are holding down the top 2 positions again. But I'm just encouraged. The Acuras seem to be going very nicely, or more to the point, the number 93 Meyer-Shank racing car is the one that's taking the battle to the Porsches.
Doing his best is Alex Palou, but just had a rear brake lockup, went long in the second horseshoe. Did a great job to keep it on the racetrack, but lost some ground. He now trails the Matt Campbell-driven Porsche in the battle for second and third by around a second. Let's check back in the pits. Arjuna has caught up with one of the stars of 2025 at IMSA. That was Kenton Cook.
And not only did he finish second in last year's GTD Championship, but Kenton, it's 10 years since you debuted here at the Rolex 24 and won the watch. How special was that memory going back a decade?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a decade ago was definitely, it seems like now just yesterday, but it's weird how the years are kind of flying by. But yeah, I felt good on that day to, you know, essentially that was the end of the Mazda ladder system for me, where I reached the level of WeatherTech that, you know, you're striving to achieve, and was super lucky to be partnered with JDC Miller Motorsports there in LMPC to get that win. And yeah, it was a battle of attrition, and we won that battle. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I had a lot of fun with those guys. yeah, here we are 10 years later, my 7th time doing this, and we've come close a few times, and hopefully we can get it today, but we're going to have to work really hard for it.
You've just handed over to Rob McGuinness, and I saw you having a chat with your engineer, a quite animated chat. Was there anything that you were trying to relay to Rob about the balance of the car, especially with the conditions that we're dealing with here?
Yeah, I told him I just had the most fun stint of my life, with a little bit of sarcasm. It was kind of funny, you know, with the way the tire allotment works. You have to make sure you double stint some tires, and when you double stint tires, that's really not fun. But we double stinted left sides, put right sides on in the stop. Then there was a yellow 10 minutes, 15 minutes into that stint. They filled me up, didn't change the tires. So I had a long time on that set of tires. And the other thing was, you know, we kind of have some floor bottoming in the bus stop that we've been trying to take care of in the first part of the stints. And the final curb, if you hit it wrong, can bottom really bad. In this case, the car has stopped bottoming on the final curb when I got in, because I think the floor has self-clearanced itself. So there's some positivity going around, and we're having smiles here, just because, you know, you got to get through that part of the night where you get through your tire allotment and you try to save as much as you can. And I was also fuel saving a lot, so we went a lap or two further than some other guys, and we were going really slow doing it. So I had a blast.
Go get some rest. Thanks, Kenton.
Yeah, will do. I see you had a pit stop, and you also have some, you seem fresh.
Well, while all that was happening, a message has come through. Remember that car 73, the Pratt Miller Orica had a moment with the number 2 United Autosports Orica, and it's number 2 that's been pinged for that drive-through penalty for them. I mean, it's not going to change their position. They're stone last. Mikkel Jensen was the driver at the wheel. And I've got we put out the question about after you, Claude, and AI has been a phenomenal thing, because I've got this incredible answer. After you, Claude, is a catchphrase from the 1940s BBC radio comedy It's That Man Again, you'd have to say. And the character, Colonel Chinstrap, you're getting the real flavour of the age, I guess, mockingly invited him to go first, implying he is pushy or always seeking drinks. It originated from the character's relentless pursuit of alcohol, often used in a polite yet dismissive manner. Oh, I tell you what, that wasn't AI, it was our man in the pits, Peter Snowden, with that answer.
Oh, of course he knew.
Big fan of 1940s radio shows.
Of course he knew. We should have gone straight to him. That was our mistake.
Yes. We'll do better in future, but well done, Snow. I couldn't write a message that long without putting a whole stream of spelling mistakes in. Fat fingers, you see.
He did that while patrolling the pits for us as well. Excellent multitasking.
One car I just want to pick out, because remember we had the Corvettes leading GTD Pro, and then it sort of flipped around, we had the Ford Mustangs. They then fell away, but Seb Prio has got his up, that's car number 65, into 5th place in class. He just banged in some really impressive laps, and he's got to within a second of Dan Harper's number 1 BMW that, remember, was splitting the Corvettes a while ago when Max Hess was driving it. So suddenly the Ford is coming back into the mix. The sister car, Ben Barker's car, is somewhat further back. That had a delay, and that has got to get past 4 GTD cars to get back in the pro battle. But for one of the 2 bullets in the Ford gun, it's going very nicely at the moment.
There are a couple of cars that seem to be getting stronger as we get deeper into the night. I'd point as well to Manthey Racing's Porsche, Ricardo Feller up to 3rd. Definitely the best I've seen that car at any point in the race up to this point. And in GTP, Cadillac suddenly is starting to find the pace. Jordan Taylor did his car's fastest lap a handful of laps ago. They're still a little ways away from the front runners, but it does seem like maybe the changing conditions has come to the benefit of the Cadillacs, both for the Wayne Taylor Racing Team as well as for Action Express.
Talk about conditions changing. I think Hollywood's about to suggest we're going to have a monster walking out of the swamp shortly, because the mist is really starting to billow past our very high up Erie, looking down over this incredible circuit and over the big coloured array of grass between us and the pit lane, and beneath us, right beneath our feet, the cars are still going past, mist or no mist, at 200 miles an hour when they go over the start-finish line. That's the pace the GTP cars can manage. It's very spectacular. Top 3 cars covered by 8 seconds. It's very competitive.
Current weather conditions, 63 in the air, 68 on track. That's on the Fahrenheit scale, of course, but 89% humidity in the air. You can see it out the window in the form of this fog or mist, whatever you want to call it. Hard to miss it. It was thicker a couple of hours ago, then it went away completely. Now it's back with a vengeance. Still not quite at the level of thickness that we saw at its height, but it is again starting to accumulate over the track. The good news is it continues to be relatively windy. Looking down to the International Horseshoe and the flags representing all of the nations on the grid continue to blow pretty strongly toward the infield across the track from the Horseshoe.
You spotted I was having my slightly face. Well, remember the incident, car number 2 and 73, and it was 2 that got pinged. The United Autosports Orica given a drive-through penalty. Mikkel Jensen, the driver. The party that was aggrieved was car 73, and they have also decided to get a drive-through penalty because the one of their pit stops leaving with equipment attached. Oh, in all fairness, both have been so delayed, it's not going to separate them from victory, but it's just sometimes you just have to accept it's not your day. But remember, this is a day, a night and a day sort of race, so you've got a chance to claw some of it back, but they are way off. For example, the Christian Rasmussen leading the way in the LMP2 class. That's car number 99. It's gone like a train for AO Racing since PJ Hyatt kicked that off. Is running in the golden livery, sort of dressed for the evening, you'd say, but that's got 312 laps on the board. Number 73 Orica, the one that's just picked up the penalty, has got I've got to do some maths here, it's actually got 289 laps, so a country mile between them.
Makes for a long evening, morning, and then afternoon when you're already essentially down for the count. And it started very early, didn't it? I mean, it was the opening lap for car 2 that they were already forced to go behind the wall with damage sustained in that lap 1, turn 1 incident, and it's not gotten any better for them since. However, they're thinking about the season, they're thinking about the points that they can try and salvage here, and if some of their rivals should drop out, and they do it early enough, if they can keep on running, there's a chance they can make up a position or two that ultimately could prove extremely beneficial as we get to the end of the season.
Entirely so. I mean, for those that didn't get to enjoy the start of the race with us, maybe they can watch some on catch-up, but 24-hour race, driver briefing, make it absolutely plain. We talked in Countdown to Green about some things you can do to sort of see you'll get to the end of the race, and I don't think a lot of the LMP2 drivers were paying any attention at all. Lap 1, turn 1, contact, cars recovering from that, hitting other cars as well, so it was secondary contact. And for United Autosports, one of the 2 sort of strings of their bow immediately loosened, almost coming off the bow entirely, but the fact is they've kept it going, and the sister car is also still running around in class, in fact running very nicely. Paul Di Resta has been setting some quick laps. He's 3rd in the P2 class, and he's right on the tail of Bijoy Garg, who is in the, well, into Europol with their green and yellow cars, and the one with the opposite livery, yellow and green. That's going very nicely indeed. Car number 43, 2nd in class, but Christian Rasmussen leading the P2 class, as I said, for AO Racing.
And by a healthy margin, nearly 22 seconds. Could have a battle for 2nd here before too much longer, as you're quite right. Di Resta has run down Bijoy Garg. We do have a battle on our hands in GTD. Antonio Fuoco leads by 8.7 seconds, but Zachary Robichon for the Heart of Racing holds down the 2nd spot. He was under some pressure a moment ago from Scott McLaughlin. Scott, though, now forced to play some defense because the Turner BMW has arrived on the scene. He's got company in the form of Alex Palou coming to the inside. GTP traffic trying to play through this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in GTD. That traffic now splitting the battle here slightly. That gives a bit of a reprieve to Robichon, who was coming under some pressure once again as those cars made their way to the infield. Aston leading Corvette, leading BMW in that scrap for the podium positions outside of 1st, of course, in the GTD class.
It's funny, isn't it? At certain points in the race, suddenly class battles close right up, and it's quite often when you've got cars from other classes coming through, suddenly they slightly trouble the GTD runners and the GTD Pro runners, bunch them up, and off they go. They go away. The GTP cars can obviously have a far superior performance, but they get in. They sort of effectively come in, upset, push the rug into a series of sort of rucked mounds, and then shoot off into the distance, leading everyone else to sort it out. But actually, it's great. But just before we came back on air, we were looking down over the International Horseshoe, and I just sort of pointed out of the window through the mist to Ryan and said, look, here we are, suddenly we've got 10 cars nose to tail. 2 laps ago they weren't like that at all. And this is what the drivers have to do, and it's so difficult in terms of keeping their focus. You think you're just settling down, you've got your class battle, you can see your class rival wherever they are, and then suddenly you're having to run to the beat of a different drum.
I made my way down to the Lone Star Mercedes garage. They've been slowly charging their way forward, cracked the top 5, and Lynn Herdanius is standing with me. Lynn, I'd heard you went a lap down early in the race, but you've been able to fight your way back. Do you remember exactly what that was?
Sorry, what was that?
I heard you guys went a lap down early in the race, but you've done a great job to fight yourself back into contention.
Yeah, just been showing great pace all the last couple of hours, and yeah, it was a blast getting up there and fighting my way through. So yeah, we've been doing quite good.
We saw you a couple of times last year, but it didn't really go the way that I know you would have wanted. Has that given you and the whole Lone Star Racing team some motivation coming here to the Rolex 24?
Yeah, for sure. We're all very motivated to push for the best result. Of course, last year we had some minor issues that really ruined our races, but now we're here. We're back to fight, and back to fight for the podium.
It's your first Rolex 24, so I do have to ask you, we're about halfway through, not quite at the 12-hour mark. What's been your favorite part of this experience so far?
Well, just driving to the fireworks was quite cool. I have to say that was, that was really cool. You never see it anywhere else, so yeah, it's been cool. Just being here, the atmosphere is awesome. Loads of people still now, so yeah, that's been awesome.
Got to live out the Sunny Hayes moment. Thanks for the time.
Yes, thanks.
Lynn Herdanius, really quick. Young Dutch driver making the transition to sports cars here in the last couple of seasons, and a driver that Mercedes certainly has its eyes on. Bruce, I met him on the grid at the 24 Hours of Le Mans last summer when he was making his Le Mans debut, and I just remember him wide-eyed looking back and forth at the giant tribunes on either side of the track. If anything can prepare you for racing at this cathedral of speed here at Daytona, I suppose it's the magnitude of that event at Circuit de la Sarthe every June. But that said, you could tell he was really soaking up the atmosphere. Each of the 24-hour races has something that sets it a bit apart, and he was enjoying the unique aspects of coming and racing at Daytona.
Yeah, I must confess that you look down from our high up perch here and looking at all the pre-race format of the cars fanned out below us, an array of colours, but that's a fantastic way to launch a season. Obviously, that's one of the lovely elements about the Rolex 24 at Daytona. It kicks off so many seasons, sets the scene. But when you go to Le Mans, it's just that little, well, it's a whole lot noisier, because here you've got the grandstand on one side and then the noise can travel away. But at Le Mans, you've got grandstands on both sides. It's a funnel, and the noise and the celebration before the race. I don't know how the start drivers keep their heads cool at all, but it's fantastic. We don't mind a bit of pomp and ceremony.
Right now, his car sits 5th, as Arjuna referenced, inside the top 5 in the hands of Scott Andrews right now. Busy season for Lynn. He'll be doing some racing here in IMSA, but also full season planned for Iron Lynx in the World Endurance Championship. That's, of course, also a Mercedes program. And he did that a year ago, started mixing in a few other races here and there, stateside and elsewhere in Europe. Again, another one of these up-and-comers that sees sports car racing as a path to a motorsport career, a chance to actually earn some money in the sport, which it's awfully difficult to do until you reach the upper echelons of single-seaters.
Yeah, and over the decades, there have been periods where precious few people are actually professional racing drivers, earning a proper living, not just a little bit of boot money here or there. The American racing scene has always had a much, much stronger professional element to it, but now we've got, these are international guns for hire. That's exactly how it is for so many of them, racing and showing they've got talent in GT3, which is what Lynn Herdanius is trying to do right now, right now, it opens a lot of doors. And if you're happy to get on a plane and travel anywhere in the world, you gain experience of circuits, build towards something. And if you're just that little bit better than the others, it's the way to start a long career. But you've got to be good off the track as well as on the track for a manufacturer to keep interested.
And again, Mercedes has taken interest. He was named a Mercedes-AMG Junior driver at the tail end of 2025, so first full season in that role. 14 hours, 4 minutes to go, closing in on the completion of another hour here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Time for a VP Racing in-race update. Porsche Penske 1-2. I feel like we've said that a few times over the course of nearly 10 hours of racing. It's now Lauren Heinrich, though, who has the field in hand, leading Matt Campbell, his teammate, by close to 8 seconds here on this stint. Really impressive stuff from a driver making just his second start in a Porsche 963. Sitting in third, it is Alex Below for Meyer Shank Racing in the best placed of the Acuras, followed by a pair of Cadillacs. First, it's Earl Bamber for Whelen Engineering Action Express, then Jordan Taylor for the family Wayne Taylor Racing team. To the LMP2 ranks, Christian Rasmussen, the IndyCar driver, leads. Paul di Resta has made his way up to second, but now calls into the pit lane to the attention of the United Autosports crew. That will help promote Inter Europol's George Kolovos up a position, and following him through shortly will be the sister car driven now by Formula E and sports car ace Antonio Felix da Costa, with Harry Tignall completing the top 5. In GTD Pro, Corvette Racing running in formation, another 1-2 at the top of the class. Tommy Milner leads his longtime teammate Antonio Garcia. Then in third, Dan Harper for Paul Miller Racing, a car that had to start out back in its class after its qualifying times were thrown out for a infraction involving impermissible camber. They've had a good race recovering from that and have run up at the front much of the day. Ricardo Feller up to 4th. Make that 5th now. Sebastian Prio up to 4th in the best place of the Mustangs, ahead of the Porsche from Manthey. Then in GTD, it's Antonio Fuoco by a pretty hefty margin, some 34 seconds. No, make that 9.8 seconds over Scott McLaughlin. Then Jens Klingman for Turner. Zachary Robichon has dropped a couple of spots in recent laps in the heart of racing. Aston, he's down to 4th. Scott Andrews completes the top 5 in GTD, driving for Lone Star Racing. So that was the VP Racing in race updates with 14 hours, 2 minutes to go. AJ Allmendinger and Ricky Taylor, a couple of cars that had drive-through penalties here recently, embroiled in a bit of a battle. This is in the nether reaches of the top 10 in GTP. Currently, Taylor holds the spot over Allmendinger. 9th and 10th is what's being disputed here. But this is all happening way behind the two Porsches that lead this race 1-2. And it's not been, despite the fact we say it's been 1-2 a lot for Porsche Penske, it's not been a totally clean run, especially for, I believe it was the 6th car that picked up damage in the opening hour. It took them a little while to get the repairs made, and that cost them all the track position. They dropped to the back of the class, but the recovery is just about complete at this point.
Yeah, it was a mystery, and we had reports there was a hole in the side of the car, and we've had various things saying effectively it's being taped over, and it was a clash very early on, and they just had to wait until there was a chance where they could come in and not have too much damage in terms of the time it took them in the pits. But again, that's experience.
And I saw on social media, one of the drivers of that car, Lawrence Vanthor, tweeted that they feel like the bodywork damage, they fixed it about as well as they can, but there's some under tray or underwing damage that frankly they're not going to be able to get to, and they're just going to have to deal with any handling imbalances that have resulted.
Yeah, just taking a little look at some of the many charts we can do. We mentioned they had the extra pit stop, but in fact the number 6 has had 15 visits to pit. That's 4, not 1 or 2, but 4 pit stops more than Lauren Heinrich's car that's leading. The sister car, number 7. Admittedly, you know, the fuel put on board each time may be a little bit different, but we've seen them come in and we've seen them flipped around. Oh dear, about things having trouble. Car number 23.
023.
Which is a Triarsi Competizione Ferrari, limping in with a flat tyre. That's way down in class, 14th in class. Robert McGuinness at the wheel of that at the moment, 47th overall, losing ground. Bear in mind, the teams have been fantastic, but we've got, it's just sweeping, well, not sweeping, it's crawling its way through Speedway turn 4, and then it's going to get down onto the pit apron, and as the rest of the field flashes past at immense speed, it's coming in slowly, and then we'll hit the line just before the pits and slow yet more. But it's just so horrible when you're coming in at literally walking pace.
We heard from Robert's teammate, Kent Cook, not so long ago, full of enthusiasm and optimism, but that is a setback for them, dropping them well down the order. Hopefully no damage has affected that car. He's able to make his way back to the pit lane, and for now that tire carcass not enough to bring out a full course yellow. A chance to go back to the pits now, Arjuna Kankapati with this update.
In front of me is the PR1 with Brian Herter Autosport LMP2 car, and it's fuel only here for Harry Tinknell. And something quite interesting as well, Ryan, is they've taken a couple of the body panels off to go into the underside of the car and remove some of that buildup. It's such an interesting thing to see how the team is taking care of their machine over the course of the 24 hours of racing, and now just packing in that fuel. And the veteran Harry Tinknell gets ready to send that car off and away. Nice tidy pit stop from the 52 crew.
Just what you want at this stage in the race. Meanwhile, we've been watching the Triarsi crew make that tire change. McGuinness has arrived in the pit box. It took a little work to get the left rear tire off, possibly a little bodywork damage sustained as well by the flapping rubber of that deflated tire. But the good news is they've released the car and it's back out into the fray. Delayed, yes, but not out of the fight. Meanwhile, a car stopped and facing the wrong way at pit in. This is an LMP2 entry. This is Toby Ludka, another car that's had its fair share of misfortune. He gets it spun around and now gets to the pit lane, but for a little while was facing counter course. That could have been a scary moment if anybody had decided to come to the pits at that time. Thankfully, they did not.
Well, as the Shopify Orica comes to a standstill, I was saying just a few moments ago how scary it is if you're limping in, you know, with a flat tyre. But for him, I think that maybe Toby thought he was going to come over the pit entry line going too fast, but come what may, just beyond that, the car rotated, and thank goodness it only went onto the grass and didn't go up onto the bank part of the circuit where the cars are coming back at maximum pace. He's got it in, the pit crew are taking a look. Obviously a lot of grass would have gone in with that rotation, but for Toby Lutka, brought the car in the top 10 positions, in fact in 9th position overall in P2. Hopefully no damage done, but that was a scary moment. And for his teammates Matthias Beck, David Hannemeyer, Hansen and Charles Milesi, who will be the absolute flyer in that car. A little check up from the neck up, but nothing else too bad.
Arjuna pointing out in the pits, this car has had its fair share of misfortune, and what makes it plain is the fact that the front bodywork at this point, it's been replaced a few times. The piece that's on right now isn't wrapped like the rest of the car. And it goes to show they've been through a few nose assemblies on the 11. Right now, though, the car still runs. They've sent it back out. And amazingly, they're not that far off the pace, despite some of the problems that they've suffered. They've done 312 laps, so they are 9 laps down to the class leader. But when you consider all that they've been through, actually, that seems like a lot less than you might have anticipated.
Yeah, they had to have repairs to the nose early on. They got hit up the rear and spun, rejoined, and then had contact with the number 2. This is on the opening lap of the race, but other incidents since then. And they had a problem with their brakes, I seem to remember as well, after about 3.5, 4 hours this race. But unfortunately for them, they've now got a drive-through penalty for pit entry violation. I guess coming in backwards is not what the doctor ordered, not approved.
Yeah, well, talking of that pit entry violation there, Bruce, the number 11 TDS Racing car with Toby Lutka at the wheel. The other issue that it's created is, quite apart from the jeopardy of the car facing the wrong way, and we see it now with the Mercedes that's just coming in as well, which is the number 48. There is a white plastic marker reference on the pan there, where it's sort of where it's blue paint before the grass starts. That is it's a sight line for the drivers to come in. That's what the Toby Luca collected on the way round. That's now been knocked a little bit closer towards the track, as it were. So the conversations, I'm going to chat with one of the IMSA officials, and the conversation now, there's some deliberations to whether that needs to be brought back into where it should be. But obviously, that requires somebody going out there, somebody's going to put their brave pants on and go and get that back in. So I don't know who's going to get volunteered for that. Maybe Peter Mackay or something, I don't know.
That sounds like cruel and unusual punishment. What did Peter do to deserve that?
Well, it's always an interesting thing when you have a marker board or something which is a sighting point, and it moves. And I'm trying to rack my brains. There was a driver once who was going absolutely fine in a race, and then his marker post moved because it turns out it was a sheep that just happened to be grazing, and it saw the grass was greener on the other side. In fact, he nearly went to the other side, now I think about it.
That's a story that almost certainly had to happen in the UK. The only track with sheep around it in the US is Sonoma Raceway. They don't have a traditional lawn care crew. They use sheep to keep the grass in check. But I don't think that's where it was.
No, it makes a lot of sense, but anyone who's had sheep know they spend most of their life trying, well, as Jeremy Clarkson said on his fantastic farming show, trying to kill themselves. In my case, they just like to stick their heads in a fence and then they can't get them out.
Well, for now, anyone who's coming to the pit lane will have to do so without the visual aid that has been knocked off of its perch by Toby Luca on his way in. And they'll also do so with vision perhaps a bit obstructed, because I think it's safe to say now this fog is the worst it has been yet. I can truly say, lit up in LED lights as it is difficult to see the Ferris wheel across the track from our location, which under normal circumstances you'd have no trouble picking out.
Ferris wheel? What Ferris wheel? Absolutely disappeared from sight, and it's amazing. It's the difference within a couple of minutes. So Hammer House of Horror is approaching midnight, the witching hour, and it's about to strike.
We might have some information as to why Robert McGuinness had that cut down tire. There was an incident that was investigated, no action taken for what it's worth, but evidently there was contacts. Figure out what the other car in question.
It's the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin, Rory at the wheel, Rory of the same name. But incidental, no action taken, but it was under investigation. They might have been on a very similar bit of real estate, but the person lost out there was Robert McGuinness. He did well to get his Ferrari back for Triassic competition, but just the natural impulse is to try and get back, race back as fast as you can. But of course, we already saw early in the race that Daniel Serra tried to do that and did further damage, and his team, Rizzi Competizione, said stop, do not come any further back towards the pit, because they could see on all the images their great tyre carcass flailing around and doing all sorts of damage, not just the bodywork, but the other elements within that wheel arch.
Sadly, it proved too little, too late. That car retired from the race in Rizzi's return in an official capacity to this race. In fact, the last time they were here as an entrant, again, they were here supporting Dragon Speed last year, but they won in 2024 in their class. Fantastic team, but no luck whatsoever here in 2026. Their day ended before the night fell here on the Atlantic coast of Florida. Lauren Heinrich leading Matt Campbell in GTP. In LMP2, Paul di Resta, since getting up into the second spot, has been chipping away at Christian Rasmussen. A lead that was once over 20 seconds is down to 16.1. Antonio Felix da Costa also making some headway now that he's aboard the 43, but 26 seconds behind the class leader. However, GTD Pro much closer between the top two. Now, it's a couple of teammates, Tommy Milner and Antonio Garcia, that hold the top two spots. But not too far behind, you find Dan Harper and Seb Prio.
Exactly, I was going to say it's top four now. So we've got three manufacturers in the top four, the two Chevrolets, Tommy Milner in number 4, and the number 3 of Antonio Garcia. Dan Harper, well, he's just 0.8 of a second behind, and just another second and a half further back is Seb Prio in the better place. The two Ford Mustangs. He's his car number 65 from Multimatic, but he's the one who's been closing in. But as we know, catching is one thing, passing is another. But it's been a very, very good run for that second generation racer. Of course, his father Andy Prio, multiple world, European touring car titles, almost all of those of course with BMW, but since then of course he did race Fords too, and Seb has taken up the cudgels, and he's had so much success stateside as well. Came across and just so impressive when he got stuck into the North American Porsche series.
I think I'd be correct in saying that it goes back at least one more generation in the Prio family. Hill climbing, if I'm not mistaken. John Hindhaugh nodding his head emphatically. I think I learned it from you, John.
Well, indeed, he came from the Channel Islands, and they may be very, very small indeed, but they have some great hill climb courses. Booley Bay in particular is the one that stands out, but it's not a bad place to cut your teeth in motorsport competition, because precision is everything. You've got very, very little space. They're narrow. The British hill climb courses tend to be quite short, but of course, back in the 1920s and 30s, well, in fact, even through to the 60s, the European, sounds better, mountain climb championship, much longer run up, much larger mountains, and the thought of some of the auto unions with the like of Hanstuck Senior powering up, and again, mist isn't something that's unknown when you're doing hill climbing. And certainly the big hill, the one that's called the Silly Peak, the Silly Hill, as Martin Shanker, a great rallycross driver, used to call Pikes Peak. America does trump everyone else, because that is another climb beyond.
It is spectacular. I've not been for the hill climb, but I have been up it. I was a little kid at the time. I was quite impressed by the fact that our bag of potato chips expanded and expanded and expanded and eventually popped as the pressure changed as we went up the hill.
That was very good of your parents to lay on a little science lesson. You think you're on holiday, but
that's right.
Learn.
Well, my father's an engineer, so he can't help himself, to be quite honest with you. And I'm sure riveted by this race, an engineer and a race fan, as are the two of us, Bruce. And man, GTD Pro, we were talking about this off air. This class, it just never stops. You don't have a moment to rest if you're in that lead group. Top 5 really all within striking distance, and sneakily in that 5th position, it's the 75 Express entry. This car has already amassed all kinds of issues, but managed to overcome them at this point. Kenny Hobble has had a spin. They had a penalty for shortcutting a turn. They had a drive-through penalty for a pit lane speed violation, and they also had a stop plus 100 second penalty for failing to adhere to stint energy requirements. Yet here they are on the lead lap in the top 5 and within shouting distance of the class lead.
It is astonishing that not one of those things has knocked them out of true. Now, it's always good. You asked the question about my phrase, or the phrase I was using after you, Claude, and we had a fulsome answer from Peter Snowden down in the pits, and we were just talking about not 2 but 3 generations of the Prio family. And Simon Strang, long-time colleague of mine back from Motorsport days, he's already popped in an answer. Don't forget Graham Prio. I was racking my brain for the name of Andy's father, and he was the one that really put the show on the road. And it's great you have these dynasties. And if ever you've seen Andy Prio's racing helmet, it carries the national flag of the Channel Islands, or more to the point, of Guernsey out there. Proud family, but yes, well done Strangy. He's here, of course, with a big interest in Aston Martin, but keeping us informed on matters of hill climb in port. In fact, talking of that, the Aston Martin Valkyrie continues with Ross Gunn at the wheel, still trying to make up all the laps that was lost. 16 or 17 laps lost, but when running, it's running absolutely at the pace of the front runners. The last couple of laps not so good, but traffic can be a bit of a problem at various points around here. And I tell you what, all the lap times are likely to start to fade away, because the mist is not fading away. It's coming on really, really strongly now. Again, we can't see across from our high up position to the Ferris wheel on the exit of turn 3. We're now starting to really struggle to focus on the cars as they sweep through the final corner of the lap at the Speedway turn 4 before they flash past us. The cars don't appear to have slowed much. They're still doing pretty much 200 miles an hour, the GTP cars, as they go across the start-finish line. But the visibility is absolutely plummeting.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome back, John.
See, I did give you a clean race, and I heard about 45 minutes after I gave it back to you, you managed to have I heard Ryan say there'd been over 3 hours of green before you...
Yes, then were a couple of moments that needed a bit of cleaning up, but it's been a pretty clean, one must say. But you certainly feel there's been some flurry of little moments, and I think it's because, particularly out at the Le Mans chicane, I don't think the drivers can really spot their in point as they go in. They're a little bit late on the brakes, panic, and round they go.
When the fireworks went off, there was that was when the yellows came out, and there was a wheel recovered from the far side of the track. Did we find out who that was?
Yeah,
from?
we did. It was from the number 73 Pratt Miller Orica. They then came back, and apparently the car wasn't handling quite how they liked. Well, on 3 wheels, it's unlikely. That then went behind the wall for repairs. But yes, during the clear up, at first we were told they were just clearing detritus and debris from the track, but when it turned out to be round and black and had a wheel inside it, we realised it was something that had gone missing from that number 73 Orica.
Expect the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s to peel off into the pit lane next time around. The 7 from the 6 at the moment, and probably too far apart to do the switch, which they've been doing in the past. We may see them split, actually. The 7's pitting 1 lap before the 6. We've seen that happen a couple of times as well in the past. And from our lofty area, we're still looking down through this fog or low cloud or whatever you want to call it, but actually the drivers can see pretty well. Lauren Heinrich on the high banking now can see all the way out of Speedway turn 4, right the way through the tri-oval as he rattles through underneath me now, and now heads down into turn 1.
It's not all be easy in the pits. We might only have about half a dozen cars there, but JDC Miller Motorsports, they've been running so well, and they've just had an absolute horror. They had to push their car. It went into the pit garage area before, pushed back, had to straighten it, push forward, push back, push forward, push back. So for Tybin van der Helm, you really got to feel that's lost them a handful of seconds.
Peter Mackay joining us in the booth as Bruce Jones gets ready to take his leave, and thanks to him and Ryan Marine for the last 3 hours. And for those of you in the US listening on RS2 IMSA Radio, or possibly coming around to listening up to us on Sirius XM, our colleagues from NBC Sports will be heading to the land of Nod shortly, which means that we take over the airwaves of the national broadcaster. Take you through to 6 o'clock in the morning with the Sacred Coffee 6 hours. Oh, and we've got another wheel off, and that's a fairly new fitted tyre, because I can still see the markings on there, Peter.
It's a GTP anyway. Oh, it's the 93 Acura. It's the 93 Acura of Kakuota.
Just out the pits, of course.
No.
Yeah, finger trouble on that car.
Front left.
Well, they're going to get a penalty for that, I think, and they're also going to take a time penalty, because that was just coming out onto the circuit after their pit stop.
And a couple of the GTPs have got in just in the nick of time. Lauren Heinrich in the race leading number 7 car. The number 6 car of Matt Campbell had already gone out and through. The number 60 Marashank Racing Acura has come in now, so it's getting very busy now in the pits, because surely with the wheel loose on the circuit, that a full course yellow will have to be called for that to be retrieved, unless it's happens to be in a safe place where it could be recovered and stay green, but very likely that it would go full course yellow.
So drama then here at the Daytona International Speedway as we come to midnight, and we'll be welcoming in a few moments time those watching in the US on NBC Sports on Peacock. So if you can turn over and tune into us there. Hello everybody, as we come into Sunday morning and on the airwaves of the national broadcaster, it's IMSA Radio taking you through to 6 a.m. with the Sacred Coffee 6-hour stretch, and you join us with drama on the racetrack for one of the cars that's been disputing the lead with the two Porsche Penske entries. And this is the number 93 into the pit lane for Acura, and Mikaki Ota just out of the pit lane, and an errant wheel and tyre parting company at the International Horseshoe. Damage to the nose cone of that car, as well as the tyre made its bid for freedom. And we've also got a problem at the Western Horseshoe. Just for a moment, a yellow light and flag down there I can see through the gathering gloom, and missed. Well, Mikaki Ota is restored to 4 wheels on his Phillips 66 wagon. The red, white and black number 93 rolling again in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's John Hindhoff and Peter Mackay down on pit lane. It'll be Duncan Vincent joining us in a moment or two. And what drama there, Peter, and a disaster for the car that has been pushing those two Porsche 963s.
One of the biggest threats to the two Porsche 963s, the 93 Meyershank Racing Acura. What a shame for that crew, but it would appear it could be a lot worse. So the wheel lost contact with the car at the International Horseshoe, and that is just out the pit. So Mikaki Ota's done an amazing job to limp that car all the way back with only 3 wheels on the wagon.
Yeah, it's already brushing the inside of the left front wheel arch as he turns in. Oh dear, scraping the ground, and you've got to wonder what damage that's done to the undertray. These cars are very, very sensitive to the bodywork on the floor. Managing to get it back, and he's now back up to speed, so he must feel the car's okay, Peter.
Must feel that way, but we'll have to keep a close watch on the lap time, because you're absolutely right, John. The floor of these cars is so important to their aerodynamic package, so if it's damaged, it can be a real issue with pace, and that's a pity, because that number 93 Meyershank Racing Acura has been really quick. Let's see how it affects them.
Let's head down the pit lane.
Discussing the work there on those cars. The engineers to their Acura just changed that clip very, very, very quickly. No big issues, but they're now studying the footage for in-car, etc., and all the data, and looking at the sparking and trying to ascertain the damage. Meanwhile, they've just handed Porsche a bit of an advantage. The 6 and 7 car straight in, both cars fuel, out and done.
Yeah, they were due in anyway, and they were able to do that on a schedule, Peter, that was far less hectic schedule, if you like, less pressure.
That's right, yeah. So we have stayed green. The marshals have been able to take that tyre away to a safe place under local yellow flags, and we've stayed green flag racing. That's good for our fans joining on Peacock. The number 3 Corvette Racing machine sitting in second right now, right behind the number 4 car. Those two factory Corvettes have been glued together all race long, leading in GTD Pro.
Arjuna.
Down on pit lane, John, about 5 minutes ago, big drama in the GTD class. AF Corsa, the leading Ferrari 296, into pit lane, but issues with their air guns trying to get the wheels off. And not only did that cost them time in the stop itself as they swapped Antonio Fuoco out and Simon Mann in, but maybe more significantly, to add misery, a drive-through penalty for tyre without crew, and they've got a lot of work to fight back. The good thing is, there's a long way still left to go.
Thanks, Arjuna Kankampani, one of our season-long voices on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV as we bring the sports car community together around the world on our YouTube channel and the player at imsaradio.com, sound and vision, as well as on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 107.9 FM at the track as the Inception Ferrari goes for a spin. It's like the horseshoe again. It's the Western horseshoe. That was the yellow flag, the yellow panel that I saw flashing through the fog earlier on. So the Inception car, one of the leading lights in the Bronze Cup, Peter, and that cup itself is very, very important because that brings with it one of the hottest tickets in town.
That it does, yeah. The Bob Aitken Award, which earns you a ticket to the big show, to the Le Mans 24 Hours. So last year's Bronze Cup winner, Oi Ferdani, in fact 2 years in a row he's won it, will be heading to the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. Getting an invitation for that race becomes even more special as sports car racing grows and grows in popularity. It appeared to me that that spin for the number 70 Inception Ferrari with David Firminelli on board, very unusual to see him spin, but it looked like there was a little bit of contact with the number 81 Corvette. That's a Dragon Speed car that's been a little bit delayed throughout the race, in fact very delayed. It was helped off the road by one of the LMP2 cars and had to go back behind the wall. That car's in the pits at the moment, and in fact it is actually, no, it is in the pits. I was worried it had gone behind the wall, but no, it's sitting in the pits. That incident has been reviewed by race control, so there was a bit of contact between them, and it has been deemed to be incidental. No further action. As the Tower Motorsport number 8 car, the car that was first on the road at last year's Rolex 24, but failed post-race tech due to a worn-down skid block, where there's a minimum depth that skid block can have, and it was out with of the legal parameters, so they unfortunately lost that victory and were sent to the back of the field. But at the moment they're running pretty strong. They're running 4th in class at the moment. Fairly routine stop. Tyre change going on, fuel going in. Right hand side door open, closed up, ready to go. All very routine for the Tower team, former champion team in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, been a pretty steady presence in the championship for the last 5 or 6 years. Just the fuel to go in now, driver waiting for the signal to go. Out goes the fuel nozzle, and a very smooth, I would say a textbook example of how to do a pit stop here at the Rolex 24.
Bit of weaving on the pit lane, which is allowed. Trying to get some heat into the front tyres. No tyre warmers allowed in IMSA competition. That spin for the Ferrari of Inception, the number 70 car, involved another car, and it's been looked at by race control, which is next door to us.
No further action.
No further action required.
Yeah.
Incidental. And the other car involved was the Dragon Speed, Giacomo Altoe, number 81. And that has been deemed as no further action. Heart of Racing, number 23, Aston Martin Valkyrie, Roman De Angelis on board. He comes down to complete another lap. They lost time early on with a rogue electrical problem with Alex Riberos on board, wasn't it? Stopped a couple of 3 times out on the track before they brought the car behind the wall and had that fixed. This, of course, the debut for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie here at the World Centre of Racing, because they only joined the championship from Sebring onwards in 2025, so a bit of a voyage of discovery. You know, it's not to say they haven't run here, Peter. They've done some testing here, but the testing and racing, particularly here at Daytona, two very different things.
Totally different, yeah, totally different, and I think that's been proven to be so over the course of this race week. But they're still ploughing on, and they never know what could come their way. They're in for the full season, so they want to gather as many points as they can. GM versus Ford, a classic motor racing battle. The two big Detroit marks locked in a fight as they were last year at the Rolex 24. It went the way of Ford in GTD Pro last year with their 65 car. Corvette, can they get their own back this year? Of course, Corvette, I suppose they got their own back by winning the championship in GTD Pro, but they'll want that Rolex 24-hour win at all costs. And they've got, the good thing is for Corvette, they've got 2 bullets in the gun. Both of those cars are looking really, really strong at the moment.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with me. Hello, Stephen Gardner. He's been doing his Lego build this evening, as well as watching and listening. Uninterrupted coverage on the audio channels at imsaradio.com. And of course, for those of you outside the US, on the video player at imsaradio.com and on the IMSA YouTube channel, as we have for every IMSA race throughout 2026, and the season's spreading out ahead of us. Triarsi Competizione. Ferrari has been in and out, and Peter Snowden was watching that pit stop down along pit lane.
Yeah, just a couple of minor dramas that it just takes up all the time that you don't need in an endurance race there. As they were doing the tyre change on that car, the car went down on its jacks, most notably at the rear, to the point that the right rear hadn't been removed, and the mechanic on that wheel was constantly pointing up, like the old sort of, the crane signal of lift the car up, but he couldn't even get the wheel off, and it took them a moment or two to do that, and back up it went again. They removed that wheel and continued the change, and then the fuel release didn't release, so it just looks like minor things, but it's all taken a matter of seconds that you don't need. As we all know, it's the age-old adage of stay out of trouble and stay out of the pits, and they're longer in the pits than they wanted for that 33 Ferrari.
Peter Snowden down on the pit lane. Hello to Blur Fiend, who's here on the grounds, listening on 107.9 FM, one of our regulars. He says he's not seen the fog this bad in the 25 years that he's been coming here. .5 hours still to go, Peter Mackay, and still the 2 Porsches at the head of the field, but with that wee stutter from the better of the 2 placed Acuras at the time, the number 93 car. It's now 2 Cadillacs that take up the cudgels. The Whelan car, which should have started on pole position, of course, but for its infraction, and then the Cadillac Wayne Taylor number 40, it's Earl Bamber and Jordan Taylor, 17 and 29 and 48 seconds adrift from the 2 Porsches.
Stretched out quite a lot over the last hour and a half or so. After the previous full course caution, the Porsches really flexing their muscles under the cover of darkness, and they appeared to have pace both in the heat of the day, like they did at the start of the race, and indeed in this kind of slightly strange, cool, foggy, misty condition at this moment. But they're being chased by Earl Bamber, particularly in that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, a team which finished the season so strong last year, winning at the Indianapolis Battle on the Bricks and the season closing Motul Petit Le Mans. And Earl Bamber trying to be the second man in history to win all 4 major endurance race 24-hour races overall.
Yeah, that particular epithet belongs exclusively to Nick Tandy at the moment, named the Tandy Slam for the man from the centre of England, the Bedfordshire Bullet, not 20 minutes from where my home base normally is. And Earl Bamber trying to close that gap to the 2 Porsches, the teams he used to drive for, of course. Michael Deach started the race in New Jersey, then was in Philadelphia at the 6-hour mark. At midnight, he's on Long Island. Not sure what the travel's for, Michael, but thanks for coming along for the ride with us on Sirius XM channel 206. If you're so equipped in the US, at IMSA Radio, and to Thomas Bartram listening in as well, joining us on the Peacock coverage that we've just started till 6 o'clock with the Sacred Coffee 6-hour stretch. And a little further afield, Aaron Zerafos is tuning in from Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. And I'm not even going to try and do the arithmetic. I think that's 18 hours ahead of where we are at the moment. Getting ready for, 3 weeks' time for the big international endurance race down there. The Bathurst 12 hours up in just through the Blue Mountains from Sydney and up to Mount Panorama, Bathurst. So as I say, 3 weekends away.
I thought of a name if Earl Bamber were to finally tick off the last 24-hour race, the BAM Slam.
The BAM Slam.
BAM Slam.
I like that. Yeah, if he was to emulate his erstwhile teammate Nick Tandy, or at least
they won together.
Yeah, well, they did. Yes, that's exactly right. One of those would. I was just thinking that one of those of the BAM Slam.
They won Spa together as well.
Yeah, would that be the Tan BAM Slam? As they both did.
Yeah.
You can tell it's getting late, ladies and gentlemen. It never ceases to amaze me, Peter, that even on what we think of as the middle part of the race, where everybody's trying to just stay settled down and perhaps not firing absolutely as quick as they can, preserving fuel, preserving themselves, preserving the car, and preserving Michelin tyres. The amount of passing that is being done by the leader, Lauren Heinrich, at the moment. He's got a clear track ahead of him, having just come out of the International Horseshoe and heading through the Kink. But then there's a whole gaggle of cars, which includes the leader in GTD Pro, all having their own battles, all need to be negotiated. Now, it looks like he's on a test run. Fantastic. Coming back up to join the high banks of the Daytona International Speedway through turn 6 now, but then the telltale tail lights in the distance, and he's going to have even more work to do.
That's what makes endurance racing so special, is that you have, well, particularly in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, you have not one race going on, you have 4, and they're all doing it on the same racetrack at the same time. So you've got so many storylines to follow, which wind and unravel over the course of the day and tonight and then back today again. And we had Philippe Eng, the driver of the 25 BMW M Hybrid V8, come in to join us and have a chat in the booth a few hours ago, and he said he loves when you're driving and you just see that little glimmer of sunset and you know that you've made it through the night and the checkered flag is in sight at that point. It's very much a psychological step to make. Speaking of psychological, for Lauren Heinrich, he is just loving this as a full-time Porsche Works driver and driving for the top factory team, a dream coming true on the high banks of Daytona today.
Paul Miller Racing and the Northern Irishman Dan Harper into the pit lane, was with us in the Global Broadcast Centre earlier on, giving us the benefit of his experience. And a lovely lad, great race car driver as well. I've watched his career develop throughout the past, well, half a decade, really, part of the BMW Young Driver Programme that's bunked the 3 young drivers in together at the Nürburgring. Did a lot of Nürburgring racing and the Nordschleife on the Nürburgring long distance series, the Langstrecke series. Learned to look after themselves, learned to race on one of the most grueling circuits of the world. That series will be starting again towards the end of March. We'll have coverage of that for you on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And the big race there, the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The strong suspicion is that 4 times world Formula 1 champion Max Verstappen will be taking part for Mercedes-Benz. And along with Chris Lullum, who I was with last weekend at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, they'll be pitting themselves against a full world-class GT3 field. That is something I'm looking very much forward to in May when we head out to the Eiffel Mountains. Let's take some more atmosphere from down in the pit lane. He's Arjuna Kangapati.
It was 4 tyres for the Paul Miller BMW, but Connor Di Filippi joins me now. Seems like there's a bit of a mix in the GTD Pro tyre choices right now. How are you feeling this BMW's faring so far?
Yeah, everything's been great so far, so good. The team has done a fantastic job. Pit stops have been good. Yeah, we've just been kind of, you know, doing new tires and then right side only, and new tires right side only, just alternating back and forth. So I think us and the Corvettes are fairly similar in terms of sequence on that. I think the Fords are slightly out of sequence. So it's always, every stint, you're either a little quicker than them or a little bit slower than them. But overall, car has been feeling pretty good. A couple of other manufacturers have kind of started to show some pace here in the night. So it's going to make it interesting when the sun rises tomorrow morning.
Is the sun rising when the tire strategy kind of equalizes out and it will be just 4 tires for every stop to the end?
Yeah, truly during the night like this, we're just trying to use the least amount of tires as possible, and that way when it comes to the end of the race, we can just be on 4 new for every stop that we can be on. So obviously 4 tires is always faster than 2, and we're just trying to be as efficient as possible through these night stints while it's cooler conditions, so when it warms up tomorrow, we can always have fresh rubber on it.
We know that the haze is affecting the spotters up there on top of the stand. Is it impacting the visibility when you're behind the wheel of the car at all? It seems to be getting a bit thicker.
I think behind the wheel, it's completely fine. Obviously, it's been a few hours since I've been out there, but it seems pretty similar to what it was earlier. For sure, the spotters is making their lives a little bit more difficult, so we have to, you know, go to the old school way with actually using our mirrors. But no, it's been great. I think we have great spotters that are big assets to our team, and but overall, everything's been going smoothly. Just have to keep our head on the swivel. Like I said, there's still a lot of races to go, so just trying to keep our nose clean.
Thanks, Connor.
Thank you.
Going old school and looking in the mirrors. Connor Di Filippi, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Moment or two ago, had a pretty close call with another one of those little groups of traffic with the Whelen Cadillac number 31 pushing its way through. Quite entitled to do that through the kink on the infield, and the Faf Lamborghini, the number 9 car, which has had its trials and tribulations already in this race, Peter, with 2 Michelin tyres on the right-hand side on the grass. That's fast through there, and earlier on we saw a huge incident which actually saw the eventual retirement of the number 120, the green and yellow Wright Motorsport Porsche, and Adam Adelson at the time. The good news, Adam was fine, the car somewhat less so.
James Hinchcliffe got a bit of a fright there, that's for sure. Did well to hang on to it. Yeah, Giacomo Alto in the number 81 Dragon Speed Corvette just moved across to get out the way of the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, and was a little bit unsighted, and James Hinchcliffe in the number 9 Faf Lamborghini had to take a bit of evasive action as moving, the battling going on in GTD Pro as the number 3 Corvette, driven at the moment by Marvin Kirchhofer, just gone past Seb Prio for 3rd. Meanwhile, the overall race leader right there in the mix with them, Lauren Heinrich in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. But that little bit of battling between Kirchhofer and Prio has just put a little bit of a separation between the 2 leading pairs. The leading pair in GTD Pro is Dan Harper with Nico Varrone right in behind in the number 4 Corvette. So it appears that there are 3 manufacturers who are really putting a hand on a really serious charge on the GTD Pro race here. The BMW of Dan Harper, of course, only one BMW in the GTD Pro class, so they're carrying it all on their shoulders. 2 Corvettes that are there in the mix, and then the 65 Ford of Sebastian Prio at the moment. So just like last year, actually, all 3 of those brands were in the mix in the last couple of hours, and boy oh boy did we get a grandstand finish there. I suspect we're in for the same this year.
Hello to J Pet 27 watching on Peacock in Vegas. And also on Peacock, Michael Maddox in Pennsylvania before the big snowstorm hits. Well, for those of you in line for that, we wish you all well. Here in the US, a huge swathe of the country under threat from a snow and ice storm. Hope you're all hunkered down, you've got some battery backup and all the provisions that you need. Snowy Toledo in Ohio is where Ryan Fragoso is from. Now, Marvin Kirchhoffer, third position in his category at the moment. Oh, and another spin. This is again at the far end. That was the second place car in LMP2.
It's the number 2 United Autosports car, which is running quite a bit further down, full fire there.
It's the second time that Phil's had a bit of an issue, isn't it? Yeah, Paul di Resta is the other car in the number 22, with the number 2 on the door. Again, it just looks like it's getting a little greasy under the Michelin tyres. The air temperature is still a muggy 17 Celsius. The track temperature 19 Celsius. That's 63 in the air and 66 on the track Fahrenheit for those of you here in the States. And that fog or low cloud or whatever else is becoming more and more prevalent from our position up on the 5th level in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. But down at ground level, the visibility is still plenty good enough to be racing.
It is, yeah. It has to be marshal post to marshal post. So as long as each marshal post can see one another, then the visibility is good enough for racing. And of course, there's large parts of the circuit where the lighting's pretty good. How much benefit you get from that in the fog, of course, you know, we've all done it in our road car where you're driving along with the lights on, then you think, oh, will the beam work? No, definitely not. The full beam just reflects off the fog, but it's not quite as bad as that. But as we've talked about, the spotters up on the roof, they've got a really difficult time and probably not much use right now.
Coming up in around about 10 minutes time, we'll have our VP in-rate update. Hello to James Minor. That'll be just for you. Well, and everybody else watching and listening.
Just picking up, John, on yourself and Peter talking about the fog that on the high level where you're up at the on the Global Broadcast Ford Global Broadcast Centre. Get the words out in the right order helps. But down here in the pits, on the pit straight now, looking out across at you guys, in the last 10-15 minutes, it's noticeable how it's now drifting along at ground level as well now. So that's here at the pit level, so I don't know what it's quite like out in the infield, but I wouldn't be surprised if that thickens up and it increases in the next few minutes.
Peter Snowden down in the pit lane. And for those of you outside the US, uninterrupted coverage continuing on YouTube and on the video player at IMSARadio.com. Always sounds a bit odd when I talk about video on a radio site, but it's there for you because it's a combined service around the circuit on 107.9 FM.
Despite the fog, there is still pace on the racetrack.
Oh yeah,
because
well, it's, as I say, it's the track temperature is still 19 Celsius.
Yeah, so I mean, Kaku Ota in the 93 Acura and GTP has just put that car's personal best Sector 1, as has the 04 CrowdStrike LMP2 car and the AWA 13 Autosport Corvette. So in all the classes, there is pace to be had.
Yeah, coming down to 13 hours still to go, so we've not yet hit half distance in this race, and you've got to put that in context, haven't you, when you think about these races, really clock your brain to a different way of thinking. And at that point you break the race up into smaller chunks. We do it in the booth, and the teams do exactly the same. Hello to Leadfoot 530. He said, my boss has just asked me on Friday, if I was ready for the snowstorm coming to them, I had a 24-hour race to get through and plenty of snacks. No better way to spend it here on Peacock, as well as our normal syndications around the world. For those of you in and outside of the United States of America, John Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre at a... Is it fog? Is it low cloud? Is it temperature inversion from the coastline, which is only, what, a couple or 3 miles away to the east? Well, whatever it is affecting our vision. And also the guys up on the roof. Rooftop Ray, Ray Venzel Jr. is our eye in the sky. Good morning, Ray. And he's, as the spotters are looking down Peter Mackay through not only the fog, cloud, fret, whatever you want to call it, but that's been lit up by the very efficient lights on the top of the main grandstand here, and that actually makes their vision worse than what the drivers have got at ground level.
Make it impossible for them to perform their duties for spotters, and this is where, for us as broadcasters, our detail of prep comes into question, because each car, I mean, we receive a fantastic spotters guide from Andy Blackmore, who does a lot of the liveries for the for this championship and many others around the world. Now that's fine for seeing them in normal conditions, but then there's sometimes little subtle changes, like for example the Corvettes, they look identical, but the number 3 has a white sun strip on the windscreen and the number 4 has a black sun strip, so that there's little subtle differences. But that's impossible when it's foggy. So some of the cars, well, all the cars, all have little LED strip lights in the night.
Yeah.
Particularly if there's 2 cars in the same team, which allows you to tell, the team to tell which one of their cars is out there. So, for example, the Ford Mustangs, the number 65 has blue window light piping lighting, and the number 64 has yellow light piping lighting. So, really, if we were playing I Spy, this is about as challenging conditions as you can get.
Andy would want us to say thank you to all the teams for providing the information, even in years when there have been special, secret, art car, commemorative liveries that haven't necessarily been shown before the race week, or sometimes changed overnight into the race. They obviously have to be with Andy beforehand, so he knows what they're going to look like, and so there's a lot of cooperation. Andy actually does design quite a lot of the liveries, as well as a commercial livery designer, both in this championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, and others in the IMSA paddock and indeed beyond. But as I say, it would be remiss of us not on Andy, if we didn't on Andy's behalf say thank you to all the teams for helping him with the information required. The original and best Andy Blackmore and the Spotter's Guide. Look it up on the World Wide Web if you haven't got it already. Get it, put it next to your TV screen, and it will help you immensely. We always have one here in the booth for all the big races. Something pretty momentous going on in GTP at the moment, as the number 3 Corvette is moving through the field. That's the 3rd place car in GTD Pro for Marvin Kerschoffer, and that is that the ARX 06 of AJ Allmendinger, which is sitting in 8th position, is right on the end of the lead lap. That is the last car on the lead lap, and looks like that is not going to be held for very much longer. Main time in LMP2, I think Paul di Resta's just gone ahead of Dane Cameron in the battle there.
I'm pretty sure Dane's hanging on to it. Do you know why I know that?
The switchback,
the purple LED light that's just popping through the gloaming. So, I mean, 2 superstar drivers. Dane Cameron, one of the most decorated drivers in the entire history of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So many titles up and down, all sorts of different classes. He's won in GTD, he's won in GTP, he has won in LMP2 like he did last year. He has 5 IMSA titles to his name, and finally got his win here at the Rolex 24 a couple of years ago. But he's having to hold off ex-DTM champion and former Formula 1 driver Paul Di Resta, of course, who won the Rolex watch in LMP2 here last year, albeit he was presented with it at the 12 Hours of Sebring. That's another story.
Yeah, but he did get it.
He got the watch,
Nice.
yeah, as did all his teammates. Yes, it was. They came second on the road, but the car that was first on the road, the third car, was disqualified. So they all count. Leading the race, though, Lauren Heinrich, in his IMSA debut in the Porsche 963, did have one run out in the World Endurance Championship in Bahrain for the first time at the end of last year. But
he was very good.
He was. Well,
I spoke to him after that. Was out there for that one, and as we tend to be for the WEC event, and I think I try to get the right words for this. You and I were talking about this before. That was an audition, undoubtedly, for Lauren Heinrich and for the GTP programme, or Le Mans Hypercar as it was in that series. And I think had he done okay, he would have passed the test. He surpassed that by some margin, by everybody inside and outside Porsche's value system. He absolutely knocked it out of the park. And another GT driver, we were talking earlier on, weren't we, to Philip Eng about why is this the case. Another GT, accomplished GT driver who has stepped fairly seamlessly into what ostensibly from the outside looks like a very different racing car.
Should be in theory, but it's classic Porsche as well, how they've promoted from within. They've got drivers who they've come through their junior system, which has evolved in how it works over the years. But they've, take drivers through GTs, and if a prototype program happens to come along, then they will promote from within. To be honest, the only really exception to that is Felipe Nasr, who's part of that team. He was an outside hire, if you like, but he's the exception to the general rule of thumb.
Well, it's another race hour that is coming down to be completed. Let's take the opportunity for a VP Racing in-race update. Starting in GTD, where it's a Chevrolet Corvette that leads for Charlie Eastwood in the number 36. That's the mostly blue, the DXDT racing car. He's got only half a second on Scott Andrews for Lone Star Racing in the 80 Mercedes AMG. Then 6.5 seconds further back, it's Francis Zeldorf in the Turner Motorsport BMW number 96. Dudu Baticello in the Hartner Racing Aston Martin Vantage is in fourth, and the top six made up by Ben Green for 13 Autosport in the black and yellow pinstripe Chevy Corvette. That's the number 13 car. That leads the Bronze Cup as well, by the way. And Indy Donja for Winwood Racing is in sixth in the number 57 AMG. In GTD Pro, Dan Harper leads by just on a second from the two Corvettes. Not quite flying in formation. The number 1 BMW a second ahead of the number 4 car, which has Nico Varone behind the wheel. It's another 2.5 seconds back to Marvin Kirchhofer in the number 3. Then it's Chan Guven for Manthey, the Grello. It's not green, it's not yellow, it's Grello. The number 911 car is another 8 seconds further back. Just a 1/10 of a second away in 5th position is the Ford Racing Mustang GT3 for Sebastian Priol, the number 65 car. And Harry King, multiple Porsche GB champion, and he's now a supported driver from Porsche, Harry King. Not a junior anymore, but a supported driver. Well thought of at Weissach.
Definitely, yeah. Porsche, I think it's known as just Porsche driver, they call it, and then you hope to get up to full works level after that.
Yeah, he's in 6th position Dane Cameron, former overall champion, leading in LMP2 for AO Racing. All these cars are Oregon LMP207s with the Gibson engine, as Triasi competition comes in from second position in their class. No, that's not quite right, is it? Down on the pit lane at the moment for Robert McGuinness. He looks to be staying in the car. Second, Paul Di Resta in LMP2. And third for Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport in the number 8 car. Into Europol, the 43 yellow and green car. Antonio Felix da Costa is fourth. Malte Jakobsen, CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing in the 04 in fifth. And Godios Kolovos in the Inter Europol 343 is in sixth place. Lauren Heinrich for Porsche, and the Porsche Penske 963 number 7 leads his teammate by 22 seconds. That's Matt Campbell. Sure what Matt's going to be doing for the rest of the season. He's not necessarily going to be doing the full season for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Earl Bamber is in third, another Antipodean, 1.2 seconds further back. The Kiwi then in the 31 Cadillac, ahead of a similar car for a different team. Wayne Taylor Racing's number 40 has Jordan Taylor behind the wheel and 29 seconds in arrears of a podium spot right now. 4 seconds further back, the first of the two BMWs, Dries Van Tor in the number 24, and his teammate Philippe Eng is in the 25 car at another 7-second distance. That's your VP Racing in event updates. Just under 13 hours still to go. And now to get you halfway there means sorted out.
Get them ready,
yeah,
get
absolutely.
them set up. Well, we can, after that length of time running, the number 60 Marsank Racing Acura has dropped off the lead lap just as we're going through that VP Racing update. Lauren Heinrich wasting no time down at turn 1, round the outside of AJ Allmendinger, and through he went. Heinrich's got his head down here. He's wanting to land a punch on the rest of the field right now. You could easily say, oh well, what's the need to do that, because well there could be a full course yellow and you know everything's reset again. There's an element of truth in that, but if you've got that lead in hand, it just opens up your options. And Lauren just seems to be in a groove, and when a racing driver's in a groove, it's almost like someone meditating. Just leave them alone, leave them to it, let the magic happen, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment of the wheel of the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Lauren Heinrich will be the Michelin Endurance Cup driver, joining the full season crew, which is Felipe Nasr and Julian Andler, a driver who has been really quick all through race week, and great to see him get a full-time opportunity in IMSA this year.
Jack Hawksworth is standing by down in the pit lane at the Vassar Sullivan area of the pit lane, and Arjuna Kakapadi is talking to him.
Last in the car about 4 or 5 hours ago, but Jack, what an interesting condition we find ourselves in here at the Rolex 24. You and I were just talking. It's been an interesting race, not even halfway through so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, the beginning was carnage. Seems to have settled down now, and everyone's kind of just found a groove, so yeah, the race seems to be kind of been a long period of green, so yeah, kind of feel like the race is settled now, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, interesting conditions, obviously a little bit foggy, but looking at the onboards, it still looks fine. So yeah, look forward to getting out there.
It's always a interesting time at night as you head towards the sunrise. Just how illuminating or exciting is that first ray of sunshine as you head in through that morning?
It's, I mean, when you see the sun come up, that's when the race really starts, right? So obviously at the moment, everybody's trying to stay on the lead lap. Everybody's trying to look after the car and stay out of trouble. Nobody's taking too much risk, or they shouldn't be taking too much risk. And then kind of race starts with 6 hours to go. So yeah, just trucking along. Thanks, Jack. Cheers, mate.
Love to hear the dulcet tones of Jack Hawksworth. This from Louis Bepp in Spain. How close are we to stopping the race because of the fog? At ground level, we can see fine, marshal's post to marshal post, so not yet. Yeah, still plenty of vision for the cars on the circuit at the moment. In fact, Jack Hawkes was alluding to that, Peter. Race control next to us, fairly relaxed at the moment. There is a slightly eerie and very different feel to this race, because normally our fabulous view here from our normal fabulous view here from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is, it's like somebody's turned it off. The contrast's been turned right down.
Like you've just woken up from a very deep sleep and your eyes haven't quite opened yet.
That's exactly right.
It's a little bit like that at the moment, but it's not getting on the driver's nerves at all. They're just settled in. It is a bit eerie. Yes, you're right. It's atmospheric. Let's go with that at the moment.
Full course yellow is out. Full course yellow is out. Now let's, and this is due to visibility. Wow, okay, so having said that, I didn't think it was going to be an issue, to our correspondent in Spain there, we now do indeed have a full course yellow for visibility. I can only imagine this is because the spotters can't see from up on the top, because at ground level it does seem to be able to see post to post. We'll head down to Arjuna in just a second when our Peacock audience rejoins us. But we are under yellow flag again. Full course yellow at the 64th running of the Rolex 24 Daytona. And having said a moment or two ago to one of our audience in Spain that the visibility was fine at ground level, as we head towards 1 o'clock in the morning in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, we are in a full course yellow for visibility issues. Arjuna Kankapati down in the pit lane has more.
Well, John, I had been thinking it is starting to get a little bit more difficult, and looking up at some of the floodlights a little bit further away from where I am on pit lane, it is difficult to see them. And even looking towards the infield section, I can just about see the merch tent that's to the inside of the International Horseshoe, but it is getting a bit more difficult here, and I'm obviously not in a position to comment on whether we have that visibility between the marshal posts, but it is one of those things where we were worried about the potential when we saw the morning fog Saturday morning, and not even halfway through, the visibility striking here at Daytona.
So what we're going to wait to see, Peter Mackay, here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, is the Manthey Porsche GT3 picking up the leader, and whether anybody decides to come down the pit lane. Both the leading Porsches were in a little over 20 laps ago, so they're well inside the window to come into the pit lane when the pit lane opens. The good news is the big yellow light on the top of that dark red Manthey breathed on 911 is the giveaway.
That's the GT3 Touring that's leading the field. So there's two pace cars they're using. They've given the Manthey GT3 RS a rest, and it's a kind of dark silver GT3 Touring that's leading the fittingly the Porsche number 7 of Lauren Heinrich. Now it's well and truly in the window. It's more not so much in the window, it's actually the worry of running out of usable energy now for a lot of the drivers in the GTP. Now how do we know this? Go on to IMSA.com/telemetry and have a look at what everyone's got in the tank.
And in fact, the Intersports LMP2 number 37 came into a closed pit. I suspect that was for a splash of fuel. Wait for our pit lane team to let us know. The pass around is commencing. Now, we've seen people getting caught by this before, so cars will be going past the safety car. It looks a little bit odd, but these are any cars who have been caught between the safety car and their own class leader. So any LMP2s, GTD Pros or GTDs who were in danger of going a lap down, it's not exactly a lucky dog, but it gives them the opportunity to cycle all the way around to the back of the line again and retake their position. Lauren Heinrich's view onto the back of that safety car. I could have sworn that was red when I first saw that car going,
you're right, there is two pace cars in play, and the one that started the race was the Manthey-equipped Porsche GT3 RS. Just when you think a Porsche GT3 RS road car isn't mad enough, you can get a kit that makes it go even faster and look even more aggressive. I was admiring it on the way into the paddock early on, but if you were
992.22.
Yeah, so but if you were to be chucked the keys for one to drive to work every day, I think it would be the car that's leading the field right now at the moment, that GT3 Touring.
Well, you see, you're the RS man with all the spoilers and the wide track, and I am definitely built for a Touring now. Without
well, I'm built
spoilers.
for the Touring, but I'm still young enough to like the big crazy wings and carbon and all sorts.
Still plenty of fans in the grandstands here at Daytona International Speedway. The real parties are going on the infield. There is not a single spot for camping this year. I was talking to John Doonan, president of IMSA, and I said to him, you know, are you going to have to build an extra deck on the infield to get more people in? Because literally we have run out of camping spaces on the infield now. And this has been a very big crowd here today. In fact, just getting around even relatively early this morning before race starts, we deliberately left extra time to be able to do what we needed to do. Great sight in the sunshine here in Florida earlier today. We've now seen the other side of the potential weather. The pits have opened for prototype as the pass around is now complete. So for down at Porsche Penske, it is Arjuna who's waiting. When did Earl Bamber get past Matt Campbell out there? And
yeah, it had been like for a few laps.
Right, okay. And has put a bit of a lead in. The two Porsches getting split up. There was a bit of a gap between them. There were, as I said, due in anyway, so this is rather fallen for them at the moment, and indeed anyone else who is requiring some VP racing fuel. Do you know, if I was just sitting here looking out the window, I cannot tell you where the safety car is, because even with its flashing light bar, I cannot see where it is. Here it comes onto the front straight now. I only saw that as it got partway down into the tri-oval. Here are the leaders, some of the leaders coming in. It's Lauren Heinrich, and he's down with Arjuna.
Looks like driver changes, John, down here at the Porsche Penske end of things, and also sticker Michelin tires for Cadillac, for Acura. Although for Acura, it may just have been a splash and dash, because off and away they've already gone as the 6 and the 7 get to work, strapping into the car, get the drivers. The Michelin tires are being changed as well. But John, what is not being done to the GTPs is brake rotor changes, and I can tell you, standing in front of Corvette, Pratt and Miller, they are getting ready to go to work when the GTDs come down next time around.
That's very, very interesting. Right, Porsche is rolling, and the 7 and the 6 came in. That wasn't an easy getaway, because there were cars coming down the pit lane, but it is the number 7, the car with the black fin on the back of it. I've had my spotter guide out as well, who rolls out, and there's a green light at the end of pit lane, and so they are allowed to filter out. Full course yellow, visibility the issue here at Daytona International Speedway. We'll get the We'll get the GTs down the lane next time, Peter. And the question is going to be, do we just circulate? I suppose we do. This is like rain at Le Mans. This is an endurance race. I remember Johnny Palmer completely changing my mind about this. We had 4 hours or thereabouts of safety car running at Le Mans a couple of years ago, and I, among other people, said, well, what's the point of this? This is not getting better anytime soon. Why don't you stop it? And JP said, because it's an endurance race and the weather's bad, but you've got to keep going and you've got to keep the wheels turning. That's what makes it an endurance race. It's not dangerous at the speeds that they're going. It's different at places like the Nürburgring, where it's such a long lap, and also where typically you don't have a safety car.
True, that's very true. Yeah, it's all dealt with locally. But I'm on the other side. I think it's after a while a red flag is fine. I mean, I think going round behind the safety car for hours on end after a while becomes a little bit unnecessary. But a full course yellow allows you to get back racing if it does lift. That's the thing. So there is 2 ways of looking at it. For a little while, it's worth giving it a little bit to see, is it going to clear a little bit? Can we go back racing? And then if it comes back in again, you can go back to full course yellow again. So it does give you that flexibility, which the red flag doesn't. That is for sure.
1:45 in the morning, with the weather doing its best to stymie us at the moment here at Daytona. GTD's coming down pit lane for their service in this visibility full course yellow. Arjuna Kangaparty down on the pit lane watching some planned maintenance as well as we're getting towards half distance in the 24 hours, the Rolex 24 hours here at Daytona.
Absolutely, John. They are working on the front rotors only, it would seem, for the 4 and the 3 Corvette Pratt & Miller crew. And this is such a smart thing to do, John, using this time under the caution to minimize the time lost relative to the competition. Off and away goes one, off and away goes the other. John, that's about 45, maybe 60 seconds extra compared to the other GTD Pro competitors.
Thanks, Arjuna. Pit's now open for everyone, so anyone who unlapped themselves can have an opportunity to come into the pit lane to try and get a lap back, which is why they'll have whisked round as quickly as possible.
Great. I mean, absolutely perfect timing to have what could be a very long full course yellow to do a brake change, because we're coming up towards half race distance, about 42 minutes before half race distance, so ideal time to do a brake change. And if we're behind this full course yellow for quite a while, then obviously the brakes aren't being stressed at all behind the full course yellow, behind the safety car, so they would then not need to be worked on again, hopefully, towards the end of the race. So it's almost like a little strategical waypoint here where the teams are not quite getting a free brake change if they want them, but certainly a good value brake change.
Yeah, I like that thought. If you have to do it under green flag conditions in a green flag pit stop, that, you know, you're going to lose at least a lap, aren't you?
And also, if the factory Corvettes or the Pratt Miller Corvettes are doing it, usually it's normally quite a good strategical decision to follow what they do, because they're so good and so well tuned at what they do. But yeah, I would say it makes a lot of sense. As you're approaching the halfway point, we could be under this full course yellow for a little while, so it's a good time to do it.
Another update from the pit lane. It's Peter Snowden. Snowy this time is down at Triazi.
Yeah, that car, that Ferrari's just had a brake change, but it looks like it's almost coming back in again. Yeah, the guy's telling me 2 laps. Yeah, I think they're going to come back. So it looks like they've done the rear rotors on it, but it looks like it's coming back in for front ones, which I don't know why it wasn't done at the same time. I will stay here. I'm about to change shift, but I think I'll just stay here for this bit if it's okay, and just get a complete answer to this one, just to complete the pit stop.
Could it be, Peter, that they were worried about losing a lap, and so they did part of the work, sent it, and then they'll do, once they're back in line, they'll bring it back in again and do the others, so that they don't lose a lap on the field in some way, shape or form? That was my idea, but Peter has already asked the team and can tell me that Riccardo Agostini is back in because...
No, it's two different cars, isn't it? There's 2-3 and 3-3. It's late, come on. Yeah,
Peter Snow.
They're sharing the same pit wall, and literally one set of rotors went over the wall and another set came back in exactly the same place, and I'm thinking, brilliant, why have you done that? And then I've realised they're going to move it down to the car behind. So there you go, simple as that.
You know what, it's time for your break, Peter, but thank you very much for your honesty. Literally get your coat. It does just say how difficult it is even down in the pit lane now. Thank you, Peter Snowden. Go and get some well-earned rest, and we'll be welcoming in some new voices into the pit lane. I tried to put Duncan Vincent in the pit lane earlier on, actually. We go through another clock hour now, as the local time is just 1:01 in the morning. We're 40 minutes away from half distance and about 6¼ hours away from sun up. The 0:33 Triasi in its pit lane. Well, bless his cotton socks for telling me this simple, what nobody else heard, because he was on the talk back to me when I was making that speculation. He went, with a rather resigned tone, it comes into my left ear only, no, I've got a far simpler answer. Very good, Peter Snowden. Thank you so much.
If it was two Aston Martins, he could have told them apart.
Well, you stop that. Stop that. The winged wonder that is Peter Snowden taking some time off. If you are just joining us, whether you're on the international feed outside of the US or here in the US on Sirius XM 107.9 FM, or indeed now on Peacock, as we've taken over the NBC Sports coverage. We'll give them it back later once they've had their beauty sleep. It's Sean Hindhaugh and Peter Mackay in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. No racing at the moment and not much for us to see. I've got my binoculars up here, totally redundant. I could look down towards the NBC booth and I can tell you that there's a few technicians down there, and I can look the other way.
Paperweight for your notes.
Lovely paperweight for my notes, yeah. And I can look the other way to my right. And
far along to where the spotters are. They're not very busy at the moment.
No, not at all. Oh yeah, because of course the spotters are sitting in the old press room as well as up. Some of them like to be on the roof, but some of them are on the inside. Yeah.
So they're on the same level we are. So we're getting spotter cam really from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Brake change going on for AO. Now they had an issue with a brake change in last year's Rolex 24 with Rexy, and right now that surgical operation is going on. What bit of Rexy's anatomy would the brake disc be?
I dread to think, Peter.
Wrists? No.
No, they've
he's only got tiny little arms though.
Yeah, that's right.
Big, tiny arms.
Yeah. Hello to Andy Blackmore, who is playing catch-up in Canada and has just heard his own mention that we caught just about 4 minutes ago. He's playing catch-up. 6 o'clock in the UK. Hello to Plastic and Plasters. Bacon and mushrooms on the go to revive Sarah and I with 12 hours still to do and more. Dan Cooper's just posted a fabulous picture from the Turn 1 grandstands. I'll just repost that from at IMSA Radio.
Has he put a bit of tracing paper in front of the camera?
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
No, I'm kidding.
Incredible. James Minor says, will officials ask drivers yes or no if it's good to go green? Or is it on the corner worker stations? It'll be a little bit of everything, to be honest. They will be gathering information from the experienced drivers, looking at it themselves, asking the safety car driver as well. It has to be the situation that the marshal's posts can see post to post. So in case there's any problems with radio communication and flags are out, you have to be able to mirror the flags. We do have illuminated boards here as well, but it's still the flag station to flag station. Good morning to Duncan Vincent. I tried to put you in the pit lane about an hour ago, Duncan, which probably panicked you a little bit if you were having a wee rest on the infield. From ground level, tell me, what is it like in the pit lane in terms of visibility, in terms of how it feels with humidity now officially at 90%? Well, that's like walking around in a shower, isn't it?
Okay, well, first of all, I was in the media centre watching and listening, paying attention, and my heart sunk. I thought, no, I'm an hour away from being back in that pit lane, and I think I'm right for once. Okay, right, John, it is foggier than it has been, a lot foggier. Ground level, yes, I can still see the cars coming from a great distance because they have got very bright LED headlights. But you know when you touch things outside, when it's like this, and your fingers pick up the dew, well, that's what it's like. The pit wall, for instance, you can feel the dampness on that. You can feel the dampness on plastic boxes. You can feel it on the railings. It is definitely in the air, John. But as you said earlier on, I think it was some 17 degrees. It's still pretty warm as another set of pit stop cycle through.
Yeah, I think the aircon's on a timer here in the main building, and that's gone off, and it's getting pretty muggy in here as well. I've noticed the last couple of mornings when I've got up to go out to the Hertz hire car that we brought up from Miami, that the car has been absolutely soaking wet, but the ground has not. And so that now suggests to me that the kind of conditions we've been having overnight on Atlantic Boulevard, Peter Mackay, and what we're seeing now, and there's so much moisture in the air, it might not transfer totally to the ground and make it look like it's been raining, but anything that's in the way, like a car, it is falling on the car. Yours was the same, wasn't it, this morning?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it's just going to cool the track more and more. Now, curiously, the number 77 Rexy Porsche in GTD Pro, they did a front brake change on both sides, sent the car around again, and they brought it back in to do a rear brake change on that car. So that's it. So when Snowy spotted that with two different Ferraris, actually there is a crew that have done that, but that must be to do with trying to get a lap back and not lose the train. So that's going on at the moment. Rexy's rear brake's being changed now.
Well, that also tells me, Peter, and should tell anyone who is interested in motor racing and motorsport, that you would normally think that you'd roll the brake bias forward onto the front wheels, but with these GTD cars that have ABS, you use the rear brakes and particularly the ABS function within them to help rotate the cars in the corner. You brake so deeply to get the car, first of all, the weight transfer going forward, but then you're holding the car on the brake all the way up to the apex, and almost when you're right on it, it's almost MotoGP, Moto2 backing the bike in. It's not quite as dramatic as you would see if Toprak Razgatlioglu was driving one of these cars, I'm sure.
That I would like to see.
Yeah.
He did get a run round in a GT3 RS road car from a fellow Turkish athlete, Aycan Güven, but we were speaking to a driver familiar with the new 992.2 Evo package and was talking about the clever engine braking stuff that car has.
Yeah.
That's another thing that the teams will probably still be getting used to.
Yeah, that's on the new Evo, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. It's now beginning to be so damp in the air that the onboard cameras are picking it up as well, although bizarrely the fog seems to be lifting just a little bit as the cars are coming past us again. In the air, it is 63 Fahrenheit, on the track 64. That translates to 17 Celsius in the air and 18 on the track as we split the classes, which means we are maybe somewhere close to going back to green, or maybe just getting ready so to do. .5 hours still to go in this race. Better or worse, not sure. 63 Fahrenheit, as I said. No wind. I think that's the thing that's really hurting us here. We've had quite a stiff breeze behind the cars into turn one, i.e. coming off the sea and into the slightly more inland area pretty much all week. And right now, none. Not even 2 miles an hour of wind. Last few pit stoppers coming down the lane now to top off. Again, this is all strategic, trying to get laps back. Came at a good time for Scott Dixon and the number 60 team, this full course yellow, because they were in danger of losing a lap.
They had lost it.
Now, had they? It had gone back, okay. Well, they're back on the lead lap now. In fact, yeah, the whole of the top 10 is back on, so it's only the Valkyrie that's not on the lead lap in GTP, I think, Peter. And in LMP2, we've got the first 7 back on the lead lap down into Europol.
I think the only, maybe the 10th place, number 93 Acura of Kakuota, maybe, yeah, is off the lead lap. Yeah, of course they had that delay with the wheel that came loose at the International Horseshoe, but no doubt they will have got a lap back. So a couple more full course yellows later in the race, and they could be back up in the mix again. They've got a quick car.
Oh, they do. They do. And the class splits continue. Time for a pit lane update in just a moment, as our audience from Peacock are about to rejoin us here at Daytona. Let's get straight to the pit lane and to Duncan Vincent.
Yes, Matthias Best just about to leave, just out of the car, Matthias. We need to ask you, what is the visibility like at ground level round the back of the circuit?
Well, it's like maybe maximum 100 meter, so it's really hard, you know, in turn 5, 6, you can't see anything, and also with the fog, there's plenty of water on the windshield, so suddenly you're like blind, especially at night. It's the problem is like you can't predict anything, and there is no more spotter because they can't see. So that make it really really basically dangerous, I think, for the moment.
A good safety decision being made.
Yeah, because I think if there's no point racing on those conditions. Honestly, it's like taking risk for the material and for driver safety for not much.
Thank you very much, Matthias Besch, out of the TDS Racing number 11 car.
Say a quick good morning as well to our technical teams, both up in Concord, North Carolina. Of course, our camera operators here, including Ray Wenzel Jr., all the techs as well. Alyssa is on duty in this Sacred Coffee 6-hour segment, and over in London, up in London, it's Kez Cobb who's doing the shift at, oh my goodness, what time is it in the UK? 6:15 in the morning. Sacred Coffee available in the USA as well, and for the moment they do have their own roasting facilities here. That is being gently wound down at the moment. So for those of you who have come to enjoy, as we do here at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, the dark, smoky tastes of Sacred Coffee, get on the website, get your orders in as soon as possible to guarantee your coffee fix throughout the motor racing season. Sacred Coffee backing motor racing around the world, and the choice of us here in the broadcast booth. So Kakuota back in the pits again, Peter, and I think you were spot on. That is the only car in the top 10 that's dropped off the lead lap now.
And at these moments when we have time to reflect and to chat, we've got a new member. Oh, well, yeah. He's not a new member of the team, but he's a new member of this stint, is Ryan Marine.
I know I'm early, but I just had a word with Dan over in race control, and he gave some great information I thought I might pass along to you guys and our listeners as well. Evidently, the anticipation is we're going to be under safety car for quite a while yet.
Okay.
because of the visual conditions, all the fog, not being able to see between the corner posts. The message that was passed along is they have every intention to keep it under full course yellow, not go red flag, if at all possible, because a red flag would really complicate things from a drive time perspective. So if they can avoid that, they're going to. That is in their arsenal if they need it. The other thing he told me is, since this will be a prolonged safety car, if there are additional pit stops, which we think is likely, they're probably going to do another pass around, another class split before,
so nobody gets disadvantaged.
Precisely, before any potential restart. So anyway, that's the information I got. I will go back to taking my break, but thought maybe that would be important information.
The big news I need to know is, when do they have to swap the safety cars out?
All right. If anybody tells me, I'll pass that along too.
Well, there's a good question. What's got the better fuel mileage, a GT3 Touring or a GT3 RS Manti? I would suspect it's the former.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Normally aspirated, flat 6, 4 litre, the both. One somewhat breathed on. So it's the same engine. It's exactly the same engine.
One a lot more draggy than the other.
Well, that's true.
And then the fuel, I would imagine the fuel tank will be bigger in the Touring than it is in the GT3 RS Manti.
I'm sure.
Because a track car doesn't need that as big a fuel tank.
We in the UK, we don't get the 90 litre tank for the 911s. You can't spec it. I think it's only a 75 litre tank. Hang on, let's just zip up our Porsche anoraks here in the global broadcast.
Hang them on the coat peg.
I think I'd be quite happy in the manual GTS that I drive as a daily, and be sitting pottering around in as high a gear as possible and getting the best mileage. With the heated seat up.
If there's one of those in the car park, we might get you out there.
Sneak out onto the track. Well, you know what? I can honestly say that with Felipe Nasser, Earl Bamber, Kevin Estre, Sheldon von der Linde, Will Stevens, Jordan Taylor, Nico Pino, Scott Dixon and Kevin Magnussen on the lead lap, I, right now, would not lose a scintilla of time to that, not even half a second to them in these conditions.
I wish I could say the same. I think I'd be holding them up.
Even behind the safety car?
Well, this is the thing, the visibility is bad. The safety car driver actually has a tricky job here. So when they're going, as Matthias Best mentioned, if you're going into, okay, not at racing speed, but if he was saying that, the visibility is less than 100 metres, that's pretty tricky even in a road car on a regular road. So he's got to maintain the safety car driver's got to maintain a pace which is probably higher than you would drive on the road. So, and because he's got race cars behind him that are on slick tyres.
And also, if you're going too slow, I mean, there's a safety car speed, but it's not as if it is set at 60 or 80 or 90. On the banking, there's a minimum speed that you need to go to keep on the banking. You and I was showing you my Ron Fellows drive up at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park for one of our previous partners, ZF or ZF, and our race reporter feature that we did with a number of celebrities in cars that they were racing celebrities in cars that with which they were associated. And of course, Ron Fellows at CTMP. See the moisture on the windows now from the onboard of Felipe Nasser. Well, one of the other ones that we did but could never use was here at Daytona in a Porsche safety car on a Thursday night in the pouring rain with then IMSA President Scott Atherton. And the reason that we couldn't use it was because the rain was falling so hard you could barely hear the audio inside the car. And they sent me out anyway around the track, and the standing order was tricky. But up on the banking, I didn't feel comfortable at the speed they told me to go up on the banking, so I was down on the apron all the time. So you're right, that there is a point that even behind the safety car, there's some skill. The racing drivers hate this because they're not using the brain the way they want to do it. They'll be getting I was going to say they'll be getting cold inside the car. Probably not, because the air temperature's still 17 degrees. I mean, let's not forget, Peter, we worried on our way over here that we were going to get the freezing point type conditions we had a couple or 3 years ago, and we're still at air temperature of 63 Fahrenheit at the moment.
No problem with that, but yeah, it's dense, thick moisture in the air, and it's gathering on the windscreens of the cars, which the train at the moment is just coming around to turn 5 and 6, which Matthias Bech's reported to us is the worst part, and he's right. It is pretty thick there, that's for sure.
Coming round to half distance, as we are with 20 minutes away, it's one of our features again this season in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is our Pelotti mid-race recap. So we'll put that together for you in statistical terms in a moment or two, so that we don't miss any racing if we do go back to green. Whilst we do that, let's go down to the pit lane and to Mauro Engel out of the Windward AMG. He's with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, Mauro Engel standing here, the man who qualified this car as well. It's one of these things, you know, that when Mother Nature rolls in, sometimes we have to take second best. But what's your thoughts on what we have happening just now?
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't had fog here yet. So I remember 1 year it was below 0 in terms of centigrade temperatures, but I haven't had fog yet, and not much we can do at the moment. I mean, the bus stop was really hard to see there at the end, and I guess we just have to wait.
Your 75 Express Mercedes seems to be going pretty well, which is always really reassuring through this part of the night phase, because come tomorrow morning when we start getting into that golden hour, that's what you're going to be really looking for, to try and make steps forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for us, it was important to get Kenny's drive time, and he's done that already. He's done a really good job, so that's set up. And then Will, Chaz, and myself have all been in the car, and so far circulating well. So yeah, now let's see when we can get back to racing, but for sure it's going to be about having pace tomorrow morning.
I don't know if you caught Kenny's interview earlier on. It was quite interesting. He was quite wound up, shall we say. Have you managed to calm him down in the team?
I actually haven't seen or heard the interviews, so and I haven't seen him because I was in the car. So maybe I'll go and find him. But I'm sure he's fully motivated as always.
It's definitely one to go and listen to in the archive player. Thank you very much, Mauro.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
Mauro Engel from the 75 Express, not from Windward, completely put him in the wrong AMG there. I see an awful lot of Mauro as one of the top GT3 drivers around the world. Indeed, he and I were in Dubai last weekend for the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours. I think we did roughly the same travelling back to this part of the world. Just after 20 minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning, we're under full course yellow for restrictive visibility issues with the fog. Now, this is going to go. I thought it was interesting there, because what we'd been seeing from the onboards, clearly what wasn't the drivers were seeing. I tried to send Joe Bradley a picture earlier on. He's out in Dubai for the all-plate karting meeting, and when I put my phone up to the window in the a moment or two ago to take a picture of the fog, the camera actually sees through the fog better than your eyes do. So I think some of our onboards have been slightly tricking us into thinking it's better out there than it is.
You've got to, someone asked a few moments ago, do race control consult the drivers? I mean, I think you have to, because
yes,
they're the people who are seeing it and are experiencing it in race conditions. And you know, none of them are soft, believe me. And if they say it's too dangerous, it is.
Yeah.
If they want to keep racing, they don't want to sit behind the pace car. But if it's they'd rather do that than it'd be dangerous.
I agree with that. I remember many years ago talking to Alan McNish about this when he was works Audi driver, we were talking particularly about the wet at that point, and that's a bit different because when there's standing water on the ground, these cars run so low that rather than running behind the safety car, you red flag it. And the reason you red flag it is because if there's so much standing water, the middle plank underneath the floor actually then aquaplanes and takes the wheels off the ground, and you become the world's fastest boogie board, basically. Very aerodynamic and comfy boogie board, but a boogie board nonetheless. Daytona International Speedway. Under full course yellow at 25 minutes past 1 in the morning. Let's nip down to the pit lane very quickly to have a word with Richard Westbrook, who's with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, Richard Westbrook from the JDC Miller camp here. Give us a quick update on how Nico's getting on in the car just now.
Well, I hope he had a toilet break before he got in, because could be a long one.
Not going to be great for him, is it?
No, I mean, the last time I remember this fog being like this was 2011, and yeah, we're like in the car for 4 hours under the safety car. It gets very, very uncomfortable. Obviously, you still got to keep some sort of concentration, save fuel, and keep the window open, but yeah, it could be a long one.
Do you miss it?
Not at all. Not one iota. Not when it's like this.
I like it.
It's more like Nürburgring. It's crazy. I don't think anyone saw this coming, but looks like it's going to sit for a few hours, but you know, we'll see. I mean, safety's the most important thing. At the moment, you can't see the next marshal post, so it's probably the right call, but I'm sure everyone wants to go racing.
How's it going for your car? Because obviously you don't have the Evo kit on your car. Obviously Nico Pino and the guys are quite happy with how the car seems to be compared to the other ones that we have out there.
Yeah, the car's awesome. Like, all three are really happy with it. You know, we've been running at the front. We had a small issue a couple of hours ago which lost us a lap, so we needed that yellow to get us back on the lead lap, and no, we're good. We're really comfortable where the car is, so you don't really have to really push so hard now. It's really just surviving the night and going for it in the morning.
Can you do anything with the car to put it into a fuel-saving mode right now, so he's using basically next to nothing?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're staying off the brake, just coasting, just, yeah, it's all about virtual energy right now, so not so much about fuel, so just, you know, you don't want to be coming to the pits, you know, before everyone else does, so even though we're behind the safety car, it's still important to save energy.
Richard, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's a good point. Fuel save behind the safety car is something that can give a real competitive advantage, and at the moment we've got a bit of a fuel save competition going on behind the full course yellow, and we can see how that's going on IMSA.com/telemetry. The race leader, Felipe Nasr, of those top 5 cars all pitted on the same lap, he is using the least amount of energy behind the safety car, if you're interested. But these little tiny little things can make a big difference.
Hello to Warren Kyle Keith. This is like Nürburgring 24-hour fog. Can we blame Manthey Racing for bringing it with them? I think it's a little bit unfair, but at IMSA Radio, thank you very much indeed for that. Let's just review whilst we have some time, so we're not going to miss any racing whilst we do this. What's happened in the last 12 hours? Absolutely beautiful start weather-wise to the race, but carnage down at turn 1 in the LMP2 field, Peter.
It was so many different cars involved, and the number 11 car, Toby Luke, just knocked the start of the race. He wanted a spin going in, which kicked off a bit of a schmozzle, and then rejoined right in front of the number 2 United car. A big hit for Eric Zietze in the number 28 RS1 Porsche. Luckily, Eric walked away from that one and was cleared later on at the medical centre, which is the best news.
No surprise that that car didn't go much further. A little bit of fire, some spilled fuel on the Triazi hot brakes, and that fire dealt with very quickly. Then another big incident. Could have been even bigger when you think about it, through the kink fantastic piece of driving with the Whelen Cadillac there. Let's move to the third hour. Another grassy moment and great avoidance at the International Horseshoe. Then Ricci Competizione with a left front issue, damage to the steering arm. Stuns starting to go down, visibility an issue, and Adam Adelson gets a little tap and goes into the wall. That's 2 cars involved there, and both cars instantly retired.
It's the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, unfortunately, another story of what could have been for them.
The number 23, Alex Ribera's driven Valkyrie, not once, not twice, but 3 times, a cough, a splutter, and an electrical issue taking the car behind the wall. Fast forward to hour 9, get ready for the fireworks. The button pushed, and one of the big traditions here at the Daytona International Speedway and the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona set in motion. For those people who watch the F1 movie, see, it does really happen.
Disturbed my nap though.
Couple of spins out on the far side of the pit stop. That's the United Autosport car as well, and the number 93 Acura had to hit the curb hard to get through that. How they picked their way through that, I have no idea whatsoever. Just a couple of hours ago, straight out of the pits, down towards the International Horseshoe for Kaku Ota, and the left front tyre disappears. And the Kenny Rogers song makes its appearance. You picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel. I'll get my coat this time. Inception with the spin down at the far
Proud
end.
Mary. Big wheel keep on turning.
Well, yes, okay, Credence, yeah, we'll give you that one. Inception with the spin and rejoin as well. There you go. That's our look at what has been happening throughout the first part of the race. 1:30 in the morning. Let's head down to Winwood Racing and get an update and some atmosphere from the pit lane. Here's Duncan.
Yeah, great run through there, John. Winwood Racing 48 coming for a brake rotor change on the front, or discs as I would call them, back home. And it's really interesting to watch the guys do that. It's methodical. They do it under caution or under this yellow, because there's then no real pressure or stress on them. They don't need to rush 100% because they know they can catch back up. But you've got to remember, those brakes coming off, as we've heard from our Brembo brake facts, they're not that cool, they're very hot. So they've got the big gloves on, which makes using the tools so much harder as well, John. You know what it's like when you try and get something with a pair of fingers and you've got big gloves on? Never easy. Then you've got to hold the big hot brakes yourself. They do that with a couple of spanners, screwdrivers, anything they can use. But it's executed so well by the Winwood team down here as we get more cars coming in for a pit stop. The TDS number 11 rolls past me into its box.
Thanks, Duncan. Still warm outside with an air temperature of 63 Fahrenheit or 17 Celsius. And it's become a tradition at this time of the morning, or somewhere near it, that we welcome the man at the head of IMSA. President John Doonan steps in. Good morning, John. How are you?
Doing well, and this guy has to remember, if you remind you guys of a morning at Heathrow or something like that. No?
Yes. Yeah.
Got a bit of Edinburgh Airport about it, yes.
Well, one of our viewers and listeners just said, this is the Nürburgring 24 weather, and was blaming Manthey for bringing it. I felt that was a little bit unfair. Great race until this point. Safety, the key point, and we've heard a couple of drivers absolutely agreeing with the decision from race control. We can never compromise safety. It's unfortunate, John, but what a race we've had to this point, and what a field we have had for this 64th running of the Rolex 24 Daytona. The driver strength in depth, incredible.
Yeah, first of all, it's been an incredible, I would call it, 2 weeks. Just the overall atmosphere, the electricity, the culture, the feel. It's a really positive statement about where we are as a sport. And obviously, I'm a bit biased, the IMSA portion of the sport. But, you know, when you break down what was in the driver meeting room today, it's 228 drivers, 32 countries. You know, between Connor Zilich and AJ Allmendinger, 31 NASCAR wins, 12 IndyCar titles, 4 Indy 500 wins, 11 former Formula One drivers, and then start adding up the 65 winners, 65 winning drivers in the field of the Rolex 24.
It's a lot of
and then
watches.
start tacking on sports car championships around the world. But this event, of course, absolutely spectacular. The WeatherTech Sports Car Championship has really created some incredible moments for our fans, and I'm so proud of what we saw today. You know, that grid walk, I don't know where you guys were, either up here watching or down there. It was, I mean, I can't even put words to it.
But John, yesterday for the Michelin Pilot Challenge, the grid walk for that, maybe a decade ago, maybe a little bit more, when we came in to doing this championship full time as it was then, the combined to the Tudor Championship as it was then. That was an incredible crowd for a Friday afternoon race.
Yeah, and you know the other thing about the Michelin Pilot Challenge race yesterday, and even the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, you know, the MX-5 Cup, when we launched that back in my previous life at Mazda in 2016 at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, we had 40 cars.
Yep.
They had 44 cars, so they set a record for the biggest MX-5 Cup field ever. Last year, here at Daytona International Speedway for Michelin Pilot Challenge, I think we had 41 entries.
Yeah.
We had 51 entries.
Yeah.
So for me, those particular series, those development series, those challenge series are a great barometer, I think, for how much momentum the sport has, how much enthusiasm it has, for certainly a fan standpoint, but participants.
And for entrants and drivers too. Teams, you know, RS1, I know their debut hasn't gone the way they wanted, but RS1, for the reigning champion Michelin Pilot Challenge team to then say, right, okay, Tech, we're going WeatherTech racing.
Yeah.
That's got to warm the heart as well.
The ladder system's
100%.
working, John, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, John. And you know, we worked together a lot when I was at Mazda, and we saw, you know, drivers, teams, engineers, PR professionals climbing up the ladder of the sport. And that's what I personally, and I think IMSA is all about, is giving people an opportunity for that runway. And I, you know, during driver intros, I love being by the stage to wish all the drivers well. And it's drivers like Patrick Gallagher.
Yeah.
Robbie Foley.
Yeah.
And to look at Jan Halen, these guys, Connor DeFilippi won just about every scholarship that was possible on the Mazda Road to Indy before he went sports car racing. Obviously,
you mentioned Colin Zilich as well.
Zilich, I mean,
know?
MX-5 Cup to immediately straight into professional racing. He is such a natural talent. So you're right, the ladder exists. I think the ladder is strong, and I think stability for what we have here and that pipeline is critical.
Questions, as you might expect, coming in on at IMSARadio.com, and this is the opportunity for you to talk them. We're not missing any racing as we're just 2.5 minutes away from half distance. The big thing that has been the talking point with the fans this week is the addition to the regulations about teams and drivers not talking about BOP.
Yep.
Now, I won't say it's controversial because other series do it, particularly the WEC, but it is a change of direction from IMSA that has had a more open and transparent conversation with the teams and drivers. Why was it, I think the question most people want to know, John, is why was it felt that had to be done now? What question does that new regulation answer?
Yeah. So first of all, it's funny. I had an opportunity to visit with media in the media center earlier today before the pre-race activities, and before they even asked the first question, I turned the table and I said, "You know what? We're going to talk about BOP."
Get you.
Their eyes all lit up. Like, has
Yeah.
John hit his head? Does he need to see a doctor? And BOP is a tough discussion. It's a tough topic. But it is absolutely integral to what we're doing here. When you got 18 auto manufacturers coming to all of IMSA, you have to have a tool to make sure that, front engine normally aspirated versus rear engine turbo. You guys know it. You've both been around it.
We live it.
So that is a tool we must have. We've worked really hard in our IMSA technical committee, which I'm a part of. Not an engineer, but I think we have a nice variety of engineers and non-engineers that really want to ultimately provide the best entertainment for our fans, give every one of those manufacturers currently on the running order the best chance they can for success.
Yeah.
So, all that said, we've had a great process with the OEMs. We had the November preseason test. We didn't use that necessarily as a BOP tool, because ultimately people were running through their programs. They had EVOs. So then we met with all the manufacturers. We talked about the strategy that we had employed in 2025 and what we were going to do for 26. We had a really good set of discussions. We ended on a BOP. BOP in the past was not to be, it's tricky. So you have 18 OEMs. If you make a change to Peter's car before the race, guess who's going to be knocking on the door? John Hindau. What? You gave him extra power, and now I'm going to be left behind. So
I need it because I'm carrying extra weight. I need the turbo boost, John.
All right.
In short, the process we have is clear. And in the past, we had a regulation about trying to allow the IMSA staff to execute the event and not try, making in-race events and knocking on the door and saying John's too quick and Peter's too slow, you name it. So that part, I think we all on the IMSA side know that we want to continue to have open and honest discussions with all of our partners to make sure that come tomorrow at 1 or 12:45, we're in for a fight with 6 or 8 manufacturers in each class. The other part is we have a set of momentum right now for this sport on social media content, broadcast, every bit of it, the fan attendance, the midway. So let's make a way to continue to grow the sport, not tear it down. So in very simple terms, let's not talk about it in public. Let's educate our fans about it. Let's make sure that the racing product speaks for itself.
Yep.
But that's it. I mean, that's as simple as I can be. I'm sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, and I think people appreciate that, John. We've just gone over half distance. By the way, pit stop's ongoing, but as we said, race control are going to continue to cycle the class splits, easy for everyone else to say, but not me. 85 car in the pit lane is the JDC car. We can barely, the cameras can see better than we can. We can barely see that from where we are at the moment, and that's why we're under yellow. The only thing I'd say about that, John, and this from experience that we've had and what the fans are saying as well, is in particularly the WEC, let's say, the lack of, the seeming lack of transparency from some of the fans has led them to think that something's not being done right. What I said this morning to a group of your VIPs, the amount of data that IMSA's collecting is more than put Apollo on the moon by a million billion percent. So this is a data-driven exercise. Is there any worry from your side that mandating a no, you can't talk about it, no, you can't ask questions about it or answer questions about it, that will it might that information vacuum from the team might be filled by speculation and conspiracy theories that are unhelpful to everyone?
Well, I would sure hate for that, because there's nothing for us to hide from, both with our manufacturer partners or with the series or with fans. In short, we want to have open and honest discussions with all the OEMs and the race teams and the drivers. We want to continue to grow the sport in a very positive way, because that's what we have right now. The fan attendance, the tune-in. Shortly after the start of the race, you all know perhaps that we had well over 100,000 viewers on the IMSA YouTube channel for this race. And for me, that's the kind of energy we want to continue to provide. There's nothing to hide from. maybe we ought to do a BOP 101 for fans so they understand, you know, more about it. Because, as you guys know, you're trying to call a race with 4 classes.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain. Maybe we need to do that.
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, same situation, WEC Thierry Bouvet, who you know very well, came on and did a quality interview for us at Sebring, which has been replayed many times, and we update that at time. Matt and the rest of the IMSA team are very proactive in coming to ourselves and NBC and saying, this is what we've done this week and this is what we want to achieve. And I think sometimes the audience and the fans, obviously we try and tell them that, and I think we've got to keep that information going. Let's finish on something really positive, is that not the weather right now, but the schedule. We've already announced the date for this race next year. We're coming up to Sebring. Is it your intention to release the calendar again at Sebring for 2027?
Yes, sir. We will announce the 2027 calendar at the Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring, which will be the 74th running, because in 2027 it'll be the 75th anniversary of that race. We're going to announce the calendar there. It gives everybody a longer runway for planning, and we'll keep the momentum going across the board with the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, and all the excitement that we have right now. And thank you to everybody tuning in right now. I wish I were Mother Nature. I'd flip the switch here and we could, but
we're missing wind, John.
Yes,
and I mean that in the meteorological sense, not in anything else in a stuffy booth. But we're missing a bit of wind just to move this forward.
I mean, we're in constant contact with our weather lead here at the Speedway for the company, Troy Wilrick. We're talking to Daytona Airport, and we're going to do the right thing. So for the fans, please hang with us, and we're gonna go back to racing as soon as we possibly can.
John Doonan,
thank
you, sir.
Thank you very much, guys.
A pleasure.
Appreciate
and
it.
Thank you for answering the tough questions as well,
problem.
John. That's a tradition of IMSA, and long may that continue, and I know it will under your watch. John Doonan joining us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We've gone across half distance. We'll do an update, a VP update in just a few moments. For those of you on Peacock, don't go too far away. We'll bring you back up to date next. Let's do a quick rundown. Lots of pit stops, but we are cycling everybody back through, so nobody is disadvantaged. It's still Felipe Nasser in the number 7 Porsche 963 that leads for Porsche Penske Motorsport behind the safety car. Whelan number 31 Cadillac in second. Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 number 6 in third. Will Stevens for Cadillac, Wayne Taylor number 10 in fourth. The 40 Cadillac from Wayne Taylor Racing, Jordan Taylor at the wheel in fifth. Sixth is Scott Dixon. Sheldon von der Linde has just left the pit lane in seventh for BMW. All on the lead lap, by the way. Nico Pino and Kevin Magnussen for JDC and BMW are both on the lead lap as well. Pekka Ota is the only one of that lead GTP top 10 who's off the lead lap. It's A-All Racing from United Autosports, number 22, from Tower, number 8, from CrowdStrike 04, then Brian Hurd at Autosport with Ben Keating back behind the wheel, getting some time, burning some time there for Ben, actually. That's very clever. Into Europol, 6th and 7th, 343 from 43, Seth Lucas in 8th for Intersport, and the top 8 in... No, make that the top 7 in LMP2 are all in the lead lap. GTD Pros, Paul Miller Racing BMW from Manthey Porsche, from the Corvette number 4, Corvette number 3, Vassar Sullivan number 14, and the top 6 made up by Triasi number 033. And finally, last but by no means least, it is DXTT, the Chevy Corvette number 36 from 13 Corvette, 13 Autosport, leading in the bronze class. Turner Motorsport number 96, Conquest number 34 Ferrari, AF Corsa USA number 21, and the top 6 made up by Lone Star Racing number 80. Our Pilotti mid-race recap at just over half distance. 388 laps completed. Felipe Nasser is leading. 7 cautions for 46 laps. We're racking those up with the fog at the moment. Cars that have been officially retired and the paperwork put into IMSA 5. And I reckon that's the RS1 number 28 Porsche, the Risi Competizione number 62 Ferrari, Wright Motorsports number 120. That's the Porsche. The Orica of AF Corsa USA number 83, and the Myers Riley Motorsports Ford Mustang number 16. So there we are in the update there. Let's go down to the pit lane and to Duncan Vincent for an update.
Yeah, standing here with Antonio Felix da Costa, then there's something's just happened in the pit box. Everybody's sprung into action, but I'll firstly ask yourself, the stint for you out there, you're not one to complain, I know that, but what was your honest thoughts?
Yeah, look, it was getting pretty bad out there, to be honest. It was still fun. It made it interesting, you know, dark, a lot of fog. We're, you know, doing our race, measuring our risks, but at some point it got pretty bad, yeah. So I think it was the right call to neutralize the race. I know it's not good for anyone, not good for the fans, not nice for us. But safety above everything. So it is what it is. We'll cope with it and try and fit some strategy into all this. A lot of race left, but yeah, team's doing great.
What do you do yourself now? Are you going to head off and get a little bit of food and some sleep? Or will you stay in the pit box and cheer them on?
No, so I think the best thing I can do for these guys right now is just try and get some rest. I think I'll get a couple of hours now, and then after this, it'll be me and Tom to the end, so I won't be leaving the garage anymore. So this is the last little bit of rest I'll be able to get. So yeah, I'll make the best of it.
Yeah, go and get some rest. Thank you for your time.
Cheers, mate.
Antonio Felix da Costa there driving with Inter Europol, and yeah, Antonio's absolutely right there. Get some rest and ready for the long run to the flag. I mean, this morning when we came in to call the HSR historic race, it was racing conditions just before 9 o'clock. We're coming up towards 10 to 2 local time at the moment. So hopefully it burns off a little bit quicker than it did this morning. I mean, the forecasted temperature was due to be very high on Sunday. So let's see if that's what transpires. A few of the teams in GTP have taken opportunities to come in and take little top-ups. The 93 Acura from Meyershank Racing, both of the WRT BMWs, the 85 JDC Miller car, and indeed the number 60 Meyershank Acura. The rest of all in the top 5, they have not been back in since we went full course caution. So those who don't, why have they done that? Well, if you've not got the track position anyway, you might as well top up. You're never going to lose any more positions really, or certainly not many. So that will give actually a slight advantage to the cars out with of the top 5 in GTP.
And actually the other thing that we mentioned earlier was that IMSA have told the teams that they won't be disadvantaged if they need to come back in again. They will continuing doing the category and class splits where it's safe to do so on the part of the circuit where it is safe to do that.
But you would still give up track position in your class.
In your class, that absolutely true, absolutely true. But figuring, I suppose, working on the assumption, Peter, that other people will have to stop as well. So, you know, it's going to be swings and roundabouts.
I think so. It's not going to make an enormous difference. No,
absolutely not.
Sure. Yeah, you got to spare a thought for the drivers. Richard Westbrook explained it pretty well, that when you're multiple hours in the car behind full course caution, that's where the aches and pains really come in, because you don't have the adrenaline pushing through. It's probably when nature's call might be a little bit more louder than it would be again under full racing conditions. So yeah, who would have thought?
No, you're right, because there's no adrenaline flow.
No, you feel everything.
Let's go down to Duncan Vincent, who's working hard to talk to people in the pit lane. Antonio Felix da Costa was his last victim. Duncan?
Yeah, I'm trying to get Ben Hanley, and I think I'll get him in a couple of minutes. But another funny story on the Antonio Felix da Costa pit stop. He said off air, all the best chat happens off air, and you guys
Of
know
course.
that. He says, we got a pit lane penalty for an arrow infringement earlier on. Now, he was coming down the pit lane, and I thought, there's no arrow out, and he parked it on a dime, and it was very impressive. It was parking that would rival Peter Mackay's parking in the car park this morning. It was that good. And he got out, got a couple of looks at the lollipop man who didn't make eye contact with him, and then he kind of had a bit of a giggle about it, but he says, that's one way that we won't get a penalty for an arrow. We just won't have one. It was really good.
Yeah,
A couple of minutes,
good.
and we'll have Ben Hanley.
Just a couple of people that we haven't, a couple of cars that we haven't spoken to in the LMP2 category. Be nice to hear from the CrowdStrike team and the Intersport team during the race, and we haven't heard from the number 99 Spike car either in the gold livery this weekend. Excuse me. So we'll try and tick some of those off from Curry Cobb's list in London.
What this will mean, though, is that the AO crew, there was 2 crew members, I think it was the fuelers on the AO car, the Rexy car, were building one of the Rexy Lego kits, which came out a month or 2 ago. So and it's a Lego Technic set, so it's quite a long build.
It's big.
This means they've got so much more time to get that Lego build done. So hopefully Kelly Bruley from AO Racing will give us an update of how they're going, and we'll bring that news to you here on the show of how that build is progressing.
That might be the most excitement we have for a little while. And he is, they are racing Stephen Gardner, unbeknownst to them, one of the fans away from the circuit. At IMSA Radio, please tell us what you're doing whilst we're racing, or indeed whilst we're not racing at the moment. We asked for Algarve Pro Racing and the CrowdStrike 04 car, and Duncan has delivered, gone straight to the top. He's the big fella, Stuart Cox.
You ask, John, and I will deliver. And I've not just gone straight to the top. He's actually got me up on top of the comfiest seat in the place. It's lovely. We've got all the screens in front of us here. In fact, I'm going to take a picture and I will send it up to your commentary booth. But Stuart Cox, give us an overview of how things have gone, because it was quite a tricky start, shall we say.
Yeah, it was quite exciting, wasn't it? Especially for us. You know, you've got a 24-hour race. You want to stay out of trouble for the first 200-300 metres, but we didn't manage to do that. None of it down to us. It was one of the other cars used the cars in front as brakes. Unfortunately, it cost a load of people a load of money and damage, but it is what it is. So quite a few of us were pretty much a lap down after that. We had suspension damage, bodywork damage, so we went a lap down fixing it in the pits, and then I think when we all settled down we were 2 laps down, but a couple of hours later we're back up there running well. You know, George put in some really good stints, then Toby jumped in, and I think he brought it up into the lead. But basically, it's like all we want to try and do is keep the thing in one bit and be there with the last 10 minutes to fight at the end, because that's what Daytona is. It's all about managing everything. So, you know, we're just pottering around now, being as safe as we can and being ready for the last 20 minutes of the race to pull the pin.
So what does it do anything to the car, this extended running at slow speed? You know, does Toby have to watch the temperatures in case something starts to maybe drop away rather than you would expect to normally get too hot?
Yeah, it's interesting because the car's meant to be run flat out, so it doesn't like these slow gear changes, and the car's not designed to be driven like this, so the electronics are find struggles. So we've given him some things to do in the car that he's just doing now, and it was like straight away as soon as they called this, we just told him to do this, and that's what we're doing.
Good update from the CrowdStrike by Algarve Pro. Thank you very much, Stuart Cox, and thank you for the comfortable seat.
It's quite pleasant, isn't it? Lots of screens.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Duncan, down there on the lane. Let's have a quick look at the energy, because from what I'm seeing on your screen, Peter, those top GTP cars, they'll be able to stay out for quite a long time. They're using their electrical energy, regenning and running on some of the electrical energy, and they're barely using any fuel at the moment.
Well, and Felipe Nasr is winning the fuel save race at the moment, or the fuel saving competition, I should say. So who can use the least amount of energy behind the pace car is what we're going to follow right now. Now, in all seriousness,
that's what reduced to commentating on at the
well,
moment.
there we go. And this was something, you know, that you know, teams have always worked on over the years to try and get the car to be as lean under the pace car as possible. I remember back in 2008, Porsche, or Team Penske as it was then, running the Porsche RS Spiders, between Porsche Motorsport and Team Penske, developed very clever mapping that could save fuel really, really well under the pace car, and then their rivals developed similar technology. So it is something that can give you an advantage. Now, when we do go back racing later on and we go into those critical last couple of hours, that is when the focus on fuel use and how long a stint can last could be the difference between winning and losing. Several teams last year missed out on a winning opportunity because they were just the wrong side of that coin. Now, so when you join us later on for the conclusion of the Rolex 24, which will be in 11 hours and 40 minutes time, those last few hours, make sure you have a laptop or a phone up with IMSA.com/telemetry. It tells you exactly the amount of energy remaining in the tank for the GTP, and now for the first time this year, the GTD cars as well. Now, last year's GTD winner, the what's now called the 13 Autosport team, but it's run by the same crew, the AWA cars, painted in the same colours, etc., same drivers even. And they, if we had that technology last season, that would have finished the race on, basically on, well, it would have made it in on a full course yellow at the right point with 0.1% in. They made it in and no more, and that was the difference of them winning the race or not.
It's Peter Mackay examining all of the information that we have here. We're under full course yellow for bad visibility. The fog has dropped at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. So 11 hours and 40 minutes to go. The GT3 Touring is rolling around at the front of the field. Notice the rear spoiler is deployed on that car. It's fast enough for that, I wouldn't have thought. I am looking at anything to talk about at the moment. The Acura ARX number 60, Scott Dixon brought that car into the pit lane. Kevin Estra in the number 6 as well. He's getting a refill on his drinks bottle, that pressurized system that the guys at Progressive perfected so many years ago, and is still the go-to thing for the driver's comfort in the car. Howden Haynes and Dave out at Brackley in, I guess that's, does that just fall into Oxfordshire, or is it still in Northamptonshire? Probably still just in Northamptonshire, actually, just along the A43 from Silverstone, right in the line of the new H2 line running. Thank you, Northants is confirmed by our British geography expert, Kes Cobb, in my ear. Good morning to Ryan Marine. We'll bring him in for a little chat as soon as we rejoin with the Peacock audience. Fairly leisurely pit stop for that number 6 Porsche, and he's ready to let that car go. He's dropped off the lead lap there, so I can only presume that there was a brake change there for that number 6 963. Kevin Estra leaving the pit lane in the number 6 Porsche 963, which has been in the pit lane for quite some time. Eyes and ears down there at the moment is Duncan, and we'll get him to nip down and find out. I suspect that was a brake change. Ryan Marine has rejoined me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We'll get his thoughts in a moment after a word from Duncan, who's down at Intersport Racing, the 37 LMP2 team.
Yeah, and Jeff Abel is going to give us a bit of an overview of how the team is, because 90% of them, John, are snoozing just now because it's almost early in the morning. But Jeff, just let us know, first of all, how did the start of the race go for you? How's it unfolded so far?
Yeah, we were a little off pace to start the race. We're running 8th now, a few laps down. Hoping to get back to green here sometime in the early morning hours and try to fight our way back up.
What's your run plan for, obviously we're under caution just now, but does this throw a big spanner in the works for what you guys had in plan?
Actually, not really. We're going to kind of stick to the plan that we've had going all along and just start to rotate the guys through, even here under yellow, which I imagine will bore them all to death.
Do you have to motivate your driver to almost go slow enough, but do you have to keep in constant chat with him so he doesn't kind of maybe drift off?
Yeah, Seth's been keeping us entertained at the moment. He's been asking for us to sing to him on the radio because he's getting a little bored out there.
Okay, so what was the last song you sung to him?
Happy birthday.
Is it his birthday?
Just last week, so.
Of course, so it was. But listen, thank you very much, Jeff. I did drag you off the perch, so I'll let you get back up there and get the headset on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the Intersport Racing 37 LMP2 Orica.
Take that one off the list. People coming in and out through the pit lane. Ryan Marine. It's honestly, this looks like special effects fog that's been piped in front of us. It's an extraordinary scene from here in the booth. The cameras, actually, those of you watching on Peacock at the moment, we can't see that well across the pit lane to that number 4 Corvette in the pits at the moment.
No, I think we made the analogy to a dry ice machine earlier, and the way that it's rising and twisting and turning in front of us up here in the booth, it's been different, that's for sure. Not the way we drew this up, not the way we hoped that the overnight hours would go, but look, as we heard from John Doonan just a little while ago, IMSA doing everything they can, monitoring the situation. They've got their weather expert here on site. They're in touch with the folks over at the airport, which normally we could see right now.
We're switching pace cars.
All right.
The Touring pulls away and goes to be refueled with VP Racing Fuel, and we have the Manthey GT3 RS. This will be Peter's car, fully be-winged, engine turned up to the max, where I'm much more the no wings, little bit more toned down the GT3 Touring, but it has to have the 6-speed on the Touring rather than the PDK.
I agree with you. I like the more subtle look myself.
Yeah.
Don't need to be grabbing all the attention, but you know, Peter can't help himself sometimes.
Well, I've always said I see enough of cars with the aerodynamic accoutrement on during my working life. I don't need to be driving one to the supermarket. I actually very nearly bought a GT3, 991.2 GT3 in white with the wing on. And the first thing I was looking at was how I could take that off and put a ducktail on, or put the Touring rear end on it, because every time I took it out for a test drive, it didn't happen for a variety of reasons, not that I didn't like the car, I really did. But every time I took it out for a test drive and I looked in the rear view mirror, it looked like someone was writing up my tailpipes. And I go, oh, what's that? Oh, it's just the wing. It's just the wing. It's just something, I'm not sure how long it would have taken me to, I'm sure I would have got used to it eventually, but generally speaking, I went, ooh, what's that? So new Manthey GT3 RS, the Touring, in a very subtle shade of silver. That's not GT silver, it's a bit darker than that as it heads in. Very pleasant looking car.
So not only do we have 2 pace cars, we must have 2 pace car drivers.
Correct.
Do we know who they are? It's nap time for one of them right now.
Let's go to Duncan. I'm looking at the input from our listeners and viewers from the US and around the world on at IMSA Radio. You've got a text message from someone who I was in the pit lane with last weekend. Spill the beans, come on.
Well, you know, John, you're going on about Porsches, and I know a guy that likes an awful lot of Porsches and good cars. He's got good taste in just about everything in life. And Dario Franchitti texts me saying he hopes your Touring has the comfort seats. And does it have the comfy seats, John, or are you going for some carbon bucket seats? What are you doing with that?
No. He knows me too well. My GTS has got comfort seats, and in fact, even the car that I borrowed from Porsche in the Middle East, which was a new GTS T Hybrid last weekend, and Dario knows this because I'm pretty certain he saw me sleeping in the front seat, had the 18 ways best option you can spend your money on. Heated and cooled in my car. You can't do it with the Alcantaras. You've got to get the full leather inserts. I know my Porsche options list. I'll tell you that. Hello, D. Hope you're fitting well. Good chatting with you last weekend, and welcome back to GT3, or welcome to GT3 racing for Dario Franchitti, finding his feet last weekend in the Michelin 24-hour race at Dubai Autodrome, and he said he was there to have fun, but I tell you what, after a couple of practice sessions and his first run in the race, I could see the competitive look in his eyes. We were having a good laugh about it down in a pleasant pit lane.
You don't turn that off.
You can't. That's it. He did say that. He'd admit that to me.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same competitive fire that led him to be an IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner, all the success that he's had over the course of his career. Maybe it's been on ice for a little while. Occasionally, he'll dip into it, doing some of the historic racing we've seen him do in recent years. But you put him in a proper race car, modern race car, in a race for the first time in a decade plus, and yeah, I have no doubt he immediately was right back in that competitive mode.
I said after interviewing me in the pit lane that he is the absolute epitome of the phrase that form may be temporary but class is permanent. He had the good grace to admit he was having to learn new things, not a natural left foot breaker, which in this new world of ABS GT3 cars, ABS equipped GT3 cars, you sort of have to be, and he's learning his way around that front engine car in that configuration as well. And basically said he was learning every lap, and his lap times were very, very consistent and very competitive. He says a one-off, but first of all, he had a very swanky new posh driving suit with which mirrored the art car design which Stefan Johansson did for the team, and it was stunning under the lights at Dubai. Hopefully, well, I know because Dario told me anytime you get a chance to drive, always write it in that you get to keep the driving suit. So I learned that from him, and I know how many driving suits he's got. Well, not how many, but I know the huge amount he's got. But also, I just think that may turn out to be more than a one-off from Dario. I think he enjoyed it too much.
I hope so, and I'm sure I'm not alone in that. It was really surprising news, quite frankly, when the announcement came that he was going to return to competitive motorsport again. But so many fans really wish that Dario had gotten the send-off that he deserved. His IndyCar career came to a very sudden and abrupt halt with the accident in Houston, and he never got the chance to get the proper send-off. So if he gets to dabble again in a few races here and there, then maybe there is the chance to say goodbye properly.
Yeah, Dario, I know you're either listening and watching at the moment. Not sure whether you're in the UK or in your place in the States. Can you tell Scott Dixon that Duncan is waiting to talk to him? Just drop him a note. Thank you very much indeed. 11.5 hours to go. And it's still Porsche and Felipe Nasser leading from the two Cadillacs. We'll find out what the 963 number 6 was having done in the pits in a moment or two. So Duncan is down on the pit lane, and even before I asked him, he was already down at the Kevin Estre pit. That was a long pit stop last time around, albeit under this extended yellow, Duncan, but that dropped that car from 3rd to 6th, and from 3rd to 8th rather, and only just holding on to the end of the lead lap.
Yeah, a long stop obviously doesn't hurt as much maybe under the full course yellow, but we are expecting the car back in straight away, John. We've got a full front nose section for the Kevin Estre number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport car, which is not far away. The team have been poised. They've been on the pit wall now, standing here for some 2 or 3 laps. So they're maybe trying to get a perfect window, John.
Okay, we'll come back to you when our Peacock audience rejoins us. Hello to all of you here at the Speedway. 107.9 if you're beginning to think, well, it's time to head off to the car for a snooze. 107.9 FM, and we will lull you into that lovely little sort of netherworld between awake and asleep, where you're still taking in information by a process of audio osmosis, and it's what I always do when I'm sitting in the car. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car is in. We'll give you a full update on what's going on there and why it was so much delayed in the last pit stop in just a few moments' time, as Duncan is standing by. And we'll be back with our Peacock audience in a second or so. We're still behind safety car, under 11.5 hours to go at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. In the pit lane again for the number 6 Porsche Penske 963. Duncan is down there. This is another long stop. The nose is being changed, but they're having a look under that. They are going to drop off the lead lap here, Duncan.
Yeah, watching the nose go on, John, they're concerned about the right-hand side, which will be the side passing you guys on the banking. That looks like it's had contact already. There's a big repair patch on the side there. Doesn't look pretty, John, but it's obviously still effective. But this is going to drop them off the lead lap. They've got a measuring tape out. They're trying to measure and make sure everything is in the right place. They're maybe checking a skid block or the plank or parts of the floor underneath. But this is a bit worrying for them, really is.
Yeah, these cars have suffered at the hands of running too low in the past season or so ago. They lost a victory at the Sirland 6 Hours of the Glen. That's not forget Ryan. But that's 2 long stops. Duncan's down there. I'm sure he'll be asking the team what the previous long stop was for. I thought they were just doing brakes or doing some planned maintenance, but it seems there's something more sinister going on here.
Well, again, this car sustained some damage back in hour 1. They've been nursing that ever since. Duncan referenced the repair work to the right-hand side bodywork. There's actually a hole in the bodywork that they've taped over with clear tape. But I saw on X a post from Lawrence Vanthor, who drives this car, one of the 3 drivers in it, and he talked about the fact they felt like the bodywork damage was pretty well repaired. They were comfortable with that, but he thought they had some underbody damage, John, that they didn't think they could get to under normal circumstances. I actually think this could be Porsche Penske recognizing, all right, we're going to have some extended yellow flag running here. We can use this to our advantage. Maybe we have some time to make some repairs that under normal circumstances we wouldn't be able to do. Yes, they dropped off the lead lap, but as we know, with the IMSA rules and regulations, there are ample opportunities to get laps back with weight buys and things of that nature. If they can get to the bottom, literally, of the issue, the bottom of the car, and take care of some of that damage, maybe they have a chance to make some repairs here and then have a car that they truly think they can fight with. I think Lawrence indicated they were on the back foot relative to the sister car because of the damage they sustained, but maybe this is a chance to even the playing field slightly.
These cars are so aerodynamically sensitive in terms of ride height in particular. To get this 963 to work, they absolutely went back to first principles after Le Mans now 2 years ago, when they had that really not very successful Le Mans. All the teams, which included Jota at the time, they all went for a post-Le Mans test and basically started from square one. And it did yield results. And I was on a call the other day, a roundtable call with Jonathan Duguid, who's the man in charge of this programme now. Also Timo Bernard and Hurley Haywood, who were great value on there. Jonathan giving the technical analysis, and that car was really hard on its rear tyres. And he said that for the first time they had double stinted a set of the soft rear tyres. We weren't sure what that meant for the new mediums yet, but they have been working really hard. But ride height, as we have seen, is crucial here. The Valkyrie rides a little bit different because they're using the underbody in a different way, slightly different rule set. on that car, but they're basically using ground effect on the Valkyrie. It's similar but slightly different in the GTP cars. There's the Whelen Cadillac going off on the battery power and then effectively bump starting itself when it gets to a certain speed down the pit lane, so you get the whee before you hear that lovely V8 firing up. So all of these things can't be taken in isolation, Ryan. It has to be the fact that, you know, all of these little pieces of the jigsaw plug in together to get the performance.
It changes the balance, it changes the percentages of where you're creating the downforce if you have some damage, and it can lead to a car that just doesn't do what you want it to do. And that's what Lawrence was talking about in his social media post, that they just didn't have the car quite in the same window where they didn't feel like they could push it quite as hard due to the damage sustained. And that came so early, John. You know, we talk about this being a 24-hour race, and the endurance aspect of it really comes into play when you do pick up damage early on, and you have to endure. You have to put up with the fact that now you have a blunted weapon, so to speak, for the duration of it, although maybe now, given the circumstances here with the extended yellow flag running, maybe the team does have a chance to do some repairs that they wouldn't do otherwise. I do think it was quite clever for them to utilize this opportunity to maybe at least try and address a situation that under normal circumstances they wouldn't have been able to get to.
Hello to Motorsport M8.net, who are on their way up the M1, the motorway in the UK, to what will be a wet Donington Park this now Sunday morning at 7:20 in the UK. It's a British Motor Racing Marshall Club pre-season training day today, and I always say that I'm very honoured to be an ambassador for BMMC, and I am. I have the patch on my race suit, and we simply can't go racing without the volunteers of the marshals, corner workers, track services, call them what you will, at different parts of the world. Essential pre-season training going on at Donington Park in the UK. And whilst we're running behind our safety car at the moment, thank you very much to everybody who are on the flag stands, safety vehicles, the AMR safety team in their very spiffy new Raptor intervention and safety trucks.
That was recently announced as the official truck of IMSA, the
debuting
F-150
this week.
Raptor. Exactly right.
Yeah, it's the 150. Look, they look fabulous. Pretty intimidating if one of those came up behind you as a race car driver. I think you'd give it some racing room. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, the situation is here that we are waiting for the weather to clear, possibly for the wind to pick up a little bit. We're still 5 hours away from sunrise, so we're not going to get the sun burning this off, but incredibly what we still have is an air temperature that is 63 Fahrenheit and a track temperature underneath this almost nature's duvet that is still sitting at 64 Fahrenheit. That's 18 Celsius, and it's 20 past 2 in the morning. We've had no sun on this since 7 o'clock last night, and the track temperature is still at 18 degrees Celsius, air temperature still 17. That's a summer's day where I come from. That's shorts and t-shirt weather. Possibly not with 90% humidity, mind you, with what we've got at the moment as well.
That's a bit of a drawback, that humidity. But I'll tell you what, fog aside, temperature-wise at least, this is significantly better than the overnight hours were last year and several other years in recent memory, where it got down to or even below freezing on a number of occasions. So at least for the fans here at the racetrack, they're comfortable, but I think all of them, ourselves included, wish we were seeing race cars running at speed once again. Thought that occurred to me, if I have a second here, John.
Yeah.
And maybe you guys have talked about this already, but what this ought to do is make all of these teams tire rich when we go
massively
green the rest of the way.
Brilliant point.
Anyone who might have been behind on double stinting tires, or if they had been forced to make an early pit stop because they had flat spotted a set, something like that. That kind of goes out the window here. We're not going to see tires degrading for the foreseeable future, running behind the safety car. And so I think all that conversation about tire conservation goes out the window at this point.
And I wonder as well if anybody is thinking, well, we've got some softs in our allocation, we might as well put them on now.
It's possible. Again, in GTP, so you have a tire allocation. My understanding is it's not like you have a limited number of softs and a limited number of mediums.
You didn't have to pick them beforehand.
That's right.
You just have a total that you're working to.
That's how I read it, but now that you put it that way, I'm second-guessing myself. So I will retract that comment and do a little digging, see if I can come up with an answer to it.
Okay, well, we'll take that under advisement, as you might say, over here. We'll also be back down in the pit lane in a couple of minutes as well with Duncan Vincent, who's lining up some interviews, doing great work whilst we sit behind the safety car now, which is back to the Manthey GT3 RS. So a number of people wondering if we've seen safety cars being changed before. Oh, yes. At a number of different races down through the years. We had that long rain delay at Le Mans a couple of years ago, which I timed just right, actually. The rain came in about the last 15 minutes of my stint, and Johnny Palmer was coming in to do his long stint, which is 4 hours at Le Mans, so that I could go and lie in the front seat of a car and snore loudly. And literally the whole of Johnny's stint was behind safety cars. 3 safety cars, of course, at Le Mans, and they all had to be swapped out at least once in that time. It was a deluge, mind you.
Yeah, and they planned for those contingencies, as we've seen. But it's the case here.
You're talking about the drivers is a good one, of course. You normally say, okay, so it used to be Yannick Dalmas for the WEC. He had 2 assistants for Le Mans, but that means you need 6. And 6 observers as well, because there always has to be someone in the passenger seat.
Sure. On the subject of changing out pace cars, not exactly the same set of circumstances, but I was at a Detroit Grand Prix where a pace car was crashed.
Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't that long ago, a couple of years back.
Well, Ollie Gavin did a long interview with me several years ago, and he crashed a Formula One pace car, and he thought that was the end of his whole career. It was a Mini Core, I think. I bet that's still on the archives. In fact, I know it will be on the archive. Look for Tyler's Long One, Ollie Gavin, on radiolemans.com. We did a big 2-parter with Ollie. Oh, this will be probably 6 or 7 years ago. Ollie, one of our broadcast colleagues for NBC this weekend. He was very smart when I saw him earlier on. 11 hours and 13 minutes still to go here in Daytona. Well, we promised you some more news and views from the pit lane, and Duncan Vincent is the man who can oblige here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing Travis Hogue is going to give us a bit of an overview of both cars, the 10 and the 40. You were looking very comfortable in your seat. I'm sorry I have made you stand up, but how is things going for you guys in this team right now?
I think it's going about the same as it is for everybody. We're just kind of waiting for this weather to clear up. Gave us a little bit of time to kind of fix a few things that started at the beginning of the race, but now we're just kind of waiting it out. But I think we're in pretty good shape to the end.
Filippi qualified the number 10 car in 6th after the penalty was implied for the car that got disqualified. But what have the guys been telling you when they've been getting out of the car?
No, I think everybody's pretty happy right now. Just really trying to get through the night. I think we have some pace in the car for later on. It's just a matter of getting through this weather and trying to make it to the end.
Now, this number 40 car, that we're in the 40 side of the pit just now, bit of a jokey side of the garage, because we were going to get Matt Brogan giving us an interview, but as soon as he knew he was going to be talking to the world, he turned a funny colour of white and put you up to the game.
Yeah, they always pick me to do this kind of stuff for them. I don't know why. I think it's them should be on the radio, not me.
Now, what do you guys do about the tyre situation? Because this must be helping you massively. We're under caution just now, not taking life at the tyres, prolonging the distance.
Yeah, I think it changes it a little bit. You don't have to run as many double stints. Allows you to kind of
juggle things around. You know, we were really trying to look at how many stints we were running on each set of tires, trying to maximize what those cars on the softs or the mediums. I think this changes it up and lets us pretty much do whatever we want.
Is it worth putting on a new set to just run around behind the safety car?
It just depends on when we think we're going to go green or not.
And what about the compounds? Have you guys been juggling compounds, the ones you've got to choose from?
We haven't so far. We're just kind of waiting to see what this does again through the middle of the night and into the morning to try to make sure that we save enough of each compound that we want. But now with this weather, I think we'll probably stick it out to the end with what we're running.
Travis, thanks for an overview of the 10 and the 40.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for an overview of the 10 and the 40.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming by.
I'll let you get back to your seat. Thank you.
Wayne Taylor Racing. So can we tick off 2 cars there, Kerry? I think we probably can on the list. The number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, number 9 Porsche 963. In again there for some more remedial work to the floor of the car, just ahead of the right rear wheel, using the heat gun on that to separate something, take something off, and then they were hot riveting something back together. Duncan was watching that as well, and he's been having that was quite a lot of work. The 911 Grello Manti car coming in for a brand new set of tyres. No, surely not. They fueled it, and that didn't take very long. They're putting the chocks underneath. I think they're doing front brakes on that car. Yes, they are. Duncan, what was going on there? You sort of nodded sagely in audio terms in my ear with that number 6, the Kevin Estre car.
Right, John, I couldn't get somebody from Penske, from Porsche Penske Motorsport to speak to me. They're all too busy right now. But I did manage to take my headphones off and enter the working area and listen to exactly what they're talking about. They have some sort of hole in the side of the car, maybe about 10 inches long, 3 inches wide. So they're trying to make sure that hole is effectively plugged. Because imagine if you're relying on that area of the floor to suck you to the ground and there's a hole, that's not going to work. The sucking is going to be a lot less. It's early in the morning. It's probably not the right time to say that. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of sleepy, but I do know what I mean.
No, I get that. I get that. So they are carrying on trying to seal an air gap is basically what we're doing, so that it's basically trying to maintain the vacuum underneath the car.
Right, and that's what Lawrence was referencing in that Twitter or X post that I referenced earlier about the floor damage that was sustained. So again, they're being clever here, using this to their advantage. You know, we talked about the fact that IMSA, because they're giving wave buys and class splits constantly, it's not going to disadvantage anyone, but it can advantage people. As we talked about, teams that were behind on their tire conservation, this plays into their hands. Teams that need to go and take care of a little bit of work that ordinarily you wouldn't do in a competitive yellow flag pit stop, or certainly a green flag pit stop. Now you have the chance to do it. We heard from Travis from Wayne Taylor Racing a moment ago, talking about the fact they had a couple of niggling things that popped up early in the race on both their cars. They used this extended yellow flag period as a chance to address those. They now feel like they're in a good spot to try and fight for the race win when we finally do go back to racing a little bit later. But I think the prime winner in all of this quite possibly is the number 6 from Porsche Penske. The fact that they've been in and out of the pits all of these times, cycling back to the front with the class split that keeps happening, then diving back to the pit lane once again, doing more work, maybe getting a little feedback, because remember, they can push a little bit on the outlap, admittedly on colder tires, but still push a little bit to catch up with the rest of the train. That gives, at the moment it's Kevin Estre in the car, a chance to feel the car out at something approximate to race speed. He can give them feedback and say, yep, that repair seems to have helped. No, maybe it didn't, whatever the case may be, and then they can make a new plan accordingly.
Hello to Andy Clark, who's just tweeted at IMSA Radio. Have you heard there's going to be an inaugural 24-hour race this year in the Caribbean in October? The Caribbean in October. This is getting interesting. It's a kart race under the BMF FIA rules at Bushy Park, Barbados. Now, I've commentated on racing at Bushy Park, Barbados.
Have you?
The one and only time the Race of Champions went there.
Of course.
And Neil Cole was with me, and we had an absolutely cracking time out there. I'm very interested in talking about that, but the last time I did a 24-hour kart race, I injured my ribs so badly. It took about 6 months for them for the bruising to go and for the intercostal spaces to get back to where they were. Let's go back down the pit lane. We'll take the opportunity to speak to as many people as we can. Duncan Vincent is the man on the mic.
Yeah, I'm here in the AO Racing Garage. It's great to have Scott Best, who's the race engineer for the 99 car. Now, you've been put forward to an interview to tell us how the car's actually doing. You're smiling, so things must not be too bad.
Yeah, it's not so bad. We're trying really hard to play to our strengths this weekend. Spent a lot of time in practice making sure we're where we wanted to be for the race. Everybody's doing a great job. We're just checking the boxes and doing laps.
What happens under these moments? I take it you couldn't leave this pit perch that you're on because you're in constant communication with your driver. Are you just giving them little updates of what maybe race direction they're saying and what the weather's doing, and you'll be asking him the same?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to figure out what's going to go on in the next hour, the next 4 hours, try to predict ahead a little bit, make sure we're in the right place at the right time when IMSA decides to get the race going again.
Do you have any weather station stuff yourself? Do you know what's coming in? Do you got somebody looking at an app for you?
We do. We have 3 or 4 people always looking at the weather.
Can they tell us some good things?
It's going to be foggy for a bit.
Thank you very much, Scott. Best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Hello to Ed, sir, who's listening in. Very kind words about what we're doing here. He says, simply put, IMSA radio during a fog delay is a bit like BBC Test Match Special during rain. You know you don't need to listen, but you just can't turn it off. I am massively honoured, Ed, to be even mentioned in the same sentence or paragraph as BBC Test Match Special. An absolute paragon of sports broadcasting as far as I'm concerned. It's the cricket programme, for those of you who don't know. And painting pictures with words on radio is something that I grew up listening to the very best doing. And I think you're the same, Ryan. Radio as a medium is something that I think we both have a very great affinity and love for. And sometimes when there's not much to talk about, you actually talk more about other things and are able to cover a lot of ground. And that's very kind of Ed to say that. I take that as a massive compliment.
I will as well, even if the specifics of the compliment are lost on me slightly as a Yank. But I did know it was cricket, at least, that he was talking about, so that's something. But to your greater point, radio was my first love in broadcasting. I ended up doing some television, but that was all by accident. I never set out to do television at any point in time. But I did grow up listening to sports on the radio. I've got long-term memories of falling asleep listening to Indiana Pacers games on the radio, and the great Mark Boyle calling those games as I dozed off as a preteen in my house in Indiana at the time.
For me, it was staying up late and listening to boxing matches from the States. Madison Square Garden, sometimes in Vegas. And a gentleman who was better known in the UK for This Is Your Life on television, on early commercial television in the UK, called Eamon Andrews. But he was a superb radio boxing commentator, and listening on a little AM scratchy radio when I was meant to be asleep, actually, with one, you know, that, remember those one earphones that went in, and I was transported to those places. And that's some of my happiest memories. We're coming round to another hour of racing completed. 11 hours, 2.5 minutes to go. We continue behind the Manthey Porsche pace car here at Daytona. Let's run through another VP in event, in race update. Very little has changed other than The Porsche 963 number 6 Kevin Estre has now officially dropped off the lead lap. Yes, it has, with those multiple stops for the right towards the rear, just in front of the rear wheel floor damage. So it's Porsche 963 number 7 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, BMW number 24, Felipe Nasr, Sheldon von der Linde, Colton Herter. Third position for the number 40 Cadillac. Second of the Porsches, in again for the number 6. Now, is this more standard, or are they going to work again? No, they're working on that same part again. More tape to go on, as well as a bit of general cleaning going on. LMP2 led by Greg Saucy and the number 22 United Autosport car. We'll just make this a quick update because so little has changed. In GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing from Corvette number 3. So BMW number 1 from Corvette 3 from Vassar Sullivan number 14 Lexus. And GTD itself is still DXDT Chevrolet Corvette from 13 Autosport Chevrolet Corvette, and Turner Motorsport, the BMW number 96. So 36, 13 and 96. We'll give you all of the retirements in just a few moments time, as we're down to exactly 11 hours to go here at Daytona. Straight down to the pit lane at Daytona International Speedway. Duncan Vincent is trying to get through as many of the teams as possible, and he's down with strategist Jeff Braun.
Yeah, winners last year, 13 Autosport. They're sitting second right now in GTD. And Jeff, it's very quiet, it's very calm in the garage. This is never great having a weather break like this, but it's part of Mother Nature. But give us an overview of how you guys are running so far, because it's strong.
Right now, really well. We're P2. We have our minimum drive time done with Ori, our bronze driver already, which we think is a good plus. So for us, we're in a good position. We just like this fog to lift so we can go back to racing and have some more fun. So second is good now, but we'd like to have a chance at first. So let's get this back to green.
Back-to-back victories.
Well, that would be amazing. And this crew has done such a good job, and our pit stops have been flawless, and that's how we won it last year, with great pit stops and a great final stint with Matt Bell, and we got Matt Bell in reserve. He's in there resting right now for our run to try to get that second victory.
How did Ori manage with his drive time, because you've knocked that out pretty quickly?
Yeah, that's always one of our goals, is to get Ori his drive time as soon as possible, and he did a double stint, and then we gave him about an hour and a half break, and then he did a triple, which is quite difficult for anybody, let alone somebody who's not a pro. And Ori's pace was fantastic. He kept us on the lead lap the whole time. So it was a tremendous performance by Ori.
If we cast our mind back to earlier in the week, we saw you guys having a flash fire. And the team's already done one all-nighter, and you're straight into 24. This team's very resilient.
That's what's amazing about this crew. I mean, we had that fire. They pulled the all-nighter, no sleep at all. We were the first car out in line for practice on Friday, even after the all-nighter. The car ran flawlessly. Charlie and Baptiste put a great setup on it. The car was great. Drivers loved it. And so far, knock on wood, flawless so far. So this crew kept us going. And you're right, they're essentially doing their second back-to-back 24-hour stint in 3 days.
Jeff, you better grab a coffee. You're going to need it. You're in this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the 13 Autosport team, at the end of Thursday night practice, the checkered flag had actually flown. They were in the pit lane, the back of the car was off, and there was a fuel line issue. And until there was no pressure in the fuel line, every so often there'd be a squirt of fuel onto the hot engine and it would reignite. And fair play actually to Optimum and one or two other teams who came down with their fire bottles to make sure, Inception actually, that came down to make sure that nothing got out of hand, as well as the pit lane marshals. But that was a lot of clear up for 13 Autosport.
Unbelievable. And you heard it from Jeff there. It was an all-nighter to get that car prepared. But the team, they answered the bell. They got the job done, and the car has run just about flawlessly, it would appear, ever since then through the remaining sessions in the build-up to the race. And to this point in the race, it's a Corvette 1-2 in GTD at the moment, and their car sitting second in that. But really interesting to hear how the driver drive time strategy is playing out. Ori Fidani's drive time is done, and they know they've got an ace up their sleeve in Matt Bell. That's why they're keeping him in reserve. As Jeff said, he was the hero at the end of the race last year.
I promised a rundown for a number of people on at IMSA Radio of cars that are officially retired, and there actually, I think there are only 5 cars that aren't still running, and they are all of the 5 retirements. Eric Zietzer had that big incident with the RS1 Porsche when he hit the end of the pit wall, and that number 28 red, white and black car, that was out after just 5 laps. 62 is the Ferrari Racing competition car, left front suspension damage. Daniel Serra completing 62 laps in the 62, probably enough. On 87 laps into the race, that was the Adam Adelson Wright Motorsport Porsche, the green and yellow number 120 went out. 95 laps completed for AF Corsa USA. They brought the car in, took it behind the wall, took it back out again. They just weren't happy with that LMP2 number 83, so on lap 95 they have gone no further than that. The Ford Mustang Myers Riley Motorsport was the mount of Romain Grosjean, the 16 car. They did 115 laps, and that car's gone no further than that. Now, Curry's got another car on that, so if you can shout in my ear case or put it on the chat for me. Number 73 as well, that has gone missing as well, and that would be the Pratt Miller Motorsports Oregon. Yes, quite correct. That was the 73 car. It's actually still sitting in 51st position and 11th in LMP2, having completed 372 laps. Went behind the wall about 10 past 10 local time and hasn't been seen since. We'll check to see if that is a confirmed requirement. You actually have to put a piece of paper in to race officials to confirm that you've actually retired. Let's continue our trip down the pit lane with Duncan Vincent. Where have you got to now, Duncan?
I've come and spoke to Barty Passione from Manthey First Form, the 912 car that sits in GTD. And you've just told me something really interesting there, Barty. You've got a bit of a fuel advantage on some cars around you. That was maybe a secret. Maybe I was not meant to say that, but it's out there now.
No, I think it's not too much of a secret. But to be honest, we don't know how long this will take. So this might also turn into the disadvantage. People are really shuffling through the order right now because everyone is coming to splash and top the fuel. So yeah, it really depends on when we can go back to green.
Have you done a rotor change yet?
Yes, we've done.
And who's in the car just now?
Richard Leeds in the car at the moment.
Nice safe pair of hands to guide it through these tricky conditions, because you can actually feel almost the dampness on the pit wall that we're standing beside.
It's quite tricky to keep the driver awake at the moment.
It's not that bad, surely.
Trust me, it is.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Here we go, that's Manthey First Form. Barty.
You know what? I think that we've found a niche market here, gentlemen, of tricks to keep drivers awake under long safety cars. It's not a huge marketplace, in fairness, but we need to put a playlist or something together and then broadcast it on the in-car radio or something. I was once told that you actually cannot fall asleep if you're singing out loud.
Really?
Yeah. And I've tried that on long journeys, and it does seem to work. If I need to get another 10 miles before somewhere I can pull over and get my head down, if you put a station on that you know are going to have songs to sing to. Now, there is a one outstanding exception to that. We were once doing a drive. I love to tell these stories. We were once doing a drive back from circuit of the Algarve all the way back up through Europe, through the bottom end, through Spain, through the bottom end of France, and up to the Eurotunnel at Calais. We had an Audi A6 3-litre TDI estate car, a wagon, and Nick Damon was my co-pilot at that. The deal was, as the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car back in again for this remedial work on the right-hand side of the floor of that car. The deal was, if you were sitting in the passenger seat, you were the co-driver, and you had to make sure that the driver was all right. Nick didn't actually fulfill that very well, and even though I had a great mix on the player, I think we must have been in MP3 player, sort of plug-in MP3 player days in those days, and a real sing-along tape, and it was what was the song that he was singing? It was let me think. Oh yeah, I love you, baby. That's the one. Okay, so that's what we're singing. Sorry for everybody for the bad singing. But he was asleep and singing it one line behind the song. Absolutely incredible. Only Nick Damon can do this because of the unique way in which he's plugged into the world. This, of course, Nick Damon, our colleague, who famously got his break in Formula One and in the pit lane of Formula One TV for Bernie Ecclestone's TV channel by being a pantomime dame, which is a very British thing to do. But his talent was spotted by someone in FOM TV, and he spent 10 or 11 years in the F1 pit lane as teammate to Bruce Jones, actually, who's with us here this weekend. So Nick Damon can sleep and sing at the same time. Let's give our viewers on Peacock a little bit of a break whilst we're still missing no action on the track, and for you guys on Peacock, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Meantime, on the world feed, we continue uninterrupted coverage with I was going to say apologies for the lack of racing, but as somebody rightly said when President John Doonan, President of IMSA John Doonan, was in with us an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, never apologise for safety, and actually absolutely right. And whilst our cameras might make it look pretty good from the onboards and even from the outside, the trackside cameras, you've heard all of the drivers saying how sketchy it was before the yellow was thrown. So I don't think there's any doubt about the fact that cars doing 200 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour in these sorts of conditions, just really not worth risking it for.
It's a non-starter in conditions like these. Even just hustling back around after you make a pit stop to catch the safety car train has me a little bit nervous, if I'm entirely honest. We've gone now past the 2-hour mark on this yellow that came into effect because of the visibility issues. And to everyone's credit, they've handled the visibility situation quite well. Everyone's been able to stay awake behind the wheel, whether that's because they are singing to stay awake or whether or not it's because the crew is doing whatever they can do to help the drivers stay awake. It's everybody all in on that at this point, but we continue on and the clock keeps ticking down.
Can't Take My Eyes Off You, that's the title of that song. I had to sing that in my head to get round.
You got there eventually.
Yeah, that absolutely right. Still Porsche leading behind the safety car, which is also a Porsche. Kevin Estre in and out the pits, and the latest of the GTPs to come in for more regular service was Kevin Magnussen in the number 25 BMW M Hybrid V8, 8th position for that car. You've missed absolutely nothing if you nipped away to grab a beverage, put the kettle on or whatever it is on our Peacock coverage as we're heading up towards halfway through our Sacred Coffee 6-hour stint. A reminder for those of you in the USA, check out the offers on the Sacred Coffee website. Their US roasting operation coming to an end soon, so the opportunity to get your stocks in, whilst that is still available in the USA. And thanks to Tubbs and the rest of the team for powering us here at Radio Shore Limited throughout the wee small hours and in the early mornings of so many endurance races around the world. We're picking off the teams down in the pit lane, and Duncan Vincent has found someone else who's prepared to talk to him. I just wonder, Duncan, are people just happy to talk to you to be doing something else, or are you having to twist their arm?
No, it's very easy to get the people, John, because they're sitting there either playing hangman or cards or singing to the drivers. They're more than happy to speak to us on IMSA Radio, which is a good thing, because Van der Strohe Racing, number 19 cars out there, I've got Chris Dealey, team manager, and myself and Chris are looking out from the pit wall. It actually looks like the weather's getting a bit better, Chris, only a little bit, but it's a positive note.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is getting better. I'm not sure IMSA will go green until it's fully clear, but it's something that's unknown. We're trying to keep Seb awake in the car. We're communicating every few laps with him. He's doing well. He'll be in a little bit longer, and then I think we'll put Rory in for some drive time, just on the stand, trying to figure out the best strategy play here, what we can do at this time. We're thinking about, brake changes, setup changes, something that we can use. We have a 20-second driver change coming up. Don't need tires, need about 4 seconds of fuel. So trying to figure out what we can do with the other 16 seconds.
The Valentin Haas-Klot, we have got a listener who's a big fan. Sarah Rigby, I believe her name is, absolutely loves him. Yeah. And he's doing a great job. He qualified you guys in 5th place. It started off well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Val's been a huge help. Been great this weekend. Car's been fast. So P1 in FP1. Yeah, super happy with Val. Obviously, he'll be finishing for us. So plan to get him in after Rory for a few stints to bring us to the top, and then Seb back in, and then Val to finish.
You're a Delaware native. Is this Delaware weather that we're seeing right now?
Not much, no. We don't get much fog like this up there. But we're adapting. We're trying to figure it out.
Always adapting and ready for anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been a good run for that team, embarking on their first full season in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship competition. Right now, Sebastian Bode driving the car, and he sits 4th in the class as pit stops continue to shuffle through, depending on where teams are in their fuel usage. Interesting to note, or perhaps interesting only to me, John, I suppose you'll be the judge of that. We are seeing some stint lengths that have crested 2 hours.
Yep.
The leading car, Felipe Nasser, last pitted 2 hours, 1 minute, 23 seconds ago. That has to be some kind of a record. Also, we've been talking about all the times that Kevin Estra has brought the number 6 Porsche Penske car into the pit lane. So I went and checked. He's been through, or that car has been through the pits now 22 times. And I wondered, is that the most of anyone in the field? No, it is not. 2 teams have been in 25 times already in this race. That could include drive-through penalties or things of that nature. But the number 60 for Meyer Shank Racing, it's Scott Dixon now driving, 25 pit stops so far. And then perhaps a bit unsurprisingly, this is a car that's had its fair share of misfortune. The 11, David Hannemeyer Hansen right now driving for TDS. They continue to fight on, but significantly down the order, 9th in LMP2. They also have made 25 pit stops at this point, or at least 25 trips down the pit lane, with still 10 hours and 43 minutes and change to go.
Incredible.
Was that interesting just to me?
I see,
we are also pretty desperate right now.
That won't have been on people's bingo card either.
Right.
If you haven't worked it out yet, low visibility is our full course yellow course. Nobody's off the circuit. It was getting so bad earlier on. In fact, when John Doonan was in here, I noticed that they'd actually gone and staged the Porsche intervention vehicles at either end of the infield, one at the International Horseshoe and one at the West Horseshoe, just so people could see where the edge of the track was, because they were running the underbody lights on those cars as well, with the fabulous wheel and lighting sets that they've got on there. That's how bad it was at that point. I think it's a wee bit better than that now, but still clearly not good enough to go racing at 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'd agree. I do think I can see the pit lane with more clarity than before. I can see the cars out the window now going into the International Horseshoe, and for a little while at least, I could see some of the lights going away at the exit of the Horseshoe. Chris Daly from Vanderster Racing, who we heard from a moment ago, also indicated he thought things were improving, but I'm afraid we're probably still in this for the long haul with the amount of fog that's still hovering over the track. And we did have fog, it's probably worth reiterating, this morning on our way into the track. Even when I was coming in at 8 o'clock, there was still quite a bit of fog. I was a little worried about the HSR race that took place this morning. It burned off enough for that race to start on time and run to its scheduled duration, but that was well after sunrise, which I'm afraid is ominous news if we're forecasting what things might look like.
5.5 hours away, that.
Yes, that the sunrise is.
Yeah. And then you've got to get the heat from the sun before that happens. 13 hours and 21 minutes from sunset last night to sunrise in the morning. That's 6 minutes longer of official darkness than we had even last weekend at Dubai. Hello to Fern Milroy. Milo would like to say thank you to his principal, Mr. Monaghan, for letting him have a couple of days off school to watch his dad, Ollie Milroy, race. First time at Daytona. We're loving it. Let's go. The 70 Inception. Hello to Mickey Heth in Washington, a non-foggy Washington. That's Washington, well, it's now Tyne Weir, not Washington District of Columbia, Washington, as it used to be County Durham, so CD, not DC. The original Washington, where your first president came from, and that used to be my happy hunting ground as well. I've lived in a couple of places that have links to your first president, Washington up in the northeast, and then when I lived down near Silverstone, Sulgrave House was just around the corner, which was a Washington family residence. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch, let's hear more from the pit lane, more chat, more singing. Not so sure. Let's find out. Here's Duncan Vincent.
I don't think there's much singing, but, you know, Chaz Cleland might do a little bit of dancing. He's a race engineer on the AO Racing number 77 green Porsche, or Rexy, as we come to know it by. Now, I don't think you were sleeping there. I don't think anybody woke you up, but you were resting your eyelids. Am I correct?
I'll be honest with you, you caught me about 30 seconds into the first time I've taken my radio off. So, yeah, it's difficult to keep awake at times like this, to be perfectly honest, because you're so focused on the strategy numbers, updating it every sector, and then suddenly in the safety car, you've not got much to monitor, to be honest. So it's a good time to get your eyes closed for 5 minutes if you can.
So if the race engineer pops his headset off, who then puts the headset on? Because somebody still needs to talk to your driver.
We've got a great team at AO. We're so deep in talent, in mechanics, management, everybody behind the scenes, but also in the engineering staff. And both teams, the 99 LMP2 car and the 77 Porsche, we've got a really deep team of engineers. So myself, Alex Stone, performance engineer, Adam McMaster, systems engineer. We all sort of share the workload, you know, we really have each other's back during the race when it gets busy, but also when it gets quiet, we can also cover for each other and let ourselves run off to the toilet maybe, or go brush our teeth, or maybe even close our eyes for 5 minutes. So yeah, it's part of a good team to be able to have each other's back and also cover each other's roles slightly as well.
So when he's out there, who's in the car just now, actually?
Alessio, yeah.
Okay. So when he's in the car just now, does he have to monitor the speed himself, or is he holding the button behind the pace car?
He's barely pressing the throttle, actually. It's pretty much just the idle. So he's only got in 25 minutes.
He's saving fuel then?
He is, yeah. At the moment, we've got, well, actually, when Harry first started his safety car period, he was full on energy. One of the things I told him was, as he crossed the line, I'll update him on how long of his stint he's got left, and it was 288 minutes. So, yeah, he wasn't too happy about the result of that, as soon as he'd been in the car for 2 hours and 5 minutes already. So, yeah, it's. I mean, for the drivers, it must be really difficult, you know, getting in the car and waking up 20 minutes before they've got in the car, only having had 2.5 hours sleep after being in the car for 3 hours before that, and then sitting there at 40, 50 miles an hour, basically not doing anything.
So who's going to monitor that? Because we kind of need to watch the drive time that we're going to need if you're giving us minutes like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's relatively simple. We can't do more than 4 and 6, so yeah, it's just rotating through, making sure everyone's getting enough rest, to be perfectly honest.
Tell you what, this is one of the best interviews I've had. Thank you very much, Chaz. I'll let you get back to your sleep there. And that was brilliant, Chaz Cleland.
Yeah, very, very good. The 4 hours in NE6 is the one that could catch you out, because if you've been running around for such a long time, 288 minutes, and then you go back green again, you can't cycle back in for quite some time. So if you're a 4-driver team, that's not so bad. If you're a 3-driver team and you're back to racing and somebody is either not feeling well or doesn't want to do a night stint, yeah, you're going to have to be a little bit careful with that. There's so much going on, even when we're travelling at, 60, 70 miles an hour. 91% humidity. Visibility's come right down. The wind has dropped even further. The air and track temperature pretty much identical, so the dew point is right there as well. 64 on the track, 63 Fahrenheit in the air. That translates to 18 Celsius on the track and 17 in the air. It's a pleasant evening temperature-wise without that wind coming in off the sea, but that's not moving this fog, low cloud, mist, call it what you will. And it's still, I wish we could show this on camera. It's very, very difficult, but it's like someone is tumbling dry ice smoke machine, fog machine from my old disco days down from the top of the main grandstand right in front of us. We can see it swirling in front of us at the moment here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It's Ryan Marine and me, John Hindhaugh, Duncan Vincent down in the pit lane. The constant class splits continue, so anybody that comes into the pit lane just goes back to the end of their own particular class on the car. Duncan, actually, we're going to swap him out now because he's done his 2 hours and he needs to go for a nice 4-hour break. Just find somewhere to get his head down. Sterling work from DV in the pit lane. Thank you, Duncan, for that. Still 10.5 hours to go here, and at the moment no sign of much change. Just checking again to see how things are going. So Kevin Estre has somehow got back on the lead lap, by the way. How did that happen? Must have had when everyone else pitted, stayed out and got the wave by. So all of that work that was being done lap after lap in the number 6 car, and that car now, which was down in 10th or 11th, with other cars having stopped, including Kevin Magnussen in the number 25 BMW, Scott Dixon in the number 60 Acura, Rene Rast, who was running right up the sharp end in the number 24 BMW. Kevin Estre now back on the lead lap and back up to 6th position in the number 6 Porsche 963.
Yeah, they haven't needed, or they haven't called him in recently, so he's still on 22 pit stops. We have a new leader in the clubhouse for most pit stops, by the way. The tie was broken and this is part of the reason Kevin's now up at another position or two, but Scott Dixon recently was in the pits. That was pit stop number 26 for the 60 car. So they have claim to that particular piece of trivia, at least at this stage. And that 4 and 6 regulation that we've referenced a couple times, no more than 4 hours of driving in a 6-hour window, that to me might actually be accounting for some of these pit stops. I had been thinking, all right, you might be up against the fuel, but as we've proven, you can go now at least 2 hours and 12 minutes in a GTP car, because that's what Felipe Nasser has done under yellow without having to worry about fuel. We know that at least, what class was that interview we were just listening to? That was with AO. Was that about their that was about their GT3 car? They're going 288 minutes potentially on a tank of fuel at safety car speed. So it must be about drive time that's causing a lot of these shuffles, not just about fuel at this stage. Really interesting to learn. And just to put a bow on that, the 288 minutes, that's longer than the 4 hours you're allowed to drive.
Correct. So they had to take him out before that. Had to take him out. 25 stops, by the way, by TDS, David Ennemeyer Hansen in that car at the moment, as we're looking for something competitive to talk about. In and out for Grégoire Saucy in the United Autosports USA number 22. Second placed LMP2 car when he came in. Toby Sowery, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, still leading that category. Paul Miller Racing ahead of one of the Corvettes now, so BMW number 1 ahead of Corvette number 3. The 4-car, Nico Varone back in that Corvette, and he's dropped down to 8th, but they're all behind the safety car. I suspect that if we get a heads up, I suspect that the teams will get a heads up from race control, and what we'll see is everybody diving in to either put a new set of tyres on or to top the fuel up, or both, and possibly even change a driver as well a couple of laps before they know they're going to go green. So that's not happening at the moment, and not looking like it's due to happen at the moment. Full course yellow, it's been a long one. The track is not good enough to race. Visibility the problem with low-hanging fog and cloud at Daytona. Yeah, low-hanging fog, not frog. I just want you to. We haven't had the locusts or frogs yet. That's you know, we're staying that off that one, if you don't mind. 10.5 hours to go, and again, this is terribly tedious for the race drivers. The first year I came here as a spectator. We'd been doing the American Le Mans series, and the Grand Am series was still in operation then, and they asked us to come and have a look at this race and for potential for us to do an international broadcast. And funny enough, Dario Franchitti was here. He was racing for Target Chip Ganassi in one of the Grand Am prototypes, and Jamie McMurray was one of his teammates at the time, and we had an episode like this overnight, and they were all absolutely whinging and moaning about having to go out. And I think at that time you could have 6 drivers. I said, look, this is I actually did have an international license, I think, even back then. And I said, this is where you need me, because I'll quite happily get in there. I can't lose any time, and if you win the race, I still get the Rolex.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe never having done a green flag lap, but there's nothing in the regs that says I don't get me winner's Rolex. And both Dario and Jamie went, actually, that's a really good idea. Have somebody on just in case there's a long gap where we don't want to get in, and we can all go off for a snooze before the race goes back to green flag. This low visibility causing problems here at Daytona with 10.5 hours to go. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Ryan Marine and John Hindhoff in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We're switching over down in the pit lane. We'll have some more stories from there in a wee moment's time, as we're pondering, Ryan and I just pondering whether we could keep our end up in these conditions, in full fog conditions. If it's only tick over and there's not much to do, as we heard earlier on, I think I could probably manage that.
I think so. You know, you hear about road course ringers. We could be full course yellow ringers. It's got a ring to it. That wasn't a great pun. I am interested in this, though. 5 GTP cars just pitted all together.
Yeah, I saw that.
None of them would have needed to necessarily, from what I can tell, including because one of them was Scott Dixon, who had just bid in.
Yep.
So that's now pit stop 27 for that car.
Well, they're listening to us on 107.9, clearly.
Yeah, might as well. And
so that means Kevin Estre is now up to 2nd place, because the lead car stopped. Now, the lead car, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. That was a driver change.
Yeah.
Julian Adler has got in there. That's to your point about getting close to possibly breaking out of the bracket of 4 and 6.
I think you're right. And so now for the first time in quite some time, that shuffles the 7 car back. The beneficiary of this is JDC Miller, which had dropped off the lead lap at one point. They were able to use a wave by several hours ago to get back on the lead lap. And Nico Pino, who has put in a couple of really good stints. Admittedly, this particular change for the lead had nothing to do with his performance per se, but still, he's been one of the stars in that car here so far today. And right now, 57 minutes into this stint since his last pit stop at least, Nico Pino leads the race.
Pretty much spot on 2.5 hours now of full course yellow behind actually both of the Porsche 911 safety cars. We started with the GT3 and actually no, we started with the Manthey GT3 RS. We went to the Touring and then the Manthey GT3 RS has come back out again. Round the country, particularly in the US, some really, really awful, chilly, cold, horrible weather. We can't do much at the moment to cheer you up and send you any Florida sunshine vicariously as it looks live. But if we flip back to 1:40 this afternoon, then we can give you some sunshine as we look back at the race update here. Started in perfect weather conditions, but it wasn't a perfect start with 4-5 LMP2 cars having a proper get-together at turn 1, and even on the recovery, drivers couldn't stay away from each other. The United Autosports car getting a really, really big hit as it tried to come round and rejoin. Then a scary-looking accident for the RS1 Porsche, hitting the tyre bundle at the end of the pit wall concrete. Thank goodness that everybody was okay after that one. That car retired on the spot. That was hour 1 and lap number 5.
Then some drama in the pit lane. A pit fire for Triarsi Competizione, able to get that taken care of quite quickly. Extinguished, the car back out on track and actually still circulating at this point. Bit of a wild ride for Action Express in the early hours, but able to recover, and they continue to run as well, currently shown in 5th.
Plenty of action at both of the horseshoes, either end of the infield section. One of them taking out the Risi Competizione car, left front suspension and steering damage. They only completed 62 laps. And then another big one. Again, multi-car incident just avoided by the Acura, and a huge incident that sent suspension and tyres all over the place. Then it was the power issues for Alex Riberas in the Valkyrie that took 1, 2, 3 times before they decided to put it behind the wall. It's been running pretty well since then, actually. Dropped a whole bunch of laps and is 16 laps off the lead. 10 o'clock, it was fireworks. No, really, it was fireworks.
Couldn't really tell, though, because they were launched up into the fog layer. We got just a glimpse of it. It made for a lot of smoke. That smoke got trapped down under the fog layer, and a number of drivers talked about the fact that visibility was at a premium.
Yeah, we picked up a wheel, actually, out there, which brought out a full course yellow as well. More LMP2 getting together, and once again, the Acura number 93, the 66 lubricants car, somehow picking their way through. They've been our onboard cameraman for a couple of big incidents.
That was Alex Below, who is living a charmed life. Then, though, the left front wheel disappears from the 93. They were running in the top 3 at the time. Really the closest challenge to the front-running Porsche Penske's. Had to limp that car around, drop them down the order. They're trying to recover from that even still.
Yeah, it was Kakaota just coming out of the pits, actually. Then we had the Inception number 70 Ferrari, a spin at the western end of the raceway. No harm, no foul there. Just before 5 minutes to 1, The fog brought an end to proceedings in terms of green flag racing, and we have been under yellow since that time. Now 2 hours 32 minutes and 30 seconds for the pedants among you, as that continues to count up. Ryan Marine, John Hindorf in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. It is the Sacred Coffee 6-hour stint with Peacock as well, and thank you very much indeed to our NBC Sports colleagues for allowing us to gently ease ourselves into their television time, whilst the crew 2 boxes down to our left get the chance to get some meaningful rest and come back refreshed in the morning. Who could have known that we would have been doing this? When I set myself, I have no one to blame but myself. I deliberately set myself for this 6 hours because I really like this run to just before the morning. We've sometimes done it 1 till 7:30, something like that, or 1 till 2 till 8. This 6 hours, so you get the sunrise. It's great to see the track coming back to life. And I set myself into this and I thought, right, I bet we're going to have some great racing in this. The guys will have got through some of the non-pro drivers, and got about an hour of racing after I came on at midnight, and then it's been follow my leader behind the safety car.
It's a reminder I need to add when I'm wishing for good weather on my flight down to Daytona each year. It's not just about the temperature. I was hoping, please don't let it be cold this year. Please don't let it be cold overnight. Next year, I'm going to include, please don't let it be foggy overnight. This is admittedly not the way we hope to spend the overnight hours. Coming up on 2.5 hours now behind the safety car because of the visibility here in Daytona.
And we welcome, having released Duncan Vincent to go and have a little snooze here at the circuit, find a nice comfy front seat of a car. It's Neil Cole who's with us now. I was just reminiscing about Bushy Park, actually. There's a 24-hour kart race coming on there, one of our listeners and viewers has told me. Happy memories of Race of Champions, you and I working together down there. What's it like down in the pit lane as you've come out into the damp but not cold morning down there in the pit lane, Neil? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's kind of spooky. It's like a Stephen King novel. As you walk around the infield, the Ferris wheel has stopped turning. Groups of people staggering out of the mist. And I just wanted to. And the pit lane is starting to get a little bit busy. The Vassar Sullivan Lexus is about to have a changeover. And I just watched Kyle Kirkwood getting suited up and ready to get in the car. He looks remarkably fresh for this time of night, so I presume he's had a good sleep. But yeah, I'm going to try and get some information as I go up and down the pit lane about just how they're, and also driver change for BMW Team WRT Motorsport. The 25 car is in front of me. They are.
It's Kevin Magnussen brought that in.
By the way. Okay.
Yeah, that Magnussen brought that in, but more importantly, Neil, if you can have a look down at the number 7 Porsche 963, Julian Andler has just got in that car, taking over from Felipe Nasser, and now that car's back in, and they are doing some kind of remedial work underneath the front of the car. They've got the nose cone off, and we've seen the number 6 car, but we know that's got damage just ahead of the right rear wheel to the floor, but this is something new and something worrying. Is this the first crack in the armour of the number 7 car, or are they just doing some maintenance? The worry is they could drop off the lead lap here.
Well, that's what they'll want to avoid. I wonder if, because they had to pit, remember they were up against the drive time just a little while ago for Felipe Nasser, so they lost track position when they made that pit stop for the driver change. They were running toward the back of the lead lap in GTP anyway. I wonder if this is Penske doing what they did with the sister car earlier when they did not have track position. Might as well come in. If there are some little things that you can work on, let's go ahead and do that here. But the big key is going to be keeping that car on the lead lap if at all possible.
Are they cutting something off the bottom of the car or sticking something back on. I think that car might have been off, you know. As the team continue to work on that car.
That is curious. That is strange. Now they do reattach that nose assembly to car 7. Lights come back on. Looks like they'll drop that off the jacks and release it. That should be in plenty of time, as far as I can tell, to keep that car on the lead lap. It's hard to prognosticate, of course, because normally you'd look out the window, you'd look into oval 3 and 4, and you'd see the safety car train. We can't do that. I can see to the beginning of the bend in the tri-oval out the window, and that's about it. But I think at this point it's safe to say that car has been dropped and released, making its way out the curving pit exit, and we still haven't even seen the safety car train. So that would indicate they will be able to remain on the lead lap. There's the safety car train now appearing out of the mist. But what exactly the cause of that trip to the pit lane was, well, it's anybody's guess at this point, unless Team Penske is willing to share some information with us.
If anybody can get it out of them, it's Neil. He's quiet, but he gets the job done, as we know he can. So, 10 hours and 16 minutes to go. We'll get some more reports from the pit lane in a few moments' time. In the pit lane for Inter Europol. The fog continues to cause us issues. No wind to speak of to blow that away. And the temperature absolutely rock solid. Hasn't changed in 3.5 hours since I came on at midnight. Happy Sunday if you're just joining us. It'll be Mondays in some parts of the world pretty much now. Wherever you are joining us from, we've got no racing for you as such at the moment. At IMSA Radio, if you want to join the conversation, ask us any questions. We'll try and get Neil to get the answers from teams down in the pit lane. Dawn just breaking 10 miles from the United Autosport HQ in Yorkshire. TMS was mentioned earlier on. Jim Maxwell sang for us when England failed to fill their time. Can you give us a duet? Oh, you do not need that. No, not at all. Hello to Spicy Sea Span. It's freezing rain in Georgia. Give me a warm shout out. Sunshine. There you go. The Forest Rail Gen is not running at the moment. And Jared Ward is loving the banter. Legendary. Thank you for making this long yellow fun. Fun for you and for us, not so much for the drivers and teams, I would guess, at the moment. I'm not sure where you are, bread and water, so I'll wait till we get back on Peacock in case you one of our USA viewers to answer the question. At IMSA Radio, if you've got something you'd like to put to us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. This from Bread and Water, the track map that we can see in the booth from the picture that I just put up on at IMSA Radio. Is it publicly available? Yes, it is. If you just go to live timing, the Alcamel live timing at IMSA, just put in IMSA live timing Alcamel, you'll get that in a browser. And you have a choice to have timing and scoring, or in the little 3-bar gate on the top right-hand side. If you click it, it's timing, positioning, schedule and results, and help. And the track map with what Brian Till has always called the dancing ants, or the marching ants, that is publicly available. So you can get all of the information we've got in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre to help you see what we're seeing, and you can help us by seeing stuff that we've missed. Older eyes and different things that are taking our attention, although not so much at the moment. It's nice to have all of this information. There's telemetry as well, which gives energy usage. That is a brand new service that IMSA started last year on the web. Just search IMSA telemetry, and that's now been extended, not just the GTPs, but also the GTDs now as well.
All of the classes with the torque sensor that is measuring the power output off of the cars in real time. That's monitored by IMSA, in part because power output is part of the balance of performance.
Yeah.
And then also just making sure that no one goes over the power output at any point that is allowed by the regulations. It's another tool, isn't it, for IMSA to do its BOP. I think, yes, it comes with an added cost. Teams don't love added cost, but what they do like is if the sanctioning body is going to step in and adjust the performance of their cars to try and equal the playing field, they would like that sanctioning body to have as much information as possible, and that's what the torque sensor has allowed IMSA to do.
We're now getting into the let's start compare. That's getting thicker, that fog again.
Yeah, I was about to say, we used to be able to see the cars into the International Horseshoe.
I can't see the paddock.
I don't know that the International Horseshoe still exists.
You see, that's an existential question.
That's right.
There, Maureen. That is, if we can't see it, does it still exist? We're getting into the territory of how long have you commentated on nothing here. Fabulous Phil Anson, who was part of our team last weekend at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, was one of the voices of Formula One in the UAE until fairly recently. He said, I did 4 hours commentary with only 3 laps completed during the Formula One race at Spa when that was curtailed due to weather. Hanging mist on the Camel Straight as well. We may have exhausted the internet trying to find content to fill the time. Yes. At least we've had a few than 5 laps to talk about, Phil. Well done on that, and thank you very much for all your hard work last weekend. Keep Joe Bradley and Nick Damon in check at the Dubai Autodrome this weekend. Incredible out there at the moment at IMSA Radio, and we'll keep an eye on that. Western Supermare is where Simon Blair's listening from, about to take his son to a junior park run. A previous listener, right, very test match special, but loving it. How long was the longest full course yellow in Rolex 24 history, and are we on course for a new record? I remember before my time of commentating, there was quite a long red flag for rain one year. I think that was when it was a Grand Dam race. Though it might have been, was it the first year of the combined series? But there was certainly a very long flag for red flag for rain at one year.
I know one of my first years here, and it might have been 2020, 2019, somewhere in there. There was a lengthy period of yellow and then ultimately red for rain in the overnight hours. I'd have to go back and look and see what year that was. But within the last 10 years, certainly, it has happened. I don't know if we're approaching it. I suspect we are not, if I'm honest with you, because we're not quite at the 3-hour mark yet of this full course yellow, which, when you're living through it, it feels like an awfully long time.
Yeah.
But this is not unheard of to have fog or weather, lightning, whatever the case may be, in an event like this. So I suspect we're not quite there yet, but hey, we still have a ways to go before we reach the point in the morning where the fog burned off yesterday.
Yeah, it's another 4 or 5 hours at least.
Yes.
At least. A number of people are saying, when do we expect the conditions to improve? The answer to that is we honestly don't know. And race control, we had John Doonan, president of the IMSA organisation, in earlier on. They are plugged in. They have their own meteorologist. They are taking data from Daytona Beach Airport, DAB, and that is literally on the other side of the backstretch. So amazing. Amazing that we can get that information. Hello to Matt Hawkins from the depth of Rushton in Northamptonshire, right in the centre of England. Misty, wet, raining and grey in the UK. Kerry Cobb, who's our overnight producer in London, saying Duncan and Vincent have done a fair few hours filling in British Superbike events in the past as well. Yes, you have. Meantime, back in the pit lane again for, that's the 7, isn't it, with the black fin, the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. And again, the nose is off that car. I'm not happy with that, and neither will they be. Although their other car is back up to second again now.
I know, it's amazing. Nothing has happened in terms of actually going racing, but plenty of positions have swapped around. At one point, maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago, I got a note that we had 4 class lead changes under this full course yellow, and we've added a few more since then. Again, they've reattached the nose assembly on the 7, and they've sent Julian Andlauer back out onto the track. Again, presumably trying to prevent the car from dropping off the lead lap here. But what exactly the problem is, what they're working on, is a bit of a mystery. And what's complicating things further, at least before when they were in the pits, we could kind of see what they were working on.
Good point.
I could hardly see anything out the window. The camera shot was starting to get a little more blurry too. So if they were ever wanting to do something cloak and dagger, this would be the time to do it.
I got the binoculars out when I saw that car come in the first time, and even before I got them to my eyes, I thought, hang on, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to see anything there. I mean, it amazes me in transitional conditions from daytime to nighttime, or when the rain's coming down, and particularly in the fog here, something I hadn't realised before, how much better it looks through our camera lenses than it does through our eyes. We cannot see, I cannot now see properly Daytona International Speedway written on the building behind the Rolex victory lane. I know it's there, I can see something that's white, but that's it. And I certainly can't see anything behind that in the paddock. Can barely see the headlights coming out of turns 1 and 2, and then nothing. The cars are sideways to me. Do we see the tail lights through the International Horseshoe? No, to be honest. And the headlights are not cutting through the fog as they go from our left to right down to the Kington, down the far end. The Western Horseshoe might as well be in another dimension, because I can't tell you if it's still there.
It's anybody's guess. I suppose the only thing we have to go off of is the marching ants, and they continue to march around unabated, and they're following the outline of the track, so that's a good sign. Evidently the track still is out there somewhere, maybe in the twilight zone, maybe in our dimension. Whatever the case may be, we continue behind the safety car here. 10 hours, 4 minutes still to go in this race. Again, approaching another hour now elapsed behind the safety car. And it is JDC Miller's Nico Pino who has shuffled through to the lead. That car does not need to pit anytime soon at this point. Kevin Estra, whose car has been in the pit lane off and on, I don't know, half a dozen times during this full course yellow, has still managed to cycle his way up into second place. May at one point have dropped a lap and then got one back, considering how, or to illustrate rather, how bizarre this situation has been. And we got a BMW sitting in the third spot in the hands of Rene Rast right now. Connor Zilic, not sure this is what the NASCAR star signed up for, but he's doing his best to keep on trucking behind the safety car here at the moment. Fourth place for Action Express Racing.
Still our VP in race update. 2 Porsches at the head of the field. A bit of shuffling of the GTP pack in particular in this 2.5 hour plus safety car period for bad visibility. It's the JDC machine that is leading.
And that has got Nico Peño behind the wheel of that car, working lap number 422. JDC Miller Motorsports then, the 85 bright yellow car. As bright as that car is, we still can't see it in the fog. Kevin Estre behind the wheel of Porsche Penske Motorsport. That's the car that's got damage to the floor, just ahead of the right rear wheel, but second position at the moment. René Rast in third. And in the BMW, that is the number 24. Whelen Cadillac, number 31, in fourth position. Connor Zilic touring around, not what he was expecting to do in this machine. Scott Dixon has been in the Acura Meyershank Racing number 60 for quite a while. Colton Herter, see above comment, in the Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing number 40. His teammate is Will Stevens in seventh in the number 10 car. Raffaele Marciello is behind the wheel of the number 25 BMW for Team WRT. And Julian Andlauer is on the lead lap in the number 7, the former leading Porsche Penske Motorsport. We're trying to find out what that car has been having done to it underneath the front end of that car. Meantime, service again for Alex Riberas, the Aston Martin Heart of Racing, and that is in the 11th position. In LMP2, it's Toby Sari for CrowdStrike Racing, ahead of Misha Goldberg for Brian Herter Autosport, 04 from 52. That's the wins car in second. Into Europol in the asymmetric yellow and green, into Europol 43, Bishop Garg is ahead of Kiffin Simpson for the orange, black and white number 8 Tower Motorsport car. Rasmus Lin for United Autosport in the 22 is in 5th, and Johnny Edgar for AO Racing in the 99 is in 6th. Might as well go down here because Nick Cassidy for Inter Europol in 343, and Seth Lucas is a couple of, so up to Nick Cassidy in 7th. They're all on the same lap. Seth Lucas 3 laps further back. Marco Sorensen has taken over the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. In the GTD categories, let's do the pros first. Corvette Racing still leading there with the number 3 Corvette and Marvin Kirchhofer behind the wheel of that car. It's 2 Fords, and it's the 2 factory Fords, 64 from 65. That's Mike Rockefeller and Chris Meeks. Will Power is in the 75 Express Mercedes, which is number 75. Riccardo Agostini for Triagi Competition, 033 in 5th, and 6th Alessio Picariello for AO Racing and Rexy. That's how they stand. 10 hours completed. That's your VP in race update, and thanks to Kes Corp for working so hard in London, making sure the audio goes to the rest of the world. There'll be a little changeover in London as we do a little bit of a switcheroo of our staff around the world. Here's a quick weather update. Dense fog advisory until 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, dearie me. So that is a long way to go. And I feared for that because the sun will not have any heat until about then. So no real good news to tell you. We'll keep going with the chat and the interviews from the pit lane as we're inside 10 hours to go here at Daytona International Speedway. John Hindhaugh and Ryan Marine with the conversation and with you on At IMSA Radio. Now let's check back in with Neil Cole in the pit lane. He's had an equipment change as well. Welcome back, Neil. And I think it's getting worse down there.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just had to recycle to the back of the lead group. It is getting a bit worse. It's thick fog. Visibility is not great. I've just seen a car come in, so I'm hustling down the pit lane to check out what's going on. But it looks like a pretty standard pit stop happening down the towards the end, the pit exit end. But yeah, it's a dreary sight, but it's also a beautiful sight because we've still got an amazing field of cars going past me on the banking. So still happy to be here.
One or two, Duncan picked off one or two of the engineers as the drivers have all disappeared, as you might imagine. There's a couple of cars that we haven't spoken to, Neil, in GTD, the numbers 21 and 66. Let's see if we can tick those off our list as the evening hours, the early morning hours continue in our Sacred Coffee 6-hour stint. Oh, my goodness me. I'm not enjoying it, but I feel for the drivers out there. I really do. Because trying to keep the concentration going when you're expecting to be doing 200 miles an hour in the GTPs and the GTDs, 180 miles an hour, and you're sitting at, what, 60 tops behind the safety car. That's, yeah, that's akin to them driving a bus at the moment very slowly, or maybe doing a parcels run for someone. Under 10 hours to go now here at Daytona International Speedway. Bruce Jones will be joining me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre in just a second. In fact, he joins me now. I'm not sure how refreshed you are, Mr. Jones, but this has overtones of the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, and much filling on the marshes down through the years at various places, including Le Mans.
I couldn't wait to get back in the box. I didn't really sleep because I kept on just slumbering, and I kept on checking, has the weather moved in or moved out? And but I did say, I remember this morning, it was actually just about clearing at 9 o'clock, and I said at about 11 o'clock last night, I went off at midnight, that I was a little worried we might have a repeat.
Yeah.
But I thought...
I heard you say that.
Because I didn't think this mist was going to come in until about 4 in the morning, and it came in at about 11 at night. And it had been wafting for actually several hours before then, but mainly at the height of our commentary box. But what to do? I do spend a lot of time, as you know, John, doing the long-distance races at Nürburgring, and you spend a lot of time talking about the shape of the clouds, and are they coming in or are they blowing away? Are they going towards Spa-Francorchamps or whatever? But this one, it's the fact, the weather conditions, the temperature has stayed, it's a straight line for hour after hour. But the point was, remember when the fireworks came and suddenly we didn't have very good visibility, maybe circumstantially at that time. I looked to see the Star-Spangled Banner, couldn't see it because of the mist, but when I could, it wasn't moving at all.
No,
it's
not
breathless.
A breath of wind. I likened it to putting a duvet over yourself in terms of this insulating layer of vapor heavy air, which is keeping the heat on the track. It's the track temperature that shocks me, Bruce, to be honest, because we haven't had any vestiges of sunshine since 7 o'clock, probably, last night, and it has not budged 1 inch. That track temperature from 64 Fahrenheit, 63 in the air. That's track temperature 18 and air temperature 17. Let's get down to the pit lane, and Gradient Racing debuting the new Ford Mustang with the Evo pack on it. It's the Silver Bullet number 66. Andres Levens is the man with his name above the door. Well, no, it says Gradient above the door, but it's Andres's team and car, and Neil Cole is with him now. Pass on my best wishes to Andres, one of the nicest men in the paddock.
Well, maybe he just heard you over the loudspeaker because it's quiet around the pit lane right now. But yes, John Hindhaugh sending his best regards to you, Andres Levens. The Gradient Racing Silver Bullet, number 66. Now, just coming in over the pit wall, I have to tread carefully because there are people sleeping on the ground. You're making very good use of this period of time. Tell us how it's been going, the debut of this car.
It's honestly been one of our best roar and race weeks, but yeah, it's pretty tough to ride around in the fog without much to do.
And we've been hearing that it may stay like this until like 9 a.m. How are you keeping your drivers in the car, alert?
We just asked Jake if he wanted us to play him some TikToks over the radio, but we haven't quite got there yet.
Oh, audio-only TikTok, that's a new thing. So yes, but just talk us through so far this race up until the full course yellow. All of your drivers, just run through the whole lineup and the crew.
Sure. Yeah, we started with Till Bechtelsheimer, and he did a great double stint for us. We moved up the order quite a bit, and yeah, we've really been making forward progress during the daytime. And once we got dark and the air density changed, we slowed down a little bit. But yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape. Only other issue we've had is a little bit of trouble with the brakes, but actually this fog is helping us out quite a bit in that regard.
New parts, Evo kit, how does that affect your performance?
Without a hint of exaggeration, it's really a great race car now. We're really enjoying it. A substantial improvement to how it races, and yeah, we think we'll have a really strong car tomorrow.
Any more specifics about just why it's improved it so much?
Oh, yeah. Great increase in braking performance. We got some more downforce on the car, which had kind of been lacking last season. And yeah, just a couple other little creature improvements, all positive stuff.
Look, I hope that when you do eventually go racing again, it all goes well, and that, you know, if you whatever you have to do to keep your driver awake, do that.
Will do. Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, Andres.
I'm not sure I've ever heard Andres singing in the fog rather than the rain. It'll be Bruce, me, John Hindhaugh for the last 2 hours of this Sacred Coffee 6-hour stint overnight, taking us to the end of our Peacock coverage as well. We'll hand back to our NBC colleagues in, what, a couple of hours, just over a couple of hours, over 3 hours now behind the safety cars. We've seen both of the Porsche 911 safety cars in this period of fog. Obviously something not quite right with we know the number 6 Porsche Penske 963 has had damage to the right-hand side floor just ahead of the rear wheel, and that car's been coming in and out. It hasn't been in for a while, actually, so they must be happy with how they've sealed the air gap that they had there that was bleeding air from underneath the car. It's the number 7 car that's been in a few times and dropped from the lead down to 9th, and I'm waiting to see it come round to see. It is still just, yes, it is on the lead lap. It's just come round to the back of the train. If you are just joining us, the race control have basically left the category and class splits ongoing for the last 3 hours. So anybody who has to pit because they're running low on fuel or because their drivers are getting close to the 4 hours in any 6 or any other of their drive time regulations, you can pit, come back out, and the worst place you will be is at the back of your class, which is, I think, very sensible because this is out of anybody's control. The only other thing they could have done to mitigate the circumstances was to throw a red, and at that point your drive time calculations are up the swanny. There is a formula for it in IMSA, but IMSA taking the mind, much as we did at Le Mans a couple of years ago in that heavy thunderstorm and rainstorm, Bruce, that this is an endurance race, and if you can't race at full speed, the cars should still be turning the wheels and the engines.
Well, that's a very good plan, because that's exactly why it keeps all of our sort of listeners engaged, and I am perpetually, eternally blown away by how most people go, they get the report that, what do you mean, it's going to be another 4 or 5 hours until this all blows away, but they're still following the race wherever they are on the planet. And the messages that come in just inspire me that people are so deeply embedded in this. And the weird thing is, a few minutes ago, when I stand up, there are people still sitting in the main grandstand.
Fair
These
play.
are die-hard people down below
Right in
us.
front of us.
Hands up, they're waving, and it's great to
Hello.
have them. You're alive, we're behind you.
We're
immediately
right behind you. Right behind you, young man, with the headset on.
People sitting there in shorts, which goes to prove they might have a jacket, a wind cheater on, but it goes to prove it's not cool here. It was a very warm day, and full marks for people here, and also
Totally.
people at home without the stimulus of actually looking out down from a grandstand. They're sitting at home and often have amazing office setups with almost as many screens, if not more screens, than we have in the commentary box to follow all the action. We wish we could bring you some action, but it is racing, and John is absolutely right. The teams and IMSA together, they sort of work really, really hard to make sure that all is clear in terms of messaging about what is happening now, but it is the slow tick. And I was talking to a colleague a while ago, John, and he said people are always, he's a commentator as well, and he said people are always saying, hey, I'd like your job. That was really inspiring if you think people are plotting. And they'll send a video clip, and he goes, no, don't send in a commentary clip of you talking about a race. Send me a commentary clip of you talking about a red flag for 30 minutes.
Very good. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, thanks to Matt Weaver, who has just forwarded me on, about an hour ago actually, a picture from one of the spotters on the top of the roof. The spotters have the choice of being on the roof, right on the rooftop, or there's an area, one of the old press rooms, just a couple of boxes further down to our right that they can sit inside. At the moment, the view from either of those is not spottable, if you will. They're spotting nothing at all, extraordinarily. The situation...
May I say one thing, John? Since I've come into the box just a few minutes ago, in fact, I even came in early, I was so keen I was awake, I reckon the visibility's got worse. I mean, perpetually, as we look to our left, we're looking towards where the cars will be coming out of Speedway Turn 4. No cars are there right now because the pack is somewhere in the gloom out the back. And only when they come, can you actually even see, if they come off the banking there, their headlights. But at the moment, it's Stygian, absolutely Stygian gloom.
Oh,
I got it in once and said it again just for emphasis, I feel.
Excellent. Bruce Jones alongside me, John Hindhaugh. 9 3/4 hours to go. Still getting pit stops. The latest car into the pit lane, the TDS Orica with Charles Milesi. He's back out on track now, and he'll join the back of the line. Low visibility running at Daytona for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Class splits, as I say, continue to go on. So Charles Milesi, who's just popped out of the pit lane in that number 11 TDS racing car, he is actually well off the lead lap. He's now 8 laps off the lead lap in LMP2 because of the incidents earlier on. TDS had some damage in that number 11, normally pristine car. Also off the lead lap in 9th place in LMP2, the number 18 Era Motorsport car. They again are 8 laps off the lead. I think Seth Lucas is only a couple of laps off the lead lap. Yeah, 2 and a bit laps off Intersport Racing. In fact, as I say that, Seth Lucas comes in, so he'll lose a little more ground there. But the top 7 still on the lead lap in LMP2. I think in GTP it's the top 8, top 9 there. GTD Pro, they are all on the lead lap, and GTD AM, pretty much all of them are on the lead lap. Let me just scroll down for a moment. 27, 27, 27, 27, 28, 28, 28, 28. I reckon the top 10, possibly the top 11 actually, in GTD are still on the lead lap. So still plenty of racing to come if and when we get back racing. I'll remind you, the latest update from the weather and from our weather expert is no change until 9 o'clock in the morning, currently just before 4 a.m. here at Daytona.
It's a strange one.
Head down to the pit lane for Neil Cole, who is carrying on the great work that Duncan Vincent started, talking to some of the teams. Let's head to him now and find out where he's got to in the pit lane. I'd had my binoculars out to see if I could see you, Neil. I can't see the pit lane, it's that bad at the moment.
I don't think that's because of the fog. I'm actually the other side of the wall. I've got Travis Law with me at Porsche Penske Motorsport. About half an hour ago, we saw the number 7 car spend a little bit of time on the apron. Can you tell us what was happening? Because the bodywork was off for a little while.
Yeah, we just took an opportunity to have a look at the car, make sure we knew what was going on with it. We saw a little bit repair that we could make on it. So we just did a driver change, spent a little extra time, get it tuned up here. So obviously the driver has done a really good job, kept it pretty clean to this point. So that's the main point right now.
And how is the floor holding up on the number 6? We've seen it come in a few times for running repairs. How's it going now, and will it need more repairs before we go green?
Yeah, Angus and the guys did a really good job working through the repair there, and they're pretty happy with where they got to it now. So we'll monitor once we get going green here and see if it holds up, but we feel pretty good about it.
And generally, you must feel pretty good because the pace of this car looks almost unbeatable if everything works smoothly.
Yeah, obviously we got a long way to go here, but in general, the driver's done a good job, and the pace has been pretty competitive.
Okay, thanks for telling us the scoop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the teams down on pit lane for the excellent access that we get for not just this race, but the whole of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship Series, and indeed the other IMSA series that we cover here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. And I'll speak, for once, I'll speak on behalf of our NBC Sports colleagues as well, because quite simply, without the kind of access that Neil just got there down in the pit lane that Duncan had before, this is an odd situation, but sometimes we have to go in there and ask tough questions at the very worst time for the teams. And generally speaking, if they can answer our question, they will. It might not mean that they are in a good place as far as the race is concerned, and they might not have a smile on their face when they're answering us, but we appreciate their professionalism and the way they deal with us, helping us get you the information to understand what's going on. Bruce, sorry, I rudely interrupted you.
No, I was crashing across you. No, I was just thinking, I don't know why it suddenly came to mind. I was thinking, how do you keep, if you're a team boss, keep your pit crew on their toes? You don't want them all sitting up. But those that are there, I thought, just have your car come through every few laps and tell them that it's essential they're ready for it. But then the reason I was thinking of that, for some reason, the synapses in my mind are just flicking. It reminded me of something that made me laugh. You would have remembered this from long ago, that fantastic writer, comedian, and lover of all